Bye. The time has come to secure your boarding pass for Camp MoGraph. Tickets go on sale at noon Eastern Time, April 20th. Set an alarm and head over to campmograph.com. These tickets are like shooting stars. They'll go fast. But don't panic. Our state-of-the-art system will give you plenty of time to check out. Make sure to enter your camper information correctly so we can prepare for your arrival. Your creativity will soar to new heights at Camp MoGraph. But please leave the moonwalking to us professionals. Over and out!
Good morning, everybody. Matthias is resting his voice today. He's got a big karaoke session later on, so he's just going to make sure that he's in perfect voice for that. So you got me. I'm Simon Walker. I run the training team at Maxon, and we've got an amazing set of shows for you today. And first up is Ian from the training team as well from Maxon, and he's going to be showing you some great things about ZBrush, but also how it connects to all the other tools in Maxon 1. So take it away, Ian.
Awesome, awesome. Well, welcome everybody to NAB, more specifically here at the Maxon booth. Awesome. How's everybody doing? Good? Okay, cool. I think we got a little feedback. All right, perfect. So today we're going to be showcasing a part 1 of 4-part series on world creation and character building inside of Maxon 1 tools. We're going to be starting with ZBrush and a little bit of Substance Painter towards the end to kind of showcase how you actually can take some of your works that you see here on the screen and actually start bringing it to your final product. Ultimately, then we're going to have a couple of trainers. We're going to have Ellie come up next. She's going to showcase Cinema 4D and Redshift and how she can continue taking the work that I did and make the scene bigger and better. So you're going to want to stick around because for the next 4 hours, we're going to have a lot of really good information. But today, we're going to be talking about ZBrush, and more specifically here, this little guy right here. His name is Axel Rose. He's a little fun axolotl character that we made for this whole project. So if you're new to ZBrush or what ZBrush is, we're going to go through a little getting started. But real quick, just to kind of show you, here's Substance Painter right now. We have the character textured. And if we pop back to ZBrush, you can actually see that this is the character that we're working on. And he's actually final posed here. And something, too, to showcase is that if I actually come here to the texture, you can see that you can take the textures from Substance Painter. I'm going to hide all the poly paint. I'm going to come down here. You can turn this on and off, and you can see that the textures actually can be brought back over for your final project. So let's go ahead and showcase a couple steps real fast on how to get started, especially for those online who want to follow, or if you want to look back at this later. So let me get my Wacom tablet here. We're going to go ahead and pause this. character. We're just going to go ahead and spotlight him right here. So to spotlight anything as reference on your screen, Shift S will actually do a little bit of a stamp clone. So this is where you can actually take a look at some of your projects in different sizes, and then you can continue working and still have reference on the side of what you're already working on. Control N will clear that for you. So how do I get started in ZBrush? This is a question I get a lot, and at the end of the day, within 5 minutes, you'll start sculpting no problem. So let's go ahead, and when you load up ZBrush for the first time, pretend there's not a mushroom back here. You're going to go ahead and get something that looks a lot like this. And what you're going to do to get started in ZBrush is you're going to hit this little X. Now, before I hit this X, just real quick, that we actually have a lot of information that pops up here every time you open up ZBrush, specifically live streams, events, stuff like NAB. Also, you can see here we have a May the 4th stream coming up. I'll have a QR code up in a bit that you can scan for more information. But you're going to go ahead and close this little button. And then to get started sculpting, all you really need to do is this little default project. You're going to double click this. And when you double click this, it's going to ask you, do you want to save? Just say no. And automatically you can start sculpting on ZBrush. So just in those few steps, you're already in the program. You don't have to worry about how you can get started. You can just come through here and start laying down clay. The next step I'm going to take you to is to the left. Right here on this little button, this is our brush palette. Now when I click this brush palette one time, you're going to see a ton of brushes, and this usually freaks everybody out. But do not worry, because this brush can actually be, this menu can be brought down just a little bit. For example, I'm a clay sculptor, I like to sculpt in clay, I want a clay brush. So when I open this menu up either by clicking this button or hitting B on the keyboard, if I hit C for clay, notice it narrows it down within just a few seconds. And now I can quickly see that there's a bunch of brushes, but now I'm also looking at this little orange icon, and this is the hotkey shortcut for that brush. So every time you open up the brush palette, you hit B, then you hit C for clay, and now I see, oh look, I have a clay brush, that's L. So then you're gonna hear me say a lot, oh, I want the clay brush, B, C, L. Or if I want the clay buildup brush, BCB. If I want the dam standard to do any type of scribing, that's BDS. So you're going to hear that a lot, especially if you watch any live streams. But here, that's just a quick way to navigate through your favorite brushes. What I really recommend anybody do who's new to ZBrush is do not worry about trying to make something perfect out the gate. I know we're showcasing world building and character creation today, but I would love for people to just come in and just start playing and finding their favorite brushes. When you find your favorite brush, you can kind of make a mental note of what that does. Here's a VDM brush, which is a vector displacement map that allows you to come through and actually bring out shapes that are custom to ZBrush right away. So if I want some scales on the back of this guy, I can immediately just start getting some scale work. If I want a weird eyeball, I can pop in some eyes. If I want a horn for a nose, it's my world, my choice, right? I can go ahead and just start creating my character. So automatically, I'm starting to see something come to life. This is how you should really start opening and getting involved with ZBrush, because it's really just going to help you create freely and effectively. Now, going back to that clay buildup brush, if I hit BCB, now we have two main buttons on the keyboard that you really want to play with. You have the smooth, you have the shift button, and you have the alt button. We're going to start with the alt button first, because what happens is, if I start sculpting, you'll notice I have like a little bit of a positive, I'm adding clay. But what if I want to take clay away? If I press and hold alt on the keyboard, now I'm like cutting into it. So I can actually come through here and start cutting in maybe a little bit of a cavity. And right above at the very top, I have a couple sliders where I could take the draw size and make my brush size bigger, or I can make my brush size much smaller and get some finer details. So just in those few little steps, you're already creating in ZBrush, and from there, it's up to you to decide what world you want to create. Now let's create something fun and simple for everybody to follow along. So I'm going to introduce this timeline up here. This is our history timeline. It saves pretty much anything you do up until the time you close the file, or if you want to save, we'll get into that a little bit later, but you can save this information for future projects. I'm going to go all the way back and just drag that back to the beginning as if none of that happened. Now let's go ahead and just sculpt a mushroom to get our feet wet a little bit. So I'm going to introduce the move brush, which is B for brush, M for move, and then I have a hotkey shortcut V, so BMV. And now I can go ahead and press and hold the S button or come back up and just bring up my draw size. And I can start moving clay around. Now, we have a lot of these menus that pop up from time to time. These are super important. What this is telling me is that I did 45 steps, and I went back in time and I started sculpting again. And it's like, hey, do you want to lose that history or not? And it's like, for me, yeah, this is a demo. We can lose it, but it's something to kind of keep in mind. So I'm going to go ahead and say OK. And when I press OK, boop, right there. Now it's going to let me continue, but that history bar went away. But we're not worried about that right now. We're just worried about sculpting. So from here, you can see I can start moving some clay around. Well, let's make the shape of the mushroom a little bit more interesting. So I'm going to introduce the gizmo brush. So if I hit W, this gizmo allows me to move my object around in space. And everything from rotation to moving to going up and down, even scaling, all of that is active at the same time. So you don't have to really go through and say W-E-R-T. You can just come through, turn the gizmo on, and actually rotate. Now you notice that the started stretching effect. That's because in this project that we open, we have symmetry turned on by default. Symmetry is a great way as an artist to start sculpting with getting the symmetry right on, so one side's good on the other. You don't have to repeat yourself. You don't have to do asymmetrical sculpting. But let's say I do want to turn that off. Well, I can just hit X on the keyboard, and now that symmetry is off. And the reason why we'd want to do that is because I actually want to scale this and make this look a little bit more like a mushroom. So I'm going to go ahead and actually maybe stretch this up a little bit, flail this out just like that. Now I'm going to go ahead and press and hold Control and Shift together. And that's going to isolate a lot of these brushes here. And that's the next part, the Shift button. The Shift button, if you just press Shift, introduces a smooth brush, which allows me to smooth clay down. Now you can't really see that, so let's do this. And you can see now I can like smooth it, right? But with combination brushes like Control and Shift, I can isolate certain brushes to just select brushes. So now I can pick something like, let's say, the clip curve, and I'm going to press and hold Shift and Control and drag out a line. Now you might see that there's a shadow. The shadow side is the side that's going to vanish or disappear. When I let go of that, now that kind of pops that down. And really what the clip curve brush did was took all that geo and smushed it right up against it, giving me the shape that I wanted. But this doesn't quite look like a mushroom yet. So let's go ahead and introduce one other thing that's going to take us through the majority of this project, and that is manipulating symmetry with radial symmetry. So if I want to actually manipulate and get like a nice fun shape, I can use the move brush, going back to B for brush, M for move, and then the V. But I'm going to go ahead and come on up to the top here to our transform, and here's where my active symmetry lies. If I turn on active symmetry, now I have a few axes to work off of, and more specifically, I have this radial symmetry button. Now in ZBrush, the X-axis is from left to right, screen left, screen right. Y is up and down, and Z is Z depth. So here, I'm going to turn on Y so that I can work around this on that up and down scale. And then I'm going to go ahead and turn R. Now I got a lot of stuff happening because I forgot to turn X off. And now I go ahead and I have this. Now, let's go ahead real fast, send this back home. So with symmetry turned on now, I can start manipulating the shape and giving me just a nice little mushroom cap just like that. So really, really simple. I can do a light smooth, and now we're almost there. I can even come up in the side and kind of push this in a bit, give it a little bit of a shadow, press and hold Shift, and I can go ahead and smooth this down just a bit. Now, of course, here we're at NAB, so I am kind of going through this a little quickly, but this will be recorded so you can always go back and play with it a bit more. Now, I want to go ahead and make this look like the mushroom because it needs a stem. Now, here's something with ZBrush is that when people first get in ZBrush, they think, I have a sphere. Everything needs to be made from that sphere. And that's not true. We can actually bring in other objects, or what we call subtools, into the scene to make the scene a little bit more palatable and a little bit more controllable. So if I go to Subtool here on the right-hand side, you'll notice that this giant tool menu, we only need a few objects here. We don't need to worry about every single menu, because that's too daunting. We just want to get started. So I'm going to go ahead and say Insert, and now I have some primitive shapes that I can pick from. I'm going to go ahead and pick a cylinder, because that's much like a stem of a mushroom. And now I can go ahead, turn on the gizmo by hitting W, scale this down, maybe stretch it up a little bit, and now we're getting something that I kind of like. Now, going back to the radial symmetry that we just did with the mushroom cap, back up to transform, activate that symmetry, close down the x-axis, turn on the y-axis and that radial symmetry, and now I can come through, maybe squeeze this down, stretch this out, and get something a little bit more like what I would like to do. Now, at this point too, what I'm gonna really advocate is naming convention is pretty key when you're building your scenes, especially if you're working with clients and they want to know what you've done. So on the subtool side, on the right-hand side, we have a couple options. We're just going to go ahead and say rename, and I'll go ahead and call this my stem. And then this top one, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this one time. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate that. And the reason for that is ZBrush on the subtool palette, when we save our projects, the actual first subtool is going to go ahead and take the naming convention of your file. The reason for this too that I think really benefits the scene is that when you're working in ZBrush, sometimes it's good to have like a backup base mesh, really let you experiment. So for this one, I'm going to go ahead and leave this alone, but the second one, I'll call this my cap. And from here, let's just go over saving real fast. So we have our project. On the tool side, you notice I've just been clicking the far right side and just dragging. That's because we can utilize our mouse and just click and drag. I'm going to go ahead and just save as. This is going to go ahead and save tools. And we're just going to call this our mushroom. Boop. And you'll notice now that that first tool took that naming convention on. And so now we have this backup, but we also have the naming convention for us. And we're going to go ahead and start moving forward. Now we're going to want to go ahead and texture this too, because we don't want just a basic mushroom. So we're going to introduce a really cool, really interesting and really fun, super cool feature called Dynamesh. Now what Dynamesh does is this is the power of ZBrush. It lets us manipulate and control the shapes of our objects and rebuild our mesh very, very fast. For example, with this, if I pick something like the snake hook brush, so I go B for brush, S for snake, and then H for the snake hook. Go ahead and say okay. What this is going to let me do now is that if I want to make a really cool change, I can go ahead and pull this out. Now notice I just shredded the mesh, right? This is not good geometry at all. But that's okay, because if I press and hold Control and drag off on the side, now what this did was it went ahead and it rebuilt my mesh as best as it can. So I can go ahead and smooth this area out and go ahead and rebuild. I can even combine this with other brushes, come through, inflate this area just a little bit, maybe smooth that down, and just rebuild this. And now I have full control of my shape. This is what ZBrush is really letting us do, is the ability to come through and just work effectively. Let's go ahead and skip that note. So we can actually come through here and make the shapes and changes that we want, and we're just working freely. Then this is something that we really wanted to provide to artists, because artists think on the fly. We're like, oh, I want this shape. No, now I want this shape. The ability to just come in and start making changes however you want, that's super important to every ZBrush artist, and we want to make sure that you have the whole pipeline and control in your hands. Now, I'm going to go ahead and back this up a little bit and say we have something like this. Yeah, let's back it up a little bit more, just a teeny bit, because I'm also indecisive. I'll have something like that. Now let's bring a little bit of texturing to it. So I'm going to go ahead and hit solo down here at the bottom. That's going to just let me look at one object at one time. And now I'm going to bump up the resolution just a tiny bit. So under the Dynamesh, I'm actually going to bring my slider, my resolution slider, up just a little bit. The lower the number, the lower the mesh quality. So if I bring this down to, let's say, 32, maybe even lower than that, let's say 8 for fun, that's super, super low. And this is just so you can get your blockouts. But the higher the number you go, the more dense your mesh is going to be. And the reason why we'd want some density is to actually add a little bit of some sort of texturing, some sort of like detail to this, so it looks a little cooler than just this flat surface. So again, I'm going to come through, just kind of smooth that down, kind of rebuild that a little bit. Now let's do some texturing. So I'm going to hit B for brush, S for standard, and then T for the standard brush. This is probably my favorite brush for doing any type of just random detail. And if you'll notice right here on the left-hand side, I've pointed you to this brush palette, but underneath it we have stroke, and then we have alphas. And this is what's going to be really cool, is we can start combining different ways of utilizing the same brush and provide different alphas, which will give us different results. So if I wanted to have like just little bulbous areas that are perfectly circle, I'm going to drag this drag rect stroke with this alpha that's pretty, let's go alpha 6. It's a nice kind of soft fall off. But if I go ahead and start dragging this out, you'll notice I'm starting to see a little bit of an alpha, but it's really low res. So we're going to bump up that intensity. And now we can see, we can start adding some of these little bulbous areas. And before you know it, we're actually getting something that's looking a little bit more like the mushroom cap that I want. I'm just going to drag on a couple of these right about there. And again, what this brush is letting me do is when I start dragging, I can make it as big or as small as I want. And here it's affecting the geometry. And if I stretch that geometry too much, I can just rebuild, and now I have a little bit more detail. So if I turn solo back off, come back up to my subtool on the right-hand side. Let's go ahead and hide that one. Let's switch that because I detailed the wrong one. There we go. So now you can see here that we're actually getting something that looks pretty cool. Now, if you want to actually start moving into more detail, Dynamesh is a workflow that lets you block out very quickly, but I wouldn't recommend using it for high detail capture because in ZBrush, the vertices is going to hold all of that detail information. And right now, we're just relying on just simple quads that are just randomly thrown together to give us a little bit of a look. What ZBrush is really good at is subdivisions. Subdivisions is the key to working in high geometry levels and holding a lot of detail. And the way we can do that is we can actually use this feature called ZRemesher. So if I actually go ahead and right up here at the top where this timeline is, we're going to be utilizing this to use projection to take that back to the mesh. So I'm going to go ahead and say Control Tap right up here. That's going to give us a little white dot. What you really need to remember is that it's just there to store that information at its current point in time. So now I'm going to go through, and on the right-hand side, under the tool menu, I'm going to drag to Geometry. I'm going to close Dynamesh and open up ZRemesher. And now I can actually pick a few different target polys. Basically, I'm going to give you the secret sauce right out the gate to get really nice topology quickly in ZBrush. From here, this is our target polys, meaning we're working in thousands. How many thousands of quads do I want this stretched over? The lower the better when you're working with subdivision level 1, but we're going to want to project. So I would usually say start somewhere around 10, which you could type in any number that's highlighted like this. And then I'm going to say keep groups. Now, I haven't introduced polygroups yet, but if you're here yesterday, you might have seen the sense where polygroups, if I go ahead and hold Shift and F, this is a polygroup. These are color selections that you can utilize to isolate and control your mesh the way you would like. But I'm going to go ahead and say keep this down to 0. And then I'm going to say adaptive size down to 0. What this is telling ZBrush is I want even quads across my mesh surface, but I still want it to adapt to the surface as is, meaning it's going to try its best to give me nice even topology everywhere. So when I go ahead and say ZRemesher, and just let this do its little magic, it's out kind of isolating everything, you're going to see that the geometry is going to change from this really nasty, kind of stretchy Dynamesh to this nice even quads. And here, if this isn't low enough, we can actually say there's a half, and I can say retry in 2023. If you're in a previous version, you could just hit ZRemesher one more time, and that's going to lower it down even more. And this is very workable now. We can see that the quads are nice and even, and that it's actually moving along the mesh as best as it can. And now I can bring up subdivisions. And subdivisions, I can either come up here under geometry and hit divide a couple times, or I can just hit Control D. And really where I want you to focus on is see how low this number was. If I step back a few times, you'll see that we were working at a Dynamesh density of 152,000 active polys, or quads. Here, that's really dense for such a low model. If I go back forward in time, you'll notice that we actually got it really low. We got it to about 3,000, so very workable for our low resolution. When I step up a couple times, now every time I subdivide by hitting Control D, it's going to multiply that mesh by 4. So I can step up a few times and get right around where I was before, where that detail was nice. And now, with that nice little white dot there, I can actually open up the subtool menu, and I can come down to project, and we have a feature called project history. So you can actually take the information that you had just a little bit ago and bring it back to your new meshed model. So if I go ahead and say project history, now a lot might not have seemed to change, but I'm going to step back before project history. I'll go ahead and stamp this right here. And now this is after. So I brought all of that detail from my Dynamesh model back into a subdivided workable model. And the reason why, again, you want to work with subdivisions is because now if I look at the wireframe, you'll get to see that all of these quads have just nice topology coming through, and they're really intersecting, so I can hold more information better at a lower resolution just by stepping up a little bit and getting some nice clean lines. So it's a really great workflow. Now, why is all of this important? I spent 20 minutes coming through and showing you all that workflow, is this is the process that you want to start utilizing when you're creating your characters, your environments, or your assets within ZBrush. So from here, I'm going to introduce our new character. His name is Axel Rose. He's a really fun guy. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up my project file real fast. So I'm going to go ahead and come up here. Where was he at? So let's go back one. Let's come through here. And while I'm loading this up, I'm going to just take a quick second to also introduce a QR code. This QR code is going to be really fun because we have this live stream coming up May the 4th. We're actually going to have a bunch of guest artists. We're going to have some giveaways. We're going to have some really just fun project talking about Star Wars. So I'm going to bring this up real fast. So if you have any interest in Star Wars or you would like to upload your own work, you absolutely can. So let me just bring this over here. And we'll just go ahead and hide this down here. So anybody who's interested in Star Wars, you're going to want to check that out May the 4th. All right, let's go ahead and turn that part off. So now this is the process we're going to go ahead and go through with this character. Everything we just did up until that point is what I utilized to build this scene right here. And this scene is super important because we're going to be going ahead and turning around and taking this into Cinema 4D and Substance Painter to texture. So to block out our character, let's take our sphere real quick right here. There you go. I'm going to go ahead and say make Polymesh 3D for this. So now we have our basic sphere. Now we're going to just start blocking this character out. So let's go ahead and turn on Dynamesh. So again, go under Geometry, and we're going to go to Dynamesh, and we're going to drop this number down to say something like 64. Definitely play with the different numbers and the results, but 64 seems to be a relatively low ideal number for it to be. From here now, we have our little gizmo over here. What I'm going to do is hold Shift. There we go. So now we're going to go ahead, hit X for symmetry, and let's just start blocking him out. So with this guy, and actually too, when we brought up the clone stamp earlier, when we have this character stamped right here, I'm going to go ahead and just stamp him so we can have a reference. I do recommend working in reference if you have it. Reference is super important, especially if you're working with anatomy. We can't remember everything, so it's okay to pull reference. From here, we're going to go ahead and just start coming through and shaping his head a little bit. So I'm going to hit B for brush, M for move, and V. And now I'm just going to come through and start shaping him out. And so in this first stage of blocking out any character, the idea here is that we really just want to kind of take our time and see what the character may or may not look like. With the reference that I have, I want to be able to also work quickly. So another way of working quickly to do some sort of block out, if I come over here and look on the underside, I'm going to introduce a new brush, and that's primitive brushes. So B for brush, and then I for insert, and then we're going to have T for insert multi-mesh. And what this is going to do, these are primitive brushes where I can actually drag out a bunch of brushes if I would like to start creating my character. And with Dynamesh, what's fun about this is now I can go ahead, come through here, and I can say I need a neck for this character. So I'm going to insert a new primitive shape. I'm going to come through and actually use the gizmo hitting W to bring this up. And now I'm going to use Control Swipe twice. That rebuilds that mesh on the fly. And now that's attached to it. I just welded that piece together. So I can come through and actually maybe add another piece. Let's go ahead and add like a little bit of a shoulder pad. So again, I'm going to drag this up. I'm going to hit the move brush, so BMV, and I'm going to start manipulating this because again, we just want to be able to kind of come through and start creating something that looks good. Dynamesh, Control Swipe, and I can hit Shift to smooth this down. So I can really just start blocking things out very, very quickly. Now I'm working relatively fast, but again, I always implore people to take their time. but this character needs a tail, so I'm going to drag this out. Control swipe rebuilds my mesh, and again, I can preview that. Look how nasty that is. It's not good. But I can go ahead and control swipe. That cleans it up, and now I can smooth this down, and you can see here I'm already starting to get the results that I want. Now, in this stage, when you're doing any type of world building, prop building, environment building, really what you're wanting to do is just focus on the silhouette. It's super important to focus on that, because if we focus on anything else, if we get straight to details and the model just kind of looks like the squiggly thing, details on here is not going to improve that model. So we really want to make sure that we get the silhouette right. So as I start dragging this out, you can end up getting something that looks a lot like this guy. And now here's the blockout stage. Now I'm kind of approaching this as a cooking show because I'm already 30 minutes in and we went over all the basic things you need to get started with ZBrush, but anyone here can start creating today just based on these simple workflows. So now what do I do with this character now that I have him here? So let's actually go through, and let's say he was Dynamesh. So I'm going to re-Dynamesh this guy up because he's actually broken down. So I'm going to go ahead, delete lower, and I'm just going to go to that Dynamesh, and again, I'm going to go ahead and Dynamesh him. So this is what we would have had. And now I want to dress him up. I want him to look a little bit, he's not really doing all. So let's give him some clothing. So the first thing is, I know we have a jacket here, but we're going to make something just a little bit simpler for this demo, but it's the same process. If I want to put a shirt on this guy, we're now going to introduce masking. I haven't talked about masking this whole time because I didn't want to throw up too much too quick, but masking is an important tool in ZBrush because it not only protects the surface, like if I mask this area off and I start sculpting, nothing's happening, right? But if I'm here, something is happening. So the thing is that masking will help protect the surface, but we can also use masking to utilize assets, to create assets, to go ahead and create something like a t-shirt. So for example, if I come through here and I press and hold Control, and I go back to this brush palette, notice how small this brush palette is. This is all my masking brushes right here, just by pressing and holding Control. If I go ahead and click the mask lasso, and I make sure symmetry is turned on by pressing X, I can actually come through here and start making something that looks relatively close to a t-shirt. So let's say something like that. Let's make it a little bit longer for him. There we go, say something like such. Maybe a little bit longer here. There we go. So now I have this shape here. How do I make a t-shirt from this mask? There's a really cool feature called Extract. So if I open up the subtool and I come on down to the bottom here, I'm going to say Extract. Now, the way I like to do it is I like to work with any clothing with single-sided geometry, because when you're working with clothing, if you have two pieces of geometry rubbing up against each other, the thing is that you're going to tear one side and not the other. It's going to collide. You're going to have a lot of problems. So in the beginning, single-sided geometry is really good. But we can control that with this thickness slider. I can decide if it has thickness or if it doesn't. So I'm going to go ahead and say, you know what? I don't want any thickness. I'm going to go ahead and say Extract. Now, you can't really see what happens. So I'm going to go ahead and say hit Accept. And now you can see it actually created this piece of mesh. So if I go ahead and turn on solo, now you can see it created another subtool right up here. So I had my main person right here, there he is. And now I have my shirt. So I just created a secondary piece. Let me run through that one more time. I have this guy up here. I'm going to go ahead and say Extract. I'm going to say Accept, and it made another shirt. So this is how I can start dressing my character. I can even put pants on him if I want. So I made this twice. I don't need this, so I'm going to go ahead and delete this one. I can even come through here and give him some pants. So I can say, you know what, let me clear that mask by pressing Control and then just swiping one time out here in space. And I can go ahead and start just do a quick block out. Give him a little bit of a tail hole right there. And now I'm going to go ahead and say Extract and then Accept. And now this is single-sided geometry and this is a pair of pants. Now, this mesh right here is the exact same mesh as it is with the actual character himself, because it's just taking what I masked off and duplicating that shape out. But we can go ahead and clean this up using those same ZRemesher tools that I talked about before. And because it's single-sided geometry, ZRemesher now doesn't have to guess both sides of the plane. It just has to focus on the one side of the plane. So from here, I can actually come on down. Now this is also masked off. This is something I wanted to point out. This part's masked off, which is really cool. So a little trick is to actually open up deformation and then go here to polish by features. And if you'll notice, it's really kind of wobbly and kind of squiggly. When I polish by features, that cleans that up, that sharpens that edge just a little bit, which is just gonna make ZRemesher have an easier time when it rebuilds the surface. Now what I can do, I can clear that mask, control drag, open up geometry, ZRemesh, and we're gonna do that same secret sauce. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, let's do about 5 to 10. Yeah, let's do 10. Let's do adapt, keep groups, gonna drop that to 0, adapt the size down to 0, and then I'm gonna go ahead and say ZRemesh that. And you're gonna watch this really nasty mesh kind of clean itself up, and that's a little bit too high, so let's actually go half, and go ahead and say ZRemesh that again. Let's see how low we can get this. And you can see here, it's actually really nice, clean, even topology across it. And now what I can do is I can come through here with my gizmo. I can actually turn off symmetry and put this right in the middle. And I can even scale this up just a little bit by pressing Control, dragging this up. And now I got pants. And if I come up to my other one, my little t-shirt, and I repeat that process one more time. So let's hit solo. And we're just gonna step through it. We're gonna go ahead and actually polish those features real quick. Give me something nice and clean. Geometry, same thing. We're actually gonna start with 5 now. And I'm gonna say keep groups, keep that down to 0, adaptive size, and ZRemesh. And then I'm gonna say, let's step it down just a little bit more. There you go, nice, clean topology. And from here, again, same thing. We're just gonna set this in the middle, hold control, scale this up, and now we've started dressing our character. So this is how you could take those steps to get something that looks a little bit more like this guy right here. And this is all I did. I took his hands, masked them off, made some gloves. Took his shirt, made a suit, jacket, pants, like the whole 9 yards. That's the process I used to create this one character. So we've made a mushroom together, and now we basically started dressing a character together. The world is pretty much yours when you're working in ZBrush. Whatever you can think of, you can create it within this platform just by following along with these simple tools. So now, how do we actually give them like some props? You notice I have like a belt on here, and I have a few other things. So we can actually do hard surface work in ZBrush. And this is something that I think a lot of people really like. Once they get into it, it's really fun because it's really straightforward. So for example, I actually built this scanner for him because in our final scene, he's sitting on a mushroom and he's contemplating the things that he's seen in the world that we're building for him today. So I went ahead and made him a scanner. Now the scanner might look really, really complicated, but we can actually build this very, very fast. I'm gonna take a sip of water, give me 1 second. All right. So how do we start building this that's hard surface? I showed you organic, now how do I work in this aspect? So the same approach, but now we're gonna introduce one more tool that's really gonna help bring things together. So I'm gonna create a new, let's bring in a new cylinder. Anytime you wanna bring in a new cylinder to start a new tool, if I click the cylinder right up here, or if I say simple brush, this is actually a 2.5D mode that ZBrush was built on, which allows it to see a lot of geometry. I won't get into that part today, but just know that that is a cool feature. So if you have some time, look up 2.5D. It's really interesting. It's the foundation of how ZBrush functions. But I'm gonna go ahead and say, yeah, let's switch this back to that mode. And now here, I'm gonna clear the screen stamp and drag this back out by just clicking one more time. Actually, no, I lied to you. I'm gonna grab the simple brush one more time and pick a new primitive and drag that primitive out. There we go. And then I'm gonna go ahead and hit edit. And now at the top, at this moment, I'm in that 2.5D mode that I discussed, but we're gonna skip over that for now and go to make polymesh 3D, which makes any object sculptable. And now I can work on it. So I can actually manipulate this the way I want, just like we were doing before. But here, what I wanna do is make that scanner. So I'm going to show you a little trick on how to get some really cool primitives fast. Instead of coming in and maybe inserting, like let's say we want to insert a cube, or we want to come through and maybe append a, maybe a little bit of a plane. Instead of going this route, what we could always do is whatever object we have, if I hit solo, I can actually open up what's called an insert multi-mesh brush. An insert mesh brush, what it allows us to do is if I grab something, let's say like body parts, for example, and I drag out a new nose. This is different than the VDM brushes I shared. These are actually pre-built meshes that you can bring in as inserts, and you can attach them to your character as you want. What's really cool about this is that if there's something like a basic primitive brush, say like this cube, but I have this plane, if I turn the gizmo on and then start selecting the different primitives in that brush, I can bring those in and replace the thing that I have. And this is really, really cool when you're just like, oh, I added a sphere, but I meant it to be like a cube. Now you can make that a cube really quickly. I can go ahead and turn the gizmo off, and now I can manipulate this, or turn it back on, and now I can start manipulating this to be something a little bit more like I want. So again, because rotation, moving, manipulating, scaling is all active at the same time, with the gizmo, I can just start coming through and giving me some shapes. Now, this is super low res, and this looks nothing like the scanner that I showed you, but that's okay, because we're going to show some tricks on this. So if we come back here, and we're going to go ahead and just turn this guy around. Now what I'm going to do, instead of subdividing, which is going to smooth this down a lot, I don't want to do that, I'm going to introduce a brush called the Z Modeler brush. So if I hit B for brush, Z for Z Modeler, and then M, it's down here at the bottom. What this is this is our hard surface tool to start constructing and adding and manipulating the shapes that we're working with. So if I hover over a face, a edge, or a point, and I press and hold the space bar, I will get new menus based on what I'm hovering on. This is going to allow me to manipulate my mesh exactly how I want. Now, if you're looking at this and you're like, Ian, come on, that looks really daunting. What is happening? Right now, look at this as a hierarchy system. At the top, this is number one. This is the polygon action, the thing that we are doing. And every time I pick a new menu, it's going to change the bottom menu, what that target is actually affecting. So if, for example, I wanted to add some extra edge loops, I could say insert, and now from here, I can go ahead and say, I want to insert, I'm sorry, that says inset. Let's go here, edge loop, insert, there we go, multi-loop. And then I'm going to say keep groups. I can start inserting new edge loops exactly where I want. And if I come through and I start dragging out like this, and I like that's the one I want, if I come over on this side and tap one time, that's going to repeat that action. So I can come through, tap, tap, and now I've built this whole thing. So now this actually has more supporting edge loops, so I can sculpt on this or manipulate this however I want. So if I start subdividing now, you'll see the rounding isn't as severe. The same thing goes for faces. If I come through and hover over a face, and I say I want a Q mesh or extrude, let's say maybe just a single group, I can extrude this out. And in combination with masking by pressing Control, dragging, and then maybe tapping invert using the gizmo, I can actually make custom shapes real quickly by just pulling that out, coming through, mask this section off, and maybe blow this up, manipulate that shape. I can start making weird custom shapes how I want. Now with this scanner that I built, how I built this one was actually in combination with a new feature called, well, not new feature, it's been there a while, called Live Boolean. So where what I can do is with something that's this low, and let's go ahead and give us just a couple loops, I can go ahead and duplicate this, and I'm going to put this in a folder. I'm going to hit Control F, that's going to put it in a folder for me. I'll call this my scanner body. I say okay. And now I'm going to put the second one in. Now I'm going to use the gizmo, bring this up. Now we can't see anything yet, so let's go ahead and shut off the things that we don't need. And now I'm going to scale this down, bring this up. And if I turn on Live Boolean, nothing happens. That's okay. Because what we want to do is now focus on the cutting tool that we're going to be manipulating. Make sure that's on the bottom or underneath the object we want to cut. And when I go ahead and look at this tool, you'll see here I have this like little union icon, and then I have what looks like something that's being cut out, and then something that's intersecting. So if I choose the cutout one, hide my wireframe, I can now come in and start making those custom shapes. I can even press and hold Control and duplicate that mesh, and I can start making my custom shapes. So I can come through and actually cut in. And this doesn't just work with the object itself. Anything that's actually set to cutting will make this type of cut. And if I'm done and I like this, I can come through here on the folder itself, hold this little gear icon and say Boolean folder. Boop. And now it's going to go ahead and it's going to cut my mesh up for me, giving me something that looks a little bit like this. And this is the approach that I had when I was making all of these custom shapes here. Now I'm kind of running out of time a little bit, so what I want to do is kind of make sure that we get into the Substance Painter part of the character creation. I wanted to just make sure that the getting started was really cool. If you guys have questions, you can always see me afterwards. But again, there's a lot of different ways to manipulate the meshes and the shapes that you're going through. Now, when we're going to go ahead and let's say we finished everything that we liked and we want to start bringing things together, this is where we're going to take to the next step of the creation process and move into texturing. ZBrush is a AAA standard industry sculpting program, and it works really well with other programs like Substance Painter, Cinema 4D, Redshift, even Unreal Engine. So this is like the foundation of most character creation building process, but then what happens when we take this and we throw it off into something else? How do we get there? So for something like this, we're actually going to establish a really cool system, which is right here, a little bit more clean cut. We have the character, and you'll notice here on the side, I have things broken up between a head, some eyes. I also have his body, his jacket, and they're all kind of color-coded. This is actually going to help me build what's called an ID map, which is going to help texturing a lot better when I move this over into Substance Painter. I also have this named head_high, eyes_high, so I broke up all the pieces that make the most sense, so when I move it over, we can bake those details on. And then I created a low version of him. Now the low version of him has UVs, and the UVs is what's going to help kind of wrap the textures on the actual character. When you think of UVs, I want you to think of a candy wrapper, especially those nice little Easter chocolates, where it's like you unfold that nice little wrapper, grab the chocolate. Well, all the texturing, all the painting that's on that wrapper, that's about how UVs work. That's like the simplest version of explaining it. So here, because we're working with something that's going to go into a game engine, I created with ZRemesher a low version of all of my assets, from the actual pouches, the belt, the pants, all the stuff we kind of talked about, how you can build all that within ZBrush. I went ahead and built all those, and I ZRemeshed them to get them nice and low. And then I focused on all the texturing here, so you can see all the wrinkles, the nice cuts, and stuff like that. And this is what the information I want on my low to create my normal maps, and my height maps, et cetera, et cetera. So now that we have this character kind of built, let's go ahead and what you would do with all this is you would actually export this out as an FBX. An FBX I like to call is like the PDF of 3D. It's basically universal across almost every DCC you'll ever operate in. So when you're thinking about like, oh, how can I export stuff out? You can usually turn to FBX. OBJ is pretty standard, but in this case, because I'm working with multiple assets that's going to be thrown into Substance Painter, I'm actually going to use FBX because it can hold multiple files at the same time, not just one at a time. And I don't have to merge it all together. So I would come up here, let's say my low resolution. I would actually come on up here and I would go say export. And now here I'd pick where I want this to be. So I'm actually going to come through, awesome presenters for the day. And I would say that this is my test. And now this is set to FBX. And then I would say save. And now we get a couple options. So once up here at the top, we have selected, meaning any subtool you have selected, that's the one that's going to get exported. But that's only one subtool. And I have like 5 or 6 that I want to bring with me. So my other options are visible, meaning anything that I see in the viewport, that's what is going to be in the FBX, or all, everything. Whether I hit it or whether I not, this is how it's going to be exported. FBX will pick it up. I like to stay with visible, and then the defaults, we usually choose the best defaults for you, so you don't have to play with them too much. But with FBX 2020, that's about where it's at. Maya Y up, if you're going to move this over into something like Maya, you can go ahead. This is pretty default for you out the gate. So we would say okay, and we just let it think for a little bit, and it would say file exported. So now we want to bring this in to Substance Painter to do our texture work. So I'm going to go ahead, and I have him kind of loaded up here, but that's not going to be helpful, so let me show you how to go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go ahead and file new, and here you might see some settings. I'm going to go ahead and first select the file that I want. So I have a low version right here. So I'm going to go ahead and say open. Now the naming convention too, I'm going to kind of default call out because I like to use underscore capitalization. And if you capitalize certain things and lowercase others, that could actually confuse the baking process when you move it over into Substance Painter. So I like to stick with either caps or lowercase. Up to you, no way is wrong. You can all eat the Reese's however you want. Here, I'm gonna say low. I'm gonna open this up. And then it's just asking me what document size I actually wanna work in. You can work in 1K, you can work in 2K. I like to work in 2K. It's usually a nice one to get all the textures looking pretty close. You can always step up and bake out at 4K or 8K. And then OpenGL is pretty default. The rest of this, I'm not gonna bore you with that. We'll just go ahead and say okay. And no changes to be made on this. So now here's our character that we moved in from ZBrush. And now we wanna go ahead and texture him. Now real quick, before I go too far, I do wanna say that when you texture anything that's T-posed like this, or A-posed, that's because he's going to be animated. But once he starts moving, once we get the textures on him, it doesn't matter once he starts moving, as long as you don't break the mesh or break the UV, the texture will work, even if he's like has his hands up or has his arms on the side. But it's easier to work with him in symmetry mode. And now from here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to focus on this little croissant right here. This is our baking, and I love that it's a nice little piece of food. That's how I can remember it. And then I'm gonna go ahead and just do a couple steps. Now remember in ZBrush I had them colored blue, green, yellow, red, orange, random colors. Those colors are gonna help me bring in an ID map with the vertex colors that we provided. So I'm gonna go ahead and say I wanna bake him at 4K, and I wanna bring in my high, so I'm gonna come up here to the high definition meshes, and this is where my high map comes in. Your high mesh, as long as it's identical in its shape and size, doesn't have to have UVs when you bake it. The low model has to have the UVs in order for this to work. But if your high doesn't have the proper UVs on it, that's okay. This is just gonna pull all the sculptural details that we spent working on in ZBrush. And then I'm gonna go to ID map, and I'm gonna say vertex color. Because ZBrush works with polypaint, it's all vertex coloring. This is a new way to start creating a map. Now you'll notice that it kind of created a little bit of a cage. And I have a bunch of maps here on the side, but I'm just gonna select, I only need a normal map, ID map, maybe ambient occlusion, maybe curvature, position, no worries, thickness for subsurface scatter. And now I'm gonna go ahead and say, let's go ahead and let's get a couple more rays here. I like to bake this at 100 for ambient occlusion, just some random settings, but that vertex color, that's the key for the ID map. Now if we come back to common settings, you'll see here that I'm actually getting a cage that is wrapping around my character. This frontal distance is actually telling me that this is the distance I want those sculptural details to be baked onto the low model. And if it breaks, so if I look at this and I push this down and you start seeing red, this is where we're gonna see a little bit of errors. This is Substance saying, no, don't do this. So we're gonna actually push this up a little bit until we don't see red. And then we're gonna do this live, so give us a second, but we're gonna hit bake, just because I want you to see that now it's gonna look at our ZBrush model, our high texture sculptural models, details that we provided from ZBrush. It's looking at all my maps, and now it's gonna go through and start baking that process out. And this is where your character really starts coming to life and it really starts popping. So already in just 15 minutes, what we were able to do was showcase how to start in ZBrush, how to start really working with some of the tools, experiment, play around, dress our character, little bit of hard surface, didn't go too much into it, but just a little bit to kind of get your feet wet with a new brush. And now we're in here getting into the next stage, which is texturing. This is where it's really gonna bring all of that stuff to life. So with ZBrush workflow from there into Substance, you really can start getting a lot of that in, working very quickly. And as you can see here, our character's starting to pop a little bit with ambient occlusion. It's starting to give us that stuff. And in just a couple minutes, I'll show you real quick how you can throw some materials on there, make it pop, and then I'll show you what the final result was before I hand it off to Ellie, who's gonna take all the things that I just built and move it into Cinema 4D with some world creation on that side and then Redshift as well. Real quick, does anybody have any questions here in the front? You guys good? Cool? All right, so at that point, you saw some of the colors pop through. It's almost done. It's a little bit of a long bake, but this is what's cool about being an artist, is that when you start doing stuff like this, go brew some coffee, go grab a soda, go basically just go and get something to drink, and as it comes through, it's gonna go through and just kind of really reset. What's also cool that I'll point out is that you can tell right away if this isn't gonna look good. When it's baking through, if you set your cage right, it'll show you that like kind of checkered pattern. If it starts looking funky and then the colors aren't lining up, the shadows don't line up right, you know it's not good, and you'll just go back in the ZBrush and kind of correct the model a little bit and then send it back over. So a little bit of a back and forth dance, but you can get some really nice clean results just like this. And it's almost done, I promise. Not to bore you guys too much. There we go. It's just doing the belt now. There we go. And now this is what he looked like baked. So now our character's starting to really, really pop. And if I want to just add some materials to start getting that look, if I come back over to this paintbrush, you can see here now I can actually pick between regular materials or what's known as smart materials. I can come through and say, oh, he's going to need some fabric on his jacket. There we go. And then there's some creature skin brush, so maybe I'll throw in that kind of material. Again, I can dress him up however I want. But if I really quickly just open up my first file right here, I can come through and you'll see how he basically looks right now before we move to the next step, which is handing it over for more character building. And then what's cool is when you're done with this and you went ahead and you textured your character, what you can do is you can pop back over to ZBrush and you can pose him. And so, for example, if we wanted to pose him, how we can do this is because this is the low version, I'm going to show you a quick plugin real fast, which is called Z plugin, and it's called Transpose Master. And I have T-Pose Mesh. If I click this T-Pose Mesh, it basically merges all of my subtools into one subtool. And now what I can do with everything we talked about from masking and the gizmo is I can actually come through, mask this selection. I can press and hold Control and tap one time. And I can actually move this gizmo off over here in space. And now I can come through and start posing him. I can even soften my mask by pressing, holding Control and tap a couple times. And I can move his arm. I can come through and actually maybe move his tail a little bit. So just some like kind of simple examples. Kind of move this down here. And we can move him just off over in this direction. I can even use brushes. I don't have to just use the gizmo. I can actually bend this here. But again, I just want to make sure that when I'm coming through that I'm not really breaking him too much. I can even isolate, because we have polygroups. Mentioned polygroups earlier, it's different colors. With the polygroups on by pressing Shift F, if I press Shift and Control and tap, I can isolate just that one, mask it off, come through here, maybe just isolate just a couple pieces, and then I can start moving or scaling. I want to be careful with the scale. Okay, so from there, you can get something that looks a lot like this. So anyway, thank you guys very much. My name is Ian Robinson. That was ZBrush, the Substance Painter. Next up is Ellie Wade. She's going to cover Redshift Cinema 4D, and it's a continuation of this project. So you're going to see how this project evolves in the next step. So again, thank you guys very much.
Good job.
Thank you, thank you. All right, hello everybody. Welcome back again. My name is Ian Robinson, but I'm not here to talk about me. I'm actually here to talk about Ellie Wade. She's going to be continuing the model you just saw of my accidental Rose character from Substance. She's going to be moving it into Cinema 4D and Redshift, but you know way more about that than I do. So I'm going to let you take over and handle that. So thank you guys, everybody else, and let's do it. Ellie, go.
Thanks, Ian. Hey everyone, how's it going? Also, hey to everyone on the stream. It's good to be here in Vegas. Good to see everyone. My name is Ellie, and I'm part of the Maxon training team. And as Ian said, I'm going to continue this character and world building pipeline with Maxon 1. I'm going to show you how we can customize and enhance assets, those that Ian has just created and those that we can find in the asset browser. Also how we can build substance textures and how we can customize those. That's kind of the theme, is to explore our creativity with existing assets and customize things and not just be satisfied with the things that we already have. And then of course we're going to dive into Redshift, because it wouldn't be a presentation by me if we didn't dive into Redshift. So here is a real quick recap and also an idea of the whole pipeline. So between myself, Ian, Chad, and Anna Carolina, we're doing the whole pipeline of Maxon 1, incorporating Substance Painter and also Unreal Engine. And so these are the different things that we're showcasing. Ian just went before me and looked at character creation in ZBrush, blocking out the model, and also looked a little bit at exporting and texturing in Substance. And as I said, I'm going to explore our creativity by enhancing our assets and then creating some AOVs and some multi-passes to hand over to Chad, who's going to go after me, and he's going to composite these and basically make it look beautiful. A quick breakdown of my particular tasks in this collaboration. It's probably the biggest project I've worked on with other people. Normally I just work on something myself and it's done, but this involved me having to think about a few more steps in this process. So I had 3 main tasks, the first of which was to build a 3D environment incorporating our hero character and assets modeled by Ian. Then all the lighting and texturing, including building those Substance Painter textures. And then finally, prepping and exporting multiple AOVs for the next step of our pipeline. Before I get into Cinema 4D, I just want to talk a little bit about our process and the conversations that we had, because we were all working on this project at the same time. And so as Ian is building his assets, I am building the 3D environment. And so we talked a lot about reference images, we created a draft color palette, we had keywords, and this is really integral to the collaboration process, because I knew that the scene that I'm building is going to be matching the aesthetic of the textures and the assets that he's building as well. So this is really important, so I wanted to just talk about that before we get into some of the stuff. This is the finished render, and we have a slightly updated color palette, and we can see we've got our Axel Rose character in there, and we've got our 3D world all built inside of Cinema 4D and Redshift. And what I will say, I did originally have a slide that showed all of my failed attempts at building this scene, because I think it's important to talk about that as well. Sometimes we don't just open up Cinema 4D and create something beautiful. Like this, sometimes it takes 2 weeks, a few tears, and a few moved to trash Cinema 4D scenes. So yeah, I want to talk about that and the fact that we came to this because of an amazing guy called Mr. Chad Perkins, who is actually coming up after me. And he is so lovely and he is so amazing when it comes to suggestions and feedback that I just wanted to share some of it. Because I don't come from a creative background, so I don't really get color theory, I don't really get like composition, but he told me about Z-depth balance, so we have elements in the foreground, the midground, and the background. Everything has an order of flow, and it really helped me to understand to build this type of scene. And what I will say is it's actually using very, very minimal assets. So if you take a look, we've just got the hero island in the middle. We've got a couple of extra little rocks. We've got an ocean. We have our character, our Axel character, some mushrooms and some clouds. So to break it down, it's actually a really, really simple scene, just using a few assets. And so this is what I want to talk about. I want to talk a lot about assets, what we call capsules, models, textures, all of those things, and how we can take advantage of original elements, like here, everything on the left-hand side, we've got some original elements here, and how we can use those like Lego pieces or like primitive shapes when we box model, and we can create more interesting and unique assets. So let's dive into the software. Cool, so I've got a simple scene here with just a bunch of stone elements, and all of these can actually be found in the asset browser. So if we search stone, we can see that we have a bunch of these stone elements that are all textured, ready for Redshift. So what I did was I threw a bunch of these into a scene, and then I can use these to begin to build my own rock island and effectively create my own unique asset without having to have an understanding of modeling or sculpting, which I don't. So we can just start to reposition these based on what we think looks nice. Like, as artists and designers, we can play around and think of these as like our Lego pieces that we're putting together, or like our primitive shapes that we have in here already inside of Cinema 4D. We're used to modeling and building with these. We can do the same thing with these slightly more advanced assets or slightly more interesting assets. So I'm just repositioning these, really not doing much to them, just kind of moving them around, because I had an idea of how I wanted the island to look, and the assets that I had at my disposal weren't really kind of matching. I wanted something that had like a nice front, and it came up to a point at the top, so I could then point everything towards it and have my hero character on top. And so this is where building this hero island out of these rocks came from. So let's just do something a little bit like this. Again, it's a live demo, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. So once we've created what we think is our nice looking asset, we need to combine these elements, because at the moment everything is just an individual object. It's still an individual stone. But what we can do is we can take advantage of the volume builder in Cinema 4D, which is a really nice quick way of just combining elements and just a nice, fun, simple way of modeling. So inside of here, I can grab my volume builder, grab all of my elements that I want to combine, and I'm just going to drop them into the volume builder. And it's not looking that great. And so at the moment what we can see is we can see a voxel grid. We can see these little squares. And so what it's done is it's taken our geometry and it's converted it into an entire voxel grid. The trouble is the voxels are too big. So the bigger the voxel size, the lower the resolution. So we want to be creating smaller voxels, and therefore we're going to have more detail and higher resolution. So inside of my volume builder, I'm just going to drop this down to something like 0.2. Yep. So now we can see we're starting to get a much more accurate looking merged asset. The trouble is now, this is only voxel data, so it's not actually mesh. So if I quickly render this, we can see nothing. So how do we convert this into a mesh, a single piece of geometry? Well, we need the partner in crime, which is the volume mesher. All we do is drop that inside the volume mesher, and now you can see we have an entire single asset, just like we did with the original rocks or the stones. So if we get a little bit closer, we can see our geometry is not looking very nice. We've got some kind of janky edges. We need to smooth this out. So how do we do that? inside the volume builder, we have filter layers and we have a smoothing filter. And what it's going to do is going to take our mesh and it's just going to smooth it out. So if I just click that, it applies it on top. So we have an order of process here. So everything that is underneath the smooth is going to be smoothed out. We can reduce our voxel size if we don't want to have too intense of a smoothing. We can control our strength. And then we can control our operator, which is like our smoothing filter. So we've smoothed out our geometry. What we can do, and what I did in the original, was I reduced my voxel size to 0.1. And what this will do is it will create even more detail for you. But again, because it's live, I'm not going to necessarily do that just in case, because things take a little bit of time. Because the voxel size will also change the amount of subdivisions that we have. So speaking of subdivisions, as we can see, the volume mesher doesn't create what we would call clean topology. And what we mean by that is these nice even quads that go over our mesh. And so what we can do is we can actually throw this into a remesh, which has the Z remesher algorithm, and it's going to retopologize this for us without me having to really do anything, which is my go-to. So all we have to do is drop that into my remesh, and it's going to have a little think about it based on how high res it is, the longer it's going to take. What the remesh does is we can see we've got our Z remesher, and our target is our mesh density. And I'm going to keep it as it is, so it's going to maintain the same amount of subdivisions. So the mesh density is the same, which is fine. But what I can do is if, let's say, we're creating an abstract shape and we're working with simulation, naturally you're going to want to have a lower resolution mesh, so you could throw it into a remesh, drop that mesh density, and then you'll be good to go. It's also useful if you want to have symmetry on your topology as well. So for example, if I have an object with symmetry, I can choose my symmetry axis, and then this is really useful when it comes to UVing and then edge loops and selections. Cool. So we've built our asset, we've created this, and we have remeshed it. We could be satisfied, we could be happy with this, and then we could apply some nice textures and some nice displacement to it. But what I want to do is I want to show you some of the really, really quick and easy sculpting tools to use. So if we don't necessarily have a knowledge of ZBrush, but we wanted to add some texture, then we can still do that inside of Cinema 4D, and again, look to enhance our assets and explore that creativity. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to right-click and set current state to object. And what this does is it just creates a single polygonal object of my entire project. There we go, getting used to my PC keyboard shortcuts whilst on a Mac. So I've just grouped this together, and I'm just going to hide that. Cool, so inside of here, when it comes to sculpting, the higher resolution the mesh, the more detail you're going to be able to get when we are moving things around and applying texture. So we can see it's already relatively high poly, but what I'm going to do is when it's selected, I'm going to go to the sculpt menu, and I'm just going to hit subdivide a couple of times, and that's fine. And as we can see, it's still like super fast. So I don't mind going up to like, what's that, 1 million polygons? Yeah, it's fine. Cool, so once we have our polygonal object, and once we now have a higher resolution mesh, we can come into our different brushes, and we can begin to play around and sculpt inside of Cinema 4D. And we can use our Photoshop bracket shortcuts to increase or decrease the size of our brush. So we can pull these out, and again, we can just start to play and start to create our own unique asset based off of already quite interesting looking assets in the browser. But the thing I really wanted to talk about, so we also have smoothing, the thing I really wanted to talk about is this draw brush. So inside the draw brush, we have presets that we can choose. And these work as stencils and ways of generating and creating texture along the surface of our geometry. Things like leather materials or veins or cracks. But if we come all the way down to rocks, we can double click the brush. And then there we go. I didn't select it. Let's try that again. If we come down and double click that. Okay, so it's not selecting it, but we've got, it's selecting the cracks instead. It's going to work in the same way. Now as I'm clicking and dragging or holding, you can see we're adding some additional detail to this. Let me see if I can get something different. There we go. Okay, let's try again on the rocks. These things always happen live. Just got to run with it. Okay, let's see if there's loads. There we go. Cool. Right, so we have our rock stencil. And at the moment, we can see it's covering our viewport, and that's so we can see how it's going to project as we draw onto our object. But if, like me, you find it distracting and you don't want to see it, you can actually just come into the stencil and we can choose off on our visible. And then what we can do, we can come back, we can reduce our strength and our brush size, and we can just start to draw in some texture all on here. Nice and quickly and nice and easily. And then we can come in and we can smooth some things out. And then we can just add some detail on top of the surface of this. And then we can get to something that looks a little bit like this. So this is the final asset that was created, that is the Hero Rock Island, and it's built in the exact same way that we just saw, using sculpting to add some texture. And then what we can do is we can even come back to our asset browser and we can add our object to our database. And now we can use this asset whenever we want in other projects. Cool, so let's just close these down, we don't need this anymore. And then let's head over to the mushroom. So those of you that just saw Ian's presentation, he showed how to really quickly model this mushroom inside of ZBrush. And I want to show you how we can now break it apart and play around with it and enhance it a little bit, ready for our final scene. So let's just hide my mini mushroom, because we're only going to be messing with this one. So the way that Ian modeled this was it was actually created in 3 individual parts. And because of that, I can actually break this apart now and have my 3 separate objects. And then I can tweak them, I can mess with them, and add and create some variation if I want to. So the way that I can do that is with my object selected, I can go to my tools, then convert, and then we can go to polygon islands to objects. And then what it's done is it's taken those individual parts and they're now all completely separate. And what this means is I can now play around with them as much as I want. So let's just hide these first of all. And let's mess with the stem a little bit. So we have to be careful here. And what I mean by that is we can't mess around with this too much, because it's UV'd and because our substance painter textures are based on those UVs. If I start to edit it and deform it too much, our textures aren't going to map correctly onto it. So I have to think, okay, what can I do that's not going to affect it too much, but it's still going to add some nice variation? And so what I was thinking was, if we grabbed a helix spline, we can wrap the stem around the helix spline and create some nice rotation. So if I just increase my height a little bit, maybe pull this down and pull those in. Yeah, we'll see what it looks like. And then what we can do, we can take our stem, we can grab a spline wrap deformer, which is going to wrap the geometry. So we've made it a child of the stem, and it's going to wrap it around that helix spline. So inside my spline wrap, let's just drag and drop in my helix spline. And it looks a little bit strange at the moment, and the reason for that is my spline wrap's axis is the x-axis. We actually need it to be on the y-axis because our helix is kind of rotating upward. So all we need to do is inside of my spline wrap, change this to +y, and we can now see we have this wrapped around the helix. So at the moment, what's happening is the stem is fitting the entire helix, and therefore it's being stretched, and therefore our texture will be stretched. So we need to make sure that our mode is set to keep length. Or what we can do is, because I know that my texture probably can afford to be stretched a little bit, and my mushrooms are going to be slightly in the distance, that I could get away with maybe just stretching it slightly. So we still get that nice rotation, but we're not stretching it too much, so we're not going to be seeing that stretching happening in our textures. And then from here, we can kind of play around a little bit more. If we want to adjust some of these settings, maybe we can pull this down a little bit and make it a little bit taller. And then if we bring our top part of our mushroom back, we can now put this back on top. And we have a quick way of doing that. So if we just group these, if I can find the right shortcut, there we go. If I group those two parts together and go to Align to Spline, we can use that same helix spline, and then we can control our position along that spline for this top part of the mushroom. But at the moment what it's doing, it's not following the rotation of the helix spline. And so if we change this to tangential, and then change it to the y-axis, we can see that we're able to fit this pretty perfectly onto the top. And then from here, our helix almost becomes like our controller. So we can start to play around with my helix, and then I can duplicate this entire setup, play with the helix a little bit, and it's going to look like I've got multiple different mushroom assets, but really it's all just come from the same one. So if I head back into here, so those are just a few of the assets that I created and changed around to do that final render. So now I want to talk a little bit about the texturing side of things. So Ian already took us through Substance Painter, baking our mesh maps, and how we can start to paint inside of Substance. And I just want to show you how, once you've created your Substance textures, how you can export those ready to use in Cinema 4D and Redshift. I'm then going to dive into a little bit of building those node materials, so taking those maps and actually building that texture inside of Cinema 4D and Redshift. And then finally, again, on the theme of customizing and enhancing assets, we can choose to change those textures, control color adjustments, levels, and explore those possibilities, again, even further. So let's just close these down and head into Substance Painter. Cool, so this is the hero mushroom and the mini mushroom. We've got our different texture sets, and we have our different folders that have our materials all inside of here that Ian's nicely created for us. And the way that we can export these is, once we're happy and we're satisfied, we can go to File, Export Textures, and it opens up our Export Textures window. We have our output directory. This is where our maps are going to be saved to. We have our output template, which we can change in this tab here. So I'm going to leave that as it is for now, just so I can show you that. We then have our file type, based on what you want to create, PNG or TIFF. And then we have our texture, size, 2K, 4K, etc. Ian created these as 2K, so I can leave this based on each texture set size. Then we have our output template. So we actually have a few preset options here. So based on the renderer you use, or based on the type of maps that you want, you could actually choose your preset. And conveniently for us, we have a Redshift RS material template. And what it's going to do, it's going to output our color, our roughness, metalness, normal, height, and emission, which is perfect. So that's exactly what we need. And then we can even drag and drop more maps into here if we need those, like AO, for example. Finally, we can double check our list of exports. We can see we've got our names here, everything that's being exported, it's 2K and it's PNG. And then once we're good to go, we can hit export and we'll be exporting all of our maps. I don't need to do that because I've already exported them. So if we head into here, these are our mushroom maps. And so just to show you what one looks like, This is what the map looks like for the main mushroom base color. And now I'm going to show you how we can now build those inside of C4D and Redshift. Let me open up my project file. Okay. Cool. So this is just a simplified version of the final render with a few of the assets and the lighting in, just so we can look to build those materials. Let me hide our main Axel character, and let's begin to create these mushroom textures. Also, really quickly on the topic of these mushrooms, so even though we broke them apart and then we messed with them with the spline wrap and the helix, once they're regrouped back inside of a null, the texture is still going to work perfectly fine. So we haven't had to break that at all. We don't have to recombine those elements. The texture is still going to map completely correctly, which is perfect for us. So if I double click, I can make a new material. I'm going to throw that on my hero mushrooms, and then they're all going to go default gray. And now let's build some textures. So I've got my maps open, and I'm going to open up my node editor. So I work in the C4D node editor, not in the shader graph. And let me just open up my attributes window here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag and drop all those maps. So we're only going to work on the main hero mushroom, not on the mini mushroom, but the process is the same. So if I grab my base color all the way down to my roughness, I can drag and drop that inside of my node editor, and it's going to load those maps. I'm just going to hide those previews because I don't really need them. So we've got our normal, we've got our height, we've got our emission, we've got our metallic, we've got our roughness. Let's create a bit more room. And finally, we've got our base color. Cool, so how do we put these together? Well, before we do that, we actually need to change the color space. By default, we have ACES CG inside of Redshift. And so what that means is we need to ensure that the color space of our maps is changed to ensure that we're getting a true representation of that texture. What do we change and why? Well, everything that is going to be controlling a color input, and what I mean by that is this type of input, if we're defining a color, it is a color input, will become sRGB. So inside of my base color, because it's controlling my base color input, it will become sRGB, as will our emission, because again, that is going to be a color input. Everything else, everything that controls numerical data, and what I mean by that is if we look at our roughness, we can see we have a numerical value. That means the map needs to be changed to raw, so it's seen as numerical data, not color. So if I grab my roughness and my metallic, and then my normal and my height, these can be set to raw. Okay, let's start building this and let's start seeing some nice textures. So the first thing we do is inside of our Redshift standard material, we already have the most common inputs already on the node for us. This is really handy because I now know my base color can go straight into my base color input, and it's going to map correctly on the left. We then have our roughness, which can plug straight into our roughness. It's going to kick in. There we go. And then if we take a look at our metallic, so I'm going to actually solo this, so we can solo an individual texture or an individual node by hitting that S key, and we can see how it looks on top of here. And it's pure black. It's a completely black texture map. And that means I don't actually need to use it, because black represents a value of 0. So my metallic value needs to be 0, which it already is here. If I had some variation to my texture map, I would need to plug it in, but in my case, I can just leave this at 0. I can actually then delete that texture map and just remove any of that data or that storage. We're going to just skip over the emission and go straight to the normal map. So when it comes to normal map or bump maps, we can't connect them directly inside of here. We have to tell Redshift that this texture needs to be seen and considered as bump or normal data. So all we need to do is double click to create a new node, search for the bump map node, and then we're going to drag and drop that inside of here. Then we can connect the texture to our bump map, and then our bump map will be connected into here. And it's color coded for us, which is nice and helpful if we're new to learning Redshift. The first thing I do want to do though, before I actually connect this bump to the standard material, is I do need to have a look at my input map type. So if I'm working with a grayscale height or bump map, we can keep this to a height filled input map type. But if I'm working with a normal map, I need to change this to tangent space normal. And in our case, we're working with a normal map, so I need to change that to ensure I get the correct projection and the correct representation. So now we've got this. I also don't need to set up my displacement because again, we don't have any on here. So I can actually just delete that map. But I can always show that at the end if you guys want to see that. Okay, cool. So we haven't got our emission yet, but we're going to do this a little bit later on. So we've built our substance material, and we can kind of see that it's not really matching the color aesthetic of the scene. We haven't got this light, bright pastel colors. So we don't really want to have to go back into Substance Painter to correct this stuff. But what we can do is we can take advantage of Redshift's color correction inside of nodes, and we can start to do some color correcting of our own. So if I come into the nodes here, we can choose the color correct node, and if I highlight it over the branch, it's actually going to automatically connect it for us. And what we want to do is we want to color correct the base color. We don't really want to color correct anything else. So inside of here we have our normal color options, things like level, saturation, hue, and straight away, because it's way too dark, I'm just going to pull up the levels quite a bit. And already this is going to make a really, really big difference, and it's already matching sort of the brightness and the light that's happening in the scene. From here, we can then continue to mess around with this and customize these assets. So for me, I'm actually going to change the hue. I do like the natural look, but I think because we're creating a fantasy world, I'm thinking back to the original color palette where we have like pinks and blues and more neon colors. And so I know changing the hue to 280 is going to give us a nice pinky purple effect. And then we can continue to play around a little bit. So for me, the important thing here is because I'm creating AOVs for Chad, who's then going to be doing some color correction, I don't want to be pushing this to be really bright and really vibrant. I want a more flat look because that gives him more possibilities to then enhance the color later on. So I'm happy to have it looking a little bit flat, a little bit desaturated, and then he'll be able to mess around with this inside of compositing and perfect that. Okay, so we've built our maps, we've built our material, and done a little bit of color correction. Now it's time to take a look at our emission. So let's just solo this for now and see how this looks on our object. Okay, cool. So we can see our emission, this is how it's going to map, and it's looking great, but the thing is, because I've changed the hue and the color, I'm also going to want to change the hue and the color of this. And so we could do a color correct if we want to, but what I'm going to do is use a ramp, because the ramp's going to allow me to not only color correct it, but I'm going to also be able to remap the emission as well. So we can really tweak it. So let's keep that soloed, and then let's just grab ourselves a ramp node. Throw that in here. And then we can connect these together just into the alt input. And if we solo this ramp, you'll be able to see that it's going to change the colors. So we now have a black and white gradient on our emission map, but it's also remapped it. So we've lost quite a bit of the emission inside of here as well. But what we can do is we can use these handles, these black and white knots, to remap our emission to create more or less emission based on this texture map. So as we can see, as I'm pulling up this white handle, we're bringing out a lot more of this texture map. And now let's connect it inside of our material. So you're probably thinking we don't have the input here. If we right click, we can add all the inputs that we have on here. But a nice little quick tip for you is if you go down and you find the input that you want, if you control click or command click, it's going to add that input for you. Let's switch on some emission by increasing the weight value. And then let's connect our map in. Cool, so now we can see we're getting that nice white emission. And I kind of wish, as I was running through this earlier, I kind of wish I left it on white because I think it looks really nice, but I ended up recoloring it, and so I'll show you how to do that as well. It's nice and simple. Inside of our ramp, which is where we just were to tweak our handles, all we need to do is, this is coloring our emission. So this is our emission color. So if we can just change this, maybe we'll go for like a pinky purple. It's then going to recolor that white emission to that purple. And this is how we would do that. So this is how I built all of the substance textures. I didn't color correct all of them. I only really color corrected the hero mushroom and the mini mushroom, and a little bit of the jacket because it was quite dark. And I just want to really quickly show the final scene with a few more of the textures on, just to give you an idea of how they looked. It might take a second to load, but we can let it do that. And I also want to show you just really quickly the rock. I don't think I have time to show how I created the rock texture, but let's just break it down inside the node editor for you so you can get an idea. Once that starts playing, let's take a look. Cool. Yeah, so again, this is just like a limited version, which has our axle texture maps, our mushroom, and our rock texture. And let me just open this up. And so this is built in exactly the same way that we just built the hero mushroom. We have our rock texture maps. A triplanar basically ignores UVs, and it's going to reproject it correctly on the surface of our object. But what I did here was, instead of using the base color of the rock, I want to talk a little bit about thinking outside the box and sometimes breaking the rules, because sometimes breaking the rules is fun and we get good outcomes. So here, the base color is actually being controlled by my color layer. So I have this kind of off light blue. And then we've got a ambient occlusion map. So normally this would create the shaded or shadowed areas of the surface on your texture. But what I'm doing with it is I'm using it just to add a little bit of detail on my color layer. I've multiplied this together. And then I've taken that same AO map, I've remapped it with a ramp, and I flipped the black and white knots, and I've used that to create my emission map. So if I just solo this, once that kicks in, I can then solo this. And so this is what I mean by thinking outside of the box. Just because it's an ambient occlusion map doesn't mean it can't be remapped and used as an emission if it looks cool, which I think it does. And that's the outcome at the end of the day. If we're breaking rules but things look good, then we're breaking rules. Cool, so finally, let's just open up this final project. And I want to talk a little bit about AOVs. Let's dive into that. And let's quickly head back into my slideshow. As you can see, that Canva did for me, because I did not have the time to make it myself. Cool, so let's talk about AOVs a little bit. So what are AOVs? They are the different layers or the different multipasses that Redshift can create. We can configure different shading elements like reflections, refractions, GI. We can create emission, volumetric lighting, and they can be output on their own individual AOV multipass. These can then be composited together, and what we can do, and what you're going to find out in 10, 15 minutes when Chad starts is how we can composite these layers together, how we can then change the lighting, we can add glows to our emission, we can create animation, we can control anything from that layer. And what it also means is we likely don't have to re-render if it's just something to do with the lighting or removing or masking out certain things. So really quickly, I just want to show you before I wrap up the multipasses, how to set those up and what we can do with them. So let's just kick this off. You can see our little Axel character here. Okay, so inside of our render settings, inside of our Redshift tab, we have a tab called AOVs. If I select that, we can then show our AOV manager. And inside of here, this is where we can choose all the different passes based on the data or the shading elements that we then want to composite or have control of later on in post. So the standard passes you'd want to recreate that final render would be normally your diffuse lighting. We would then have our GI. We would then have our reflections and our refractions, probably your shadows and your specular lighting. These are your 6 go-tos if you then want to composite that beauty pass. From here, what we can then do, we can have a think about the types of things that are in our scene. And I even spoke to Chad and I said, hey Chad, what would you want to have control of? And he said, well, having control of the depth would be cool, so I can control that depth of field. And so I said, cool, we can do that. We can throw in our depth pass, our Z depth. We would just change this to Z normalized, and what it's going to do, it's going to base that depth pass on the camera near far distance. So in our camera, we have our near far plane, but if you find you're not getting enough detail in the depth, you can actually just disable that, and then you can choose your minimum and maximum depth based on the centimeters here. I'm going to show you what these look like in just a sec, but for now, I'm just going to show you how we can set these up. He also said, we've got a lot of emission in our material, so why not have an emission pass that we can add some glows to? We could maybe even animate if we want to. So we can drag and drop our emission pass in. And this is how we think about these AOVs. We have to think about the next step of the pipeline. What's in our scene? What would we want to have control of? What would we maybe want to mask out? And so if we're talking about masking things out, we can add a puzzle map. So a puzzle map AOV is going to, if we change our mode to object, assign the red, green, and blue channels to different objects in our scene. And then what Chad can do is he can take those channels and he can mask out and have control of those different objects inside of post. So let's just set some of these up. So my red is going to be an ID of 1, green ID of 2, blue ID of 3. And then what I'd need to do, I'd need to choose which objects are going to be assigned under those IDs. So let's say we want the main hero rock. We want to have control of that inside of post. So let's go to our RS object, let's go to object ID, and then we can assign it to one of those IDs. We can then do the same with maybe our hero mushroom. Again, we could choose the same ID if we want, and therefore it's going to be the same color, or we can choose a different ID and it's going to be that different channel. Finally, let's just choose one more just because we've got 3 to set up. We can choose our water, and then we can go in and we can change this to 3. In order to see things like cryptomap, puzzle map, and depth, we do actually need to bucket render to see these. So let's just do a quick bucket render, and then let's change this to puzzle map. So we can choose all of our different AOVs here to get an idea of how they look. So if we just let this render just quickly, it shouldn't take too long, but we can see now here, we can see those different channels. And now what we can do in compositing and in post, we can then have control of those different channels, and we can do things like masking things out. So we're not limited to only 3 IDs. We could actually set up a second puzzle map if we want to, and then we could assign numbers 4, 5, and 6, but they're still going to be the same colors. Let's also just quickly look at the depth pass. So this is the depth pass as well inside of here, and we can choose all those different ones, and we can start to play around with those. One quick thing before I kind of wrap this up and do a little final bit is if you want to have a multi-part EXR, which is what Chad asked for. He said, hey, can I have one OpenEXR file that has all of my different multi-passes on? I said, sure. All we have to do is check that multi-part EXR, choose the depth, whether it's your half float or your full float 32-bit. We did 32-bit. And now what this will do is inside of my save, if I save my multipass image under the correct format, which for us was OpenEXR 32-bit, that one file he's able to import into After Effects, and then he'll have access to all of those different multipass layers. And this is really useful. So it didn't matter too much because this was a still, but imagine we have 250 frames, 10 different AOVs. We don't want 10 different AOVs for all of our 250 frames. That's going to be a nightmare. We would just want one file for each frame with all of our passes on. But if you did want to have individual AOVs, so let's say we wanted to have one of these as an individual, we can actually come over and we can choose to do a direct output of this particular layer or pass. And then we can define all that same information inside of here, and then you would get that as a separate file as well. Cool, so I rendered a few of these out just so we could see what they look like, just to give you an idea of how the final ones look. So this is our depth pass, emission, puzzle mat, diffuse lighting, volumetric lighting, and then shadows. And then in the bottom right is a list of all the other ones we did as well. And then I handed these over to Chad, and he's going to show you in sort of like the next, in about 5-10 minutes, how you can turn this into something absolutely beautiful, change the lighting, and really kind of composite those together. So thank you so much, everyone. I would, just to do a few shout outs, definitely check out the Maxon Train Team YouTube channel. And if you want to like find out what's going on at the team, you can go to the maxon.com events page. And also just to do a little kind of shameless plug. If you want to know more about this scene, I do a monthly live stream. So next Tuesday, the 25th of April, 8 a.m. Pacific, I'm doing like an NAB part 2. I'm going to break down all the lighting. I'm going to create some more of the materials, and I'm going to show you how we can do some alpha layers as well and get that transparent background, which I know is quite a big thing. So definitely stay tuned. Thanks. Any questions? I can field my own questions. Cool. If there are no questions, I'm going to be hanging out anyway, so come say hi to me, and we're hanging out there. But yeah, going to a quick break now. Stick around, because Chad is going to turn this into something beautiful, trust me. Thank you so much.
The time has come to secure your boarding pass for Camp MoGraph. Tickets go on sale at noon Eastern Time, April 20th. Set an alarm and head over to campmograph.com. These tickets are like shooting stars. They'll go fast. But don't panic. Our state-of-the-art system will give you plenty of time to check out. Make sure to enter your camper information correctly so we can prepare for your arrival. Your creativity will soar to new heights at Camp MoGraph. But please leave the moonwalking to us professionals. Over and out!
Okay, I'm on. Is this? Yeah, this is on. It's on. It's on. It's on.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Maxon booth. Up next is the amazing Chad Perkins, showing some very cool compositing effects with Red Giant and After Effects. Take it away, Chad.
Thanks, Ellie. Thanks. Thanks, everybody, for being here. It's a real honor to be part of this series of presentations with Ian and Ellie in Anna Carolina. They're obviously extremely, extremely talented. It's very humbling to be here, but it's exciting. I hope to add something valuable to the table here. To introduce what I'm going to be talking about, I want to tell you a little story, a little personal story. When I was a kid, there was a song that changed my life, and that plays into what I'm doing here. It changed the trajectory of my creative life. And I still remember how the lyrics made me feel. If I can remember, it's, you better listen, you better do what you're told, you haven't even touched your tuna casserole, just eat it, eat it, eat it. And of course, that was Weird Al's great cover of Michael Jackson's Beat It. And at that moment, hearing that, my eyes were opened and I realized that taking art that someone has made and repurposing it and adding some kind of something is a really beautiful process. And that helped me to fall in love with like cover songs, and not just like parodies and silly ones, but just like any kind of creative cover or remakes that are brilliant and human, where we take something that someone else has done and we see it from a fresh perspective. And so that's what I'm going to be doing here today. I'm going to be taking all of the beautiful work that Ian and Ellie have done, and we're going to be trying to make cover songs of what they did. Because I think looking at the sculpt, watching Ian sculpt this morning, watching Ellie create this like amazing world for it, like it's a complete thing. It doesn't need me to go do stuff to it because it is a complete thing. So, borrowing from Weird Al decades before me, I'm going to take all of that beautiful work that they've done and I'm going to make a horrible mockery of it. And so I want to show you some tips and tricks along the way. And we're going to start here just with the very basics. By the way, this is kind of like what we're going to be ending up with is these four pieces. And you know, when I was talking to Ellie about her stuff, she said that it took an hour to render a file with all those passes in it. That's a long time to sit there and not do anything. So even if you were able to, if you're like a master of like lighting and textures and shortcuts, and so you could change the vibe of a piece in like 10, 15 minutes, that's still like an hour and change for like every single iteration that you do. So being able to take those composite passes into After Effects
and be flexible with them in a very, very fast way. It really helps you to not have to re-render, but also it allows the creativity to flow more freely. That's one of the benefits of faster computers and faster software that does more, is that we can iterate, we can create more. It's less like an impedance to like an expression that we want to just kind of like get out. Or a lesser fun thing is if we have somebody over our shoulder who's like, do this. No, I don't like that. We don't have to like, have them sit over our shoulder longer. We can get to results so they can see their bad ideas at work so they can get away from being over our shoulder. So let's create these variations and have some fun along the way. We're going to start with Ellie's original render that she gave me. And I did ask for her to please make it really, really washed out. I got like a red Scarlet camera, and it shoots super, super flat. And I just like fell in love with like footage that looks like garbage when you first open it up. It's just like flat and washed out. Because then when you get it in post, you can do so much to it. So that's what we're gonna do. It's always hilarious when I'm presenting and I take a sip of water. It's like 2-3 seconds, but it feels like 45 minutes every time. So basically what I did here, and I already set this up, is that let's say for the reflection pass, what you do is you bring in your EXR file. It's just the same EXR file. If I click this thing so I could just see the name of the file, it's all the same file. But what I do is you apply the extractor effect. And then when you have a multi-pass EXR, you can click this layer drop down, and then here's all of the passes that Ellie set up that I have access to from After Effects, which is really cool. So what I did is I chose reflections for this layer, called it reflection, and then I went to the refraction and I choose the reflection pass for that. So that way I have all my layers all set up, all ready to go. Now, one thing that I didn't hear Ellie mention that's really great that she did for me is that she made something called a crypto mat. So I want to show you what that looks like. So I have here the crypto mat, and I think I've been talking to a couple people here this year who are much more talented and intelligent than I am, and they prefer to use puzzle mats, and that's curious to me because then you have to do that thing with like the color and the tag. I don't know. It's a challenging thing, and I think that crypto mats are like a lot more powerful and flexible. So I don't know. I prefer to work with crypto mats. But it can be a little jarring if you're not used to working with them, because then when you get this layer here, this is the crypto mat, and nothing happens. And if I apply extractor, nothing happens. So what I have to do is apply a different effect. I go to my effects and presets, and there's actually a crypto effect, crypto mat effect. So I can double click to apply my crypto mat effect, and here we have this thing. Now, if this is also a thing that gets people mixed up with the crypto mat effect, but if you click on the effect to select it, then I can click on these things and select these different pieces. And I could also do like the standard keyboard modifiers to fiddle with that. So I could like shift click, shift click, shift click, shift click, shift click. So I have access to all these different pieces and components that I want. And then if I want to create a mat with this, then I change the output from colors, which shows me all the things, to matted colors, or matte only, and I just have the matte. So then I have access to all these different components and pieces. So one of the things that I like to do is have a blank crypto mat layer just like ready to go like this that just has, let me reset that. A blank crypto mat layer. And then for a lot of these passes, a lot of these things that we'll see, I will have, I guess I don't have it set up here yet, but as you'll see, like when we go through these other projects, I will have ones that's like just the foreground selected, and the crypto mat's like already set up. So then if I just want to use that as a mat, then I have these like basic elements like kind of already set up for what I want to do. So you can see those things, and actually I'm not going to take the time to go through what these passes look like because Ellie did an amazing job of showing what they look like already. One of the things I might typically do is just like apply a curves effect. I keep wanting to apply the, I don't think that we have the FX console. You know, like you see videos when there's like a cat that has like mittens on or something like really basic, and it just like can't figure out like a really basic thing like walking when it has this very, very tiny, minute impediment. Like that's me without FX console. If I don't have FX console, I'm just like, I can't. I'll make it work though. I'll make it work. I'm a survivor. I can use After Effects without FX console. And say what? Work with the mittens. I love that. I need that. Oh, that's going to be on my tombstone. Work with the mittens. That's beautiful. So I can apply curves, and we're going to be talking about curves a lot. People often ask me about like color grading and color correction, and there's reasons not to use curves, and a lot of professional colorists never touch curves, and that's fine. But if you're going to learn about color correction and you want to have power over the look of your images and the vibe and the feel, curves is like the ultimate tool to learn. And basically the short version of this, and you'll probably get irritated by this by the time this presentation is done, but the shadows are in the left-hand corner, the highlights are in the upper right-hand corner. And basically this diagonal line means that everything is mapped to where it's supposed to be already. So that's why it's always a diagonal line. So the shadows are always in the shadow spot, the highlights in the shadow spot. But if I want to take the highlights and brighten them, then I could click a point here and move this up to brighten it. Or I could take this down to darken it. And so that's like basic curves. And we'll be getting into a little bit more advanced stuff throughout this, but this is not just all about curves. This is just like one little thing. But this is the thing that we can do. You see, we have a lot of power and flexibility, and even though we change it a lot, like we're going to darken this, it's still, because it's a curve, it's a gradual, smooth change, and it tends to look very organic. So if you're learning color grading, and even if you're going to do the traditional like 3-wheel color grading that like a lot of the pros do, I recommend starting with curves because it's a great learning tool to understand how to take apart color. And one of the things that I do that we'll, again, be looking at is we can also go into the color channels, and that's where curve starts getting really powerful. So I look at this, and when I darken it, because of what curves is doing at the color channels, it tends to also saturate it. It's not just affecting the luminance. So when it's getting more saturated, it's going less from a sunset scene and more into a nighttime scene. So now all of the like super pinky pinks are feeling like too much. It doesn't fit. So then I could go into my red channel and maybe take out some of the red. And the thing is with curves, as you're fiddling with the color channels, you have to keep in mind the opposite. So the opposite of red is cyan, and the green is magenta, and blue is yellow. So if it's too red, I take out red, and it's going to introduce cyan, which is like blue and yellow. And I might not want the green part of the cyan. So what I could do is go into the blue channel and then bump up the blue channel to make it feel like it's more of a night scene. And again, because Ellie gave me this awesome emissive pass, I have control over that. If I want to select just the emissive pass and say, all right, emissive, you're getting a little blue here. Let's tone it down, bro. I can go in and isolate just the emissive channel and affect that. So I think that's all we need to look at with the basic thing. Yeah. The emissive channel is pretty cool. We'll be getting into that though. So let's move ahead. So the first thing we want to do, the first actual project, is we want to make a desert scene. We want to make this look like desert. So this is the diffuse pass we're seeing. Actually, it's all the passes. Let me show you this. I put the shadows pass. This is the original diffuse pass. And then I put the shadows pass in multiply mode, put the refraction and reflection in screen mode, put global specular in screen mode, global illumination in screen mode, and then you can obviously dial this back to taste. So I could hit T for opacity, and then I could like lower this if I want like more global illumination or less global illumination to taste. So I have all this control over what I want to do with my render. And as we see, like in a second, we'll do a night scene. We don't really need a global illumination pass in the night scene. Like the moon isn't, really carrying its weight in the light bounce department. So we have to worry about lights bouncing everywhere. So we can just like take that all the way down. So we have a lot of control and flexibility for changing the looks around because of these passes and the way they work together. So let's first talk about, one of the things I want to mention that was pretty fun. This is just kind of just like a quick in passing. Ellie gave me a volume lighting pass. And I've never before worked with the volume lighting pass. And because of the volume lighting, the clouds were separate objects. And so then I could play with the clouds and I could color correct the clouds. And if we have time, we probably won't, but I use the electrify effect from Universe to make like lightning kind of like go around the clouds automatically. It's really cool having that flexibility. I think it's going to be another one of my standard things that I whine about, like, can I have a volume lighting pass too? Let me get this out of the way here. I'm gonna like go to the desert, the diffuse layer. It's kind of like the background. It's like the main, like the entree, if you will, of this this meal. And I'm gonna apply an effect called Colorama. I'll show you just a few techniques to color grade, like really significant color adjustments, not just like contrasty stuff, but really changing the vibe. And what Colorama does, and I bumped into the creator of Colorama last night, Brian Maffett. He's like an After Effects god. He's amazing. And I just like walked into I was like at a bar, I was like, there's Brian Maffett, that's crazy. So he created Colorama. What this does is it converts the footage that's applied to grayscale, and then it remaps all of that range to a color palette. So I'm gonna go to output cycle, go to preset palette, because there's a bunch of like complex palettes already made for us that are awesome, and I'll go to golden 1. And you can start to see that this looks like, almost looks like, something that's more deserty, because it's recolored everything, and it feels like it's kind of done in an organic way. So now we could go back to our good old buddy curves, and we can go back to curves now and maybe keep the highlights where they are, but maybe get those like shadows down, crank those down a bit. Maybe we peak those like highlights up a little bit. Another thing that we can do to colorize stuff, another technique that I use for the desert thing is go to our buddy Hue Saturation from Photoshop, and we could go ahead and colorize that if we want to. And maybe I'll fiddle with this, or kind of, and then like this hue thing kind of gives us a good sense of where we are already, but then I could go here to saturation, maybe saturate that. Maybe I want to warm that up a little bit. And then we can go apply curves more and more. So I fiddled with this a bunch to get the final result. Oh wait, I already did the color and seed. So I fiddle with this to get this result here. That is, oh wait, yeah, I forgot I made this big dumb layer. I'll get back to the big dumb layer in a second. So this is kind of like what I came up with fiddling. The background is the type of thing that one might create at like 3 in the morning in their hotel room the night before a presentation. It's a very simple background gradient, it's fine. And then so here's the color version I came up with. The problem is that this just like really doesn't look very believable. Like oftentimes, like one of the things that we neglect as colorists or people fiddling with the vibe is that in the real world, when you push something a certain direction, there are consequences for that. So there's things we need to compensate for. So by having this really bright background, now all of a sudden these edges stick out as very fake. Because when it's like sunset and it's dark, the edges can be this hard, and the light doesn't need to wrap around it because it's fine, that's the way it is. But now with this desert scene, this doesn't work. So we're gonna composite this together using SuperComp. And I have this big dumb layer thing, which is just a solid layer, and I call it a big dumb layer. I'll talk about that in just a second. I select these layers and go to Effect, Red Giant VFX, and I'm going to add this to a SuperComp. And SuperComp is like the ultimate blending engine to combine layers together in a way that After Effects on its own just isn't capable of. So this allows me to have layers that are behind, like in the layer stack, like below stuff, speak to layers in front, because that's really like one of the big challenges of After Effects. Because if you have a camera, like if I'm shooting this way and there's a really, really bright light in the back and I'm just seeing like the edge of it, it's gonna bleed over everything. It's gonna bleed over all of you on the image, because that's just how optics works. It like takes it all and it just jumbles it all together with the glass. And so After Effects, that is like a limitation, making things look realistic, and SuperComp overcomes a lot of that. So I'm gonna turn off my black big dumb layer for a second, and we'll go to this layer here in the front. And what I can do is, I click on this little plus icon, and these are the layers I've added to my Super Composite. And I could do things like this, like the edge erode. And I could go to, I have like my settings here. I went to like 20 something for that. And then what did I do for size? Like 3.5. And this is giving me an idea of the matte here on the left. And I'm seeing that here in my image on the right. I can click this little like on-off icon to see the before and after. You see there's a little bit of subtlety along those edges, and maybe because of the big honking monitor that you can see it, but it is subtle. We need to do a little bit more. So I'm going to go to Edge Blend, and I can crank this up a little bit too to blend the background into this edge as well. So now this is starting to feel a little bit more believable because, as we'll talk about in just a second, CG renders are just way too sharp. It's just way too not right. There's an instant degree of not believability because they're just too clean. Like when you take a photo with your iPhone and you blow it up, it just looks janky. It just looks kind of like approximated. You could see the camera in whatever you're seeing. And when we have these renders, it's fantastic. They're meant to be super clean, but all of that humanity and the gritty stuff, it's not there. So we got to add that back in. So we'll talk about that more in just a second. And what I really want to do here, click this plus icon again, and I want to get into light wrap. And that's a little hardcore there in that default setting. I'm going to take the size down a bit. There we go. So it's a more subtle effect, but if you see the before and then the after, you can see this glow. Oops. Whoa, this mouse wheel had a good night last night, apparently. It's not. It's all backwards. So there's before the light wrap, there's after the light wrap. And if we go to our layers panel, basically what's happened, it's created a new composite on a new solid and put that all there. So if I turn off the super comp layer and the big dumb layer, you could see the before and the after. So this is how the light would work in the real world. It's called diffusion. You know, like the light behind is going to bleed over the front of this stuff in front of it as it reaches the camera lens, and that's what we have here. So as we back out, we can see this is just a more believable composite, which is pretty cool. Now, I want to do a final color grade on this, and there's a new feature in SuperComp that allows you to use adjustment layers. So that's why I have this big dumb layer. It's just a black solid, but I could select it in SuperComp, change the layer type to adjustment, and now when I add color correction, it affects all the layers underneath. So this was feeling a little bit too magenta to me. So then what I want to do is I want to add some green to pull this rock and the background away from magenta. So again, we play with those opposites all the time. We're doing color grading. There isn't a take away magenta button. You take away magenta by adding its opposite, which is green, which is pretty cool. So there's our final composite there. One last thing I want to do is I want to increase the realism. And what I did is I went to Universe. Well, I'm just going to do it right now. And in the Magic Bullet suite, there's an effect called Renoiser. And I'm going to add Renoiser, just going to add some grain. And you can see a little bit of that there, but just to bump it up, and I'm going to increase the grain amount a lot, so you could see that grain. And then I also made a vignette, which I abbreviate as Viggy. It's funner than saying vignette, and it's easier to spell. I call it Viggy. But basically, what that's done is added some grain to this, and I might want to add some blur to this as well. And those imperfections, again, that's the humanity that we're injecting into this art. A lot of times these CG renders, CG art, it just comes with this sterility. It's too clean and too perfect. And so it feels like, our future robotic overlords, where it's just too clean, too perfect. We need some of that humanness in there. We need some of that imperfection and it's not quite working out just right type stuff going on in there. And so the noise, the grain, the blur, that adds so much more to the realness than this, which is just too clean and too perfect. And this is just kind of a mess. And but in the best possible sense. When we back out, it just has a more realistic feel to it. So before, after. It's subtle, but it really makes a difference, especially when you're getting up close. You could just see that grain. Okay, so let's move on to another example, and this one's actually a little bit faster. So the last one was a desert example, and this one's going to be like how I feel in the desert, which is like a hellscape. So, because I'm pasty white, like Snow White's like, bro, get some sun. So I'm going to apply Magic Bullet Looks, which is a great tool for like just auditioning looks very quickly. And I'm going to click Edit to open up the looks interface. The first thing I want to do is something that's admittedly quite nerdy and technical, but also very easy, is I want to change my color handling. I want to change how looks is working with color in the background using aces. This like little kind of like this sad little white curve suggests that we're working in 1D color, one-dimensional color. And if I click it, then I can change my color, and I can change the mode from one-dimensional color handling to three-dimensional open color IO aces color handling. And then we get a lot more color behind the scenes. Even if the end result looks completely unchanged, what's happening behind the scenes is that the machine, if you will, the color machine, it's not really a machine, but the thing behind the scenes that's making the color changes is so much more robust and subtle and detailed and powerful that you get much better results. So even if you're starting with something super compressed, that's a great code. Put it in aces, it's amazing. I'm going to change this preview to this P3D60 because that's just what works best for some reason. I don't know what P3D60 is, to be honest. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I'm just going to go to my looks area here, and there's all of these different categories of presets. So this is like, the best possible way to audition different looks. Like, I don't think I ever would have come up with this, but it's, again, just a very quick way to just kind of scroll through a bunch of different looks here. And I can actually just mouse over. I don't actually have to click anything, make any kind of like commitment. I could just be like, I'm not really sure. And then it will kind of give me some different ideas. So in the synth category, there's a preset here, Harajuku. And I'm going to just click on that. And that's created this great Hellfire landscape, which is really awesome. Quite a big shift. And also, it's done a lot. It's taken these clouds, it's changed their color, and it's added this, obviously, like this hellacious look to the whole thing. And I didn't have to spend like any time building that. But also, I can still customize this a little bit. And I know from fiddling with this that the channel mixer is really the only thing that's happening here. It's like that's the only thing that's been added is this channel mixer. And so I could go down to this new strength slider, which is a new feature, and I could tone this down and just be like, you know what, I love you, channel mixer, but like let's just relax just a little bit. And then I could also go down to my tools area here, and I can continue fiddling with this if I want to. So I can go into these different tools. Like I click on lens vignette, and I could make a vignette with this, and maybe increase the vignette size or the strength of the vignette to darken the edges. That's kind of fun. I could also go into, sorry, this mouse wheel is backwards. It's still throwing me. I could go into the S curve and maybe take down the highlights, like so if I wanted to. Anyways, a lot of different things that I can do with this. I'll just leave it there for now for the sake of time. But I can click OK. And when we come back here, it's not quite looking right, so we can call upon our old buddy Curves to fiddle with this. Again, because the P3D60 preview that I was using, that wasn't accurate. I don't know what I'm doing with that. So then when I accept it, then I don't have the best results. But it's fine. I'm in the ballpark. I'm in the wheelhouse. And I could come in here and tone this down, maybe bump up the highlights a little bit. But I can fiddle with this until I get the hellscape of my dreams or nightmares. And then we have that version that's very, very quick and easy to do. Okay, one more thing I want to show you. The night scene. Let's talk about the night scene. So we have this get up here, and I don't know why I neglected to turn off that background layer. That's not important here. But how do we turn this into a night scene? Of course, the answer now is curves. It's probably getting old to hear, but this is like the last thing I'm doing, so you won't hear curves again for like a few minutes. But as I mentioned, this lower left-hand thing is the shadows, upper right is the highlights, right? And at nighttime, the actual like limit of the highlights is lower. Like the brightest brights aren't as bright at night. deep in the heart of Texas. I don't know. It feels like that should come next. I'm going to take this. So I'm going to take this point, which is the white point, and I'm going to drag this down, which is often a no-no. Often that's a no-no because it's taking the white point and reducing the white point. But in this case, it's fine. And so I'm going to bring this down, which is going to bring down the brightness of everything, and I could go in the middle and kind of bend this towards this direction. And darken that a little bit so we have a smoother curve. And now we have kind of like the beginnings of a night scene. And I could fiddle with this a little bit more. Maybe I want to take a little bit of red out of that because I'm seeing this as like a little bit too warm for a night scene for me. I could take this down and that sucks out some of that red. Maybe I want to go into my blue channel, bump up a little bit of blue. There we go. That's pretty cool. And so now we have the beginnings of a night scene, and because we have control over all these different passes, I could be like, oh, it needs a little bit of specularity, so I could go into specular, and if I wanted to, I'm not going to do this, but I could just crank up the specularity if I wanted that, or I could tone it down, mix all these things to my heart's content, but that's like the beginning of it. Now, let's go to the emissive channel. It's I call this composition Fun with Emission. That's sounds like a 1980s science video, but okay, it's fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the emissive pass, and I'm going to add one of my favorite effects in After Effects, which is optical glow in the VFX suite with Red Giant. And I click that, and I just instantly get like a really organic, beautiful glow. It's a little hardcore, even as like over the top as I tend to be. It's still a little hardcore. So I'm going to take the amount down a little bit, and that's looking a little bit, that's looking cool, but I still feel like it's a little bit too much. I kind of want most of the glow coming from the little like baby mushroom nodule things. I don't know what those are. That's fine. So what I can do is go to highlights only, which is one of my favorite features of optical glow. And as I increase this, then we're kind of like getting rid of the riffraff that didn't make it. The stuff that's like not glowing, we're getting rid of that stuff that's like a little bit darker. And we're getting less glow like on the tops of the mushrooms. So that way we're able to make these pieces a focal point. And then I already have a mask that I added there. So I click add, and then we got a nice little effect that's like starting to kind of like take shape a bit, which is pretty cool. Maybe I'll bump up the highlights only a little bit more now. There we go. And then what I could do is go to hue saturation because I want to change the color of this, and I can colorize this I said, and then let's see, I need to find a green. We're getting close to that green, getting close to a green, close to a green, close to a green, and there we go. Saturate this a little bit, and now again we have a completely different glow, but it's limited just to the emissive pass because we're using these AOV passes from Redshift, and we don't have to fiddle with anything else. Like our beauty pass is still going to be where it was at. Reflections, all that stuff is still going to be where it's at, which is really nice. And speaking of reflections and extremely hacky transitions, let's talk about reflections, because what happens is once we add these reflections, again, it's like this push-pull thing of compositing. Once we do one thing, then it often upsets the balance of other stuff. So like other things don't work as well because we made some kind of adjustment. So by bringing out the green glow of the emission channel, then we don't have the accurate reflection of that in the water. So we could do like a more laborious and accurate thing where we're like making kind of crazy mats out of the reflection part of the whatever. I don't know. That hurts my brain just thinking about it. So what I can do instead is use an effect that I love called reflection from the RGVFX suite. And I double click this. There we go. And basically I have this weird 3-prong thing. And this basically is determining where the reflection is happening. So it's going to reflect whatever is on the opposite side of this line. And then with this, I can control like how far out that spreads or whatever. Now this is an old school effect, like 2008 or something like that. This is like an old school Red Giant effect. But they've recently updated with a feature that makes it so great, so great. And what it is I have a displacement map. So what I can do is go down to the displacement map, choose this layer. Actually, no, I want the reflection because that's where the reflections are from the water. And then what I can do is bump up the horizontal displacement. maybe bump up the vertical displacement a little bit, and maybe smooth this a little bit. And there we go. Or fiddle with displacement fall off. I could add some fade if I want to. Maybe take this down so it kind of like fades a little bit in the water. So I have all this flexibility, and this reflection is just like instantly made, and it's using the actual reflections of the water, like the bumps of the water, to create the displacement map. So it's not just kind of like randomly using some general fractal noise pattern. Like I can actually use a layer and displace it around that layer, which is great for creating just really quick things like this. And again, the customizability where I can smooth that, and I could make it a separate layer where I blur it or whatever I want to do. It's pretty fun. Okay, a couple minutes left. A couple other things that I did that were kind of fun. I used Trapcode Shine for this for the device that he was holding. It's kind of fun. Basically, I'll make a new composition for that, and I'll just make a new temporary composition. Black, and then go ahead and make a little, oops, whoa, jeez. That was a crazy bunch of stuff that just happened, everybody. Okay, we're back on track. We survived. So I'm in comp 1, and I can go to this thingy, and I'll make a shape, and maybe I will get rid of the stroke, and I can change this color to like white, and I can apply Trapcode Shine to this. There we go. And Trapcode Shine creates these kind of like cool volumetric light rays, old school effect. Move this around, change this how I want to. And what I did is in Colorize, change the colors to none, so it used the color that I chose for my screen. And then I could go into Shimmer, bump up the amount of shimmer. Oh, look at that. Woo. And then I could increase the detail to make more detailed stuff, take down that really aggressive ray length. And then we have a nice little screen reflection that like our cute little dude, Axel, is using on his little thing. And of course, because of the power of crypto mats, I can make these mats super quickly, so I could put the tablet in between the tablet and Axel, because the tablet is its own crypto mat. So again, a little commercial for crypto mats, pretty great. And then I also, where did we go? There we go. I made a little moon. I don't know if this is worth talking about, just a little fractal noise, a little circle with some fractal noise on it. No big deal. And that's kind of adding to our little like vibe. But one of the things that I did that was really fun is I wanted to create this night scene, right? So I'm using these kind of like somewhat janky elements, but when you put them together, they do kind of help create this cohesive deal. And so one of the things that I did is I wanted these kind of like trees in the background to kind of like make the horizon a little bit sexier. And to make those, it was a really big cheat, which is fun. I mean, I think they look fine. Let's see, where's my... Oh, there we go. I keep forgetting this mouse wheel is backwards. So what I did is in Trapcode form, let's see. I'll turn up the temporary exposure on my monitor so you can see that. You can see that we have stems here. So what I did is I went to Trapcode form, and I went to particles, I chose sprite, and in the sprite library, there's all kinds of sprites that you can use to, when you're using particle things. So I went to the organic section, and my goodness, they're all open. So I went to the organic section and found these like different leaves and shapes of leaves, and then I made silhouettes of them. I filled them with different colors, and that's what I used for my like tree, quote unquote tree background, which is pretty cool. Also, while we're here, a new feature in Trapcode Particulars just released a little while ago is this atomic age section of sprites, which has these like super fun like 50s and 60s little like molecules and stars that just came out. And for some reason, Maxon let me do this. I've been whining about this for a long time, like, oh, we should do these things like in the 50s, like that, these cute stars and like janky things. And they're like, all right, have at it, dude. And so then I designed these, and then now they're in Particular, which is like really fun. So use those, have nothing to do with this presentation whatsoever, but while we're here, just take a pit stop to get some candy and look at those things. Let's see. Yeah, there was one more trick, but Now we're just going to skip it. Okay, so here's the final thing of the night scene. There we go. Cloud, emissive textures, and if we go back to the gallery of all 4 things, we can see this journey that we've traveled, these 4 durations that we were able to create really, really fast without having to go back to Redshift, without having to re-render, and we can use these things to, just explore, experiment, try out theories, or if we have clients that are wanting to see stuff, we can do that. But are there any questions? Any questions? I don't know. I don't know if there's like a way to hear your questions or answer them, but I'll be around too after this in the back or here or whatever. So if you have any questions and you're bashful, then feel free to come up and ask me those questions. I'm here for it. So,
Doesn't this work?
Maybe.
Testing. Oh, it
yeah.
works. Hello. Any questions, comments, or concerns besides my deep voice? That's it, Chad.
Beautiful. Thanks, everybody.
Beautiful job.
Appreciate it.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV for the
Thank you for your patience. And so we've had this like 4-part thing, and this is now the grand finale of part 4. So Ellie made the render and sent it off to me, but also that same stuff can go off to Anna Carolina, who's going to show us a completely different workflow in Unreal, and it's magical. So thanks for being here. Check it out.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for being here. I'm very excited to show you a little bit of the workflow between ZBrush and Unreal Engine 5. As you know, this has been a part of a group project with Ian, Ellie, and Chad, and my goal was to create a magical mushroom forest where our friend Axel, the salamander, I think he's a salamander, could live inside of Unreal. So let me take you on a journey today, not only through magical mushroom worlds, but from ZBrush to Unreal 5. Today, we're going to talk about how to import your ZBrush meshes to Unreal 5, some basic material setup, and some not so basic material setups in order to level up your modeling and your looks, and some tool creation in Unreal 5 to speed up some boring tasks. So I put together a little trailer for you guys today to kind of see what we're working on and what the final result looks like. Let me just make sure that this is set a little bit higher quality. Thanks, guys. So, let's watch it again. Just kidding. So, as a recap for the other 3 parts of today's presentation. First, Ian Robinson, amazing Maxon ZBrush trainer, showed you how to create Axel and his little clothes and accessories in ZBrush. Then he hopped over to Substance Painter in order to show you how to texture it. Then Ellie gave him a really beautiful, honestly adorable little home inside of Redshift and Cinema 4D. And Chad just got done, and he was showing you how to use, like how to color grade and basically take Ellie's work and do some render passes on it. So I wanted to introduce myself really briefly before we continue. So I am a VR developer, game developer, and technical artist, kind of from a different world than a lot of people here. In the past, I've done work for companies such as NASA and the Air Force and a bunch of other things, normally serious games and experiences. Currently, I'm a college professor at the Ringling College of Art and Design down in Florida, teaching in 2 majors, VR and game art. I have my own online education company, and I've worked with multiple amazing, well-known brands. My favorite being Maxon. Thank you so much for having me here today. I do a little bit of everything from character art to environment art and technical art, coding, development, interactions, and a couple of other things. I'm from Rio, Brazil. That's my cat. It's the funniest picture I have of him. I just recently started a podcast talking about the VFX industry, games, and things like that, and I interview a bunch of professionals for that, and I'm writing a book on how to level up your career. So, if you're interested in a little bit of what I'm talking today, I recommend checking out these 2 series from Cineversity, Z Classroom, which are basically how to get started with Maxon ZBrush and how to use Redshift and ZBrush. I'll be doing an in-depth lecture tomorrow on how I created the ZBrush models for today's demo and how I made them modular. So you should come back for that. Another series that teaches a lot of the basics that I will not be covering today is the Demystifying series that I did with Maxon recently. It's called Building Unreal Worlds with ZBrush, and you can find it on the Maxon Training YouTube channel. So, why Unreal 5, right? I'm sure you guys, I don't have to tell you guys that Unreal 5 is a very interesting new software because it's kind of where all of the different parts of our different industries are converging. We're all kind of coming towards real time, rendering a little bit at a time. People are doing motion graphics, VFX, entire movies and shows, interactive experiences, and so on. for the ZBrush Summit last year, we created this awesome virtual set for the show.
For this year's ZBrush Summit, we invited artists from around the globe to gather in person and stream online live to the community. We asked 3D artist and educator Anna Carolina Pereira to create custom backgrounds, animations, and set props from scratch for a completely immersive virtual experience. Anna and her team used Unreal Engine to construct all aspects of the environment in ZBrush, Substance Painter, and Cinema 4D. The team used ZModeler to develop basic primitives into practical assets. Manipulating primitives using Dynamesh allowed for expanded design possibilities. The ceiling tile design incorporated our micropoly feature. The roses were sculpted by hand using radial symmetry to support consistency across each petal. Anna modeled each tile using ZModeler and then applied the shapes using micropoly. Micropoly in ZBrush replaces polygons with newly constructed secondary shapes or assets. In addition to ZBrush, the team used Cinema 4D to create props for the environments. Scene sculptures were collected from ZBrush Central Artists and processed using ZBrush and the Decimation Master plugin. Statues were baked and textured in Substance Painter, transferring details from high polygon meshes to low polygon meshes. Anna and her team brought the assets into Unreal Engine. They started by blocking out the environments using large primitive shapes, also known as grayboxing. The storyboard process allowed for rapid ideation and concept development while helping to realize a more dynamic scene. A very tight deadline meant most of the production process needed to happen with minimal technical hurdles. There were multiple interactive aspects to this project. The ballerina statue animation reveal, the sculpt-off winner painting reveal, and the dissolving effect for the presentation models all added a level of dynamic interaction to the scene. Models were prototyped using rough animations and effects, and finally finished with sound effects. Working within a tight deadline was a motivating factor for the choices made when constructing the primary and secondary assets for the virtual ZBrush Summit. In the end, the flexibility of ZBrush's features propelled our workflow and design decisions. Taking assets from ZBrush to Cinema 4D and Substance Painter was seamless, while expanding the look development of the project. If you want to find out more about how to make assets in ZBrush, check out Anna's Getting Started in ZBrush tutorial on Cineversity. For this year's...
Let's watch it again. So, how are we going to create Unreal Worlds with ZBrush today? And more importantly, how are we going to do it faster? As a technical artist, it's one of my missions to always be putting forward the most efficient workflow possible. First, I had to find some inspiration, and I found it in the Skyrim and one of my favorite games, Sea of Thieves. And of course, Ian's character that we are using today. And then I have a specific interest in character creators and like modular creations. So one day I created this like cat generator that can make like 88,000 cats that are all unique. And so I'm inspired by this as well today. Tomorrow, I'll be doing a lecture on how I made all the mushrooms modular for today. Basically, how I separated the tops and the bottoms for the mushrooms and like, how they're going to work with today's system. Let's skip this video a little bit, but come back tomorrow, all right, at 1:30. A couple of things in the behind the scenes that we did was, first of all, I had to animate Axel. This was my attempt at that. I am no rigger and no animator, so I went to Mixamo for automatic rigs. Who here has tried that? I know you guys like Mixamo. So we gave him some animations, specifically running and idling and jumping. That was no good, and this is much better. Next, I took Ian's models and I brought them into Unreal and gave them the textures that he created in Substance Painter. And let's go ahead and do that together. So, this is our Unreal project right here. Really standard stuff. I haven't done anything to it at all. All right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a folder, and I'm going to create a new folder inside just to be able to import Ian's models without creating any conflicts. Because if I accidentally import the same model to the folder, then it might be a problem. So I'm going to start by giving you guys a quick rundown and create a new folder. This here is our main viewport, kind of previews what we're going to see in Unreal 5. This right here is our content drawer. You can open or close it, and it will contain all of your files that you can use to create your scenes and your characters and whatnot. Right here, you see a list of every single thing in your scene, and if you click on anything, you'll see the details, kind of like size, textures, and whatnot. I'm going to name my new folder, because it looks like I didn't name it properly, so I'm going to call this one Scanner, and we're going to bring in the scanner that Ian made with the hard surface tools inside of ZBrush. Let me go ahead and get that open. So he has already shown us how to export things out of ZBrush. This is a file that he made for us. It's an FBX file, and it contains the actual model itself. I'm going to simply, oops, I'm going to simply drag that in, or not. Drag that in. Sometimes you got to give it a little wiggle before it works, and then I'm going to import it. So I'm going to keep all of the options exactly the same as we normally do, and I'm going to hit import all. There we go. Looks like my content browser decided to jump ship here, so let me go ahead and just kind of dock it back down. Oops. There we go. Hopefully now it'll stop jumping around. And there is the scanner right here. This is a static mesh kind of asset, and it has a material that's been pre-made, but since there were no textures applied to it already, then there are no textures in here for us. I'm going to go ahead and double-click the scanner and check it out. So right off the bat, we can tell that it's a little tiny, and this can happen sometimes. One thing you can do is inside of ZBrush, you can increase the scene scale, or in here, you can just search for import options. Imports. And find some import scale. I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger, so I'm going to like maybe multiply the scale by 3, and then re-import. And that will be a little bit bigger for us, something more that I can use in my actual level. Let's go ahead and set up a material for this, because right now it looks kind of bland. So I'm going to take my window, and I'm going to dock it up here. So right now we're just setting up the model. I could even drag it into my world by simply clicking and dragging. It's kind of still a little small, but let me go ahead and move it by using the gizmo. Just like in most modeling software in Unreal, you're going to be able to use the gizmo by pressing W, E, or R, and each one will do a different thing. So E is going to rotate. I'm going to rotate it towards us a little bit. Oop, a little bit of motion blur here. It's okay. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the material, and we're going to set up the materials that we have here. A lot of things in Unreal are node-based, and the material editor is no different. So I'm going to import the textures from Ian's model right here that he's already kind of made for me. I'm going to give it a little wiggle, drop it in, and now I can use all of these textures to apply to my material. Let me go ahead and grab a material. I'm going to undock it actually, because I need to be able to see both right now, like so. Let me make this a little bit bigger. And then I'm going to start adding my textures directly to the inputs. So for example, they're already named correctly. So scanner base color, like so. I'm going to drag it in. You're going to see a lot of outputs. We're going to choose the RGB output, and we're going to drag it into the base color. And that should automatically apply our base color to our material. If you want to preview what your model is going to look like, click on your model, and then right here you get some preview options. Click on the last one, which looks like a little brick, is to be a teapot. And then I can press F to frame, just like you would in ZBrush, and then we can kind of see that the texture is already coming together. Let's also add metallic, which in this case is just kind of a black texture. That's going to go right into metallic, like so. We're going to do roughness. I try to keep things organized, but sometimes it gets away from me. Roughness, and then the normal map. The normal map, for those of you who don't know, is a very common technique used in games and in real-time rendering, in which you take the detail from the high poly mesh and then you bake it down into the low poly mesh in order to make it seem like it's high detail, but it's actually totally fake. It's just a trick of the lights. So once I've done that, I can go ahead and hit apply, and then I can apply my texture to my model in Unreal. Let me check if it made it. I'm going to tab this up here. Unreal is really good with 2 screens. So I'm going to put here, it's a little bit blurry. It's my post-processing. Let's take that off for now. Press F to center, and we can see our scanner. It looks pretty good, but I know a secret, which is when you import or different types of textures, sometimes there can be issues, specifically with the roughness and the metallic. You have to open them up, because otherwise your model might look a little too shiny, and that might not be what you want. So you're going to open up the texture, and you're going to turn off sRGB on the roughness and the metallic. And that way Unreal will know that this is supposed to be a roughness texture that only has the kind of black and white in it. It will break the material. So let's go back to the material. Big old error right here. I'm just going to reapply. I should probably save this first. I'm going to reapply the texture. Oh, it's completely gone now, so let's find it. Scanner, roughness, like so. And now that's looking a little bit better. We can even see the little smudgy screen that Ian put in here. It's so cute. I really like this model. I'm going to go ahead and save this material, and now it's in use on our model. I don't know if you guys can tell the before and after, but it looks a lot better now. So we definitely want to not forget this sRGB thing. All my students forget it all the time, so I wouldn't judge you if you did. That is kind of the bare bones, super basics of how you would take a model from a software like ZBrush and import it into Unreal with your textures. All right. The most important thing to look out for is scale and pivot point placements. In this case, Ian did a really good job putting the pivot point right in the middle. Be careful not to have your pivot points travel all over the place, be far away, or in a completely random spot. So we are basically done with that. But I liked taking things to the next level. So Ian also made some mushrooms for us today. Demo 2. He made these little mushrooms right here. I actually have them in the presentation. And these are the colors that Ian chose for his mushrooms. I really wanted to incorporate them into my project, but the aesthetic doesn't quite match, because I wanted to go for something like cool with pinks and blues, and this is not quite right for me. So what I did in Substance Painter was I used the same file he made, but I turned it into a black and white alpha. That way I can apply color specifically based on this black and white value. So for example, I can apply blue color to the cap and pink to everywhere that's white. So I already made those maps, and I'm going to show you how to set that up. It's a really nice way to not always be stuck moving between softwares, bringing things into Unreal and giving the level designer or environment artist more control. So I'm going to, I believe I already have a material in here, but I'm going to make another one. I'm going to name it correctly using the Unreal naming conventions, which is M underscore for material. I'm going to call this one Ian's Mushroom 00. And I'm going to open it up. For now, I'm going to untab because I need to be able to drag in my textures, and it's kind of hard if I don't untab. And I'm going to go browse for my textures. I did this offline, but I've already imported them by just dragging them straight in and giving it a little wiggle at the end. And let's go ahead and set it up. So first I have my base color. I'm going to set that up into the base color input. Next, I think I have my normal map, like so, right into the normal, like so. Then I have roughness, which I believe I've already turned off as RGB. Let's check. There it is, turned off, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and plug that into roughness, like so. And by the way, this is one of those things, whenever an artist is coming to me and they're like, I need to learn Unreal right now, what do I need to learn? All you need to know is how to import your models, apply a material on there, and maybe light it a little bit as a 3D artist. But if you want to take it farther, then you're in the right place. So the metallic, of course, we're just going to throw it in there, even though it's not metallic at all. I always do that anyway. I'm going to apply, and let's go ahead and put it in the scene. Where's my little mushroom? There it is. It's kind of tiny. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. Bring it up a little. In this case, the ideal pivot placement would be to put it at the base so that it would snap to the floor. Another pro tip that you can do is, as you're placing things and you want them to snap to the floor, just drag it above the floor and press End on your keyboard, and it will take the lowest points of the item and bring it towards the floor. It's not quite perfect in this case, but there it is. And then we're going to apply the new material I just created, Ian's mushroom, to the mushroom. Let it compile for a second, and there we have Ian's adorable mushroom. But like I said, the aesthetic doesn't quite match with the rest of the level, right? So let's go ahead and elevate this a little bit. I'm going to open him up, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply that black and white texture that I told you about in order to basically mask the material and be able to apply colors selectively. So let's grab that texture. It's in here somewhere, I believe. There it is, the alpha. And I'm going to drag it in. Again, the goal here is to use the white parts to apply one color and the black part to apply another color. Like I said, the materials, just like coding and Unreal Ink and blueprinting, is a node network. which means that we can use a bunch of nodes like multiply, add, mathematical terms, general mathematical terms, and we can do things like Photoshop blend layers almost here. What I want to do is I want to use a node called a lerp, or a linear interpolate, like so. What this node does is actually pretty fancy. I love it. It's my favorite node, okay? So what this does is it'll take one input, which stands for 0, and one input, which stands for 1. If we use this as the alpha, everywhere that's black stands for 0, and everywhere that's white stands for 1, which means that I can mix two things, and I can apply them only in those areas. So I'm going to go ahead and plug that into my base color. Probably going to get an error soon because it does not like it when you don't plug anything in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add two colors. Pink and blue is fine for me today. In order to simply add a color inside of the material editor, you can press down 3 and click, because at the end of the day, this thing is still mathematical, and all a color is a vector, right? A vector is a combination of 3 floats, RGB in this case, but normally we do XYZ in Unreal. So, and forgive me if I'm going fast, basically a float is a number, okay, that contains a decimal point. I'm going to choose a color, nice and pink. FYI, I always like to comment my things with pink and pastel colors because I think it's funny when the other engineers find it. So I'm going to go ahead and make a purple or something here, maybe like a blue, and I'm going to plug it in. So now everywhere on my alpha map that's white is going to be purple, and everywhere that's black is going to be pink. I'm going to go ahead and hit apply, and I'm going to look over, and there we have a little bit of something else, matching my aesthetic ever so slightly more. If I wanted to not lose Ian's details from his diffuse, from his color map, I could maybe do something like by multiplying it in. But first I'm going to take all of its colors off, because I kind of don't want to multiply it by red. I just want to multiply the lights and darks. So I'm going to go ahead and use the desaturate node, desaturation, and then that will make it black and white. I can right click on any node at any time and hit start previewing node, and that's going to let me see what the node is doing. So as you can see, it took this texture and it made it black and white. And then I think I'm going to multiply just like you would in Photoshop. So multiply, I'm going to multiply this by this so that it kind of applies his textures over the top, looking a little messy. So I would yell at my students for this. And save. Let's see what we got. Oh, it's too dark. Oh no, we can fix this. Let's see, I can multiply it again by a different color. But let me show you guys the actual important parts real fast before I run out of time. Apply this. So, the cool thing is that I can gain more control as the level designer or environment artist over what each individual mushroom looks like by getting my material and creating what is called a material instance, which is basically a child version of our material, which can show us all of the different options that we've already created, such as color. I'm going to create a material instance, and I'm just going to leave the naming as it is, and I'm going to drag it on. So I could open up this material instance, and you can tell that the UI is completely different. It's a lot more simplified. Let's set up some options so that I can, as the level designer, change all of these options here, change the colors and things like that. I'm going to go back to my material. Where did it go? Looks like I closed it. And I'm going to parameterize this. Basically, when you turn something into a parameter in Unreal, you give us editing power over it. So I'm going to be able to, as the editor, change all of these colors. I'm going to right-click. You can do this for anything. Right-click, convert to parameter, and I'm going to call this color 1. And I'm going to right-click, convert to parameter, color 2. And now, if I save and go back to the level, like so, get my little child open here. Let's untab really quickly. I'm going to change the colors easily by just clicking here and switching them as I wish. So this will give you a lot of power if you want to ever, customize things on the fly inside of Unreal. I highly recommend it. It's like 2 seconds of work, and it saves you so much time instead of having to, for example, create only colors in Substance Painter. So if I create multiple versions of this little mushroom, poor little guy, kind of looks like he has a disease. I'm going to duplicate this, apply it to the new mushroom, open it up, untab, and then I'm going to change the colors. So you see where I'm going with this. When I was working on this project, I only had around 2 weekends to complete this entire level. So I had to ask myself, how do I work smart, not hard? And this is just one of the many ways that we can save a little bit of time to create some variations. For example, I used it on these little guys right here. They're all the same. I didn't have to create new textures or anything. I just was able to, I was just able to do this to them. So, next thing on the docket is a little bit more complex, I think. Oh, yeah, blocking out and set dressing. So that's an important part of creating a level in Unreal. So basically the idea of blocking out, as you might imagine, is about creating the overall layout and skeleton of your model. So all I did was I took the landscape tool and I created out kind of this general shape of the level that I wanted. I had some old mushrooms in there and I was able to flesh it out bit by bit. I work in an iterative form in which I do a little bit of everything every time I do an iteration. So I do a little bit of lighting, a little bit of texturing, a little bit of layout. Then I do it again and again and again, better every time. So this is basically what we're looking at as the level came together, like so. And we can see that I was replacing a bunch of meshes and things like that. But I still was on a super tight deadline. And I needed to figure out ways to save even more time. So that's when I created this tool that you can see that uses only 3 meshes to create basically an infinite amount of meshes from that. So basically I created this mushroom tower that can be replicated infinitely with different heights, widths, sizes, colors, meshes, shapes, and things like that. And I'm very interested in being able to show you guys today because it's actually not as hard as it might seem. At least in my opinion. All right, so let's look in here. Demo 3, and this is part of our mushroom tower here. So I think I want to look at mushroom tower 2. It needs to compile, but as I move it around, it will update itself and change in order for me to be able to have as many as I wish. So you can kind of keep moving them. It changes the heights, width, colors, like I said, it changes everything. And I think this is essential because if I wanted to do this manually, let's say, it would take me forever. First, I would grab the stalk of the tower, like so, put it in place, get it just perfect, exactly the size I wanted, like so. Then I would have to find the tops, because I made this modular, so here's the 2 tops that we used. And I would have to somehow stick it on there. I would have to get in really close, kind of look around, try to match these 2, like so. Then if my art director was like, I don't like this shape, well, shoot, now I have to change it by replacing it here in the static mesh. And it wiggles, it changes its direction. Oh no. So now I have to come back in here and drag this on there again. Or maybe I can group them, but that doesn't help much. And it won't let me edit so well. So I'm always trying to get my students to do their own tools with Unreal. That way they can save a little bit of time. And normally they don't do it, but then they regret it after. I've always heard that. So let's get into it. So we're going to use a little bit of coding today, but not a lot. So let's get into blueprinting. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of blueprinting in Unreal, but it's basically a visual type of code. It uses C++. And we don't have to know any C++. That's the best part of this whole thing. To create a blueprint, you're going to right-click on the content browser and go to Blueprint Class. And I'm just going to choose. There's all these presets for different blueprint types that we have here. So I'm going to choose just a basic actor, and I'm going to name it BP for blueprints _ demo mushroom tower. I always start with 0, 0, which kind of triggers a lot of people that I know. I don't know if you guys relate to that. So in here we have our blueprint editor. We can do anything with this. We can create a rocket that shoots off other rockets. We can do a bear that's trying to kill you. We can do all sorts of things. But today we're just doing a mushroom tower. Just to give you an idea, Right here is where we have all the components of our blueprints, which is basically the subparts. So for example, the tower itself, the mushroom top itself will all be in here. Here we're going to have some variables, some functions that we can create. Here we have the details for everything that we selected. So if I add a static mesh in here, I'll be able to change the details. Up here I can simulate it. We're not going to do that today too much. But this is the viewport. Blueprint has three main parts. The viewport, where you can see it come to life. The event graph, which is where you would do code that fires off during the gameplay itself. So for example, if I'm making a game, begin play fires off whenever the game starts. We're not going to be using this because this is a tool for the editor, not for games. And we can use construction scripts, which is what we're going to be using today. Construction scripts fire inside of the editor itself without the game having to play. And also, they fire off every time this model or this blueprint has been edited in any way, which is why when I drag it, it updates. See that? So any time I change any parameter, for example, change stock heights or refresh it, I guess it's not. Oh, I should probably actually change it in here. Make it shorter, higher, whatever. It will update everything. So let's go ahead and look at it. So the first thing we need to do is we need to set up all of our components inside of the viewport. I'm going to start by adding the stock that I want. Let me make sure I add the right one. So I'm going to start by adding a static mesh. Static meshes are just meshes that don't deform in any way. And I'm going to name this a stock. There's obviously nothing in here. In here, we have all the details, as usual, for everything that's selected. And I can see my static mesh is set to none, which is why I can't see it. Let me just make sure that I have the right stock. So it's right here, stocks for blueprints. All these four are the variants we're going to be using today. I'm going to select any random one. And then I'm going to go back to my blueprints, and I'm going to click this little arrow button, which will apply it. It's huge. It is a tower, after all. All right. I'm going to then apply another static mesh. Like so. Oh, it already self-applied tower because we had it selected, so I'm going to go ahead and rename this. Top. That's what I'm calling like the little top of the mushroom. And I'm going to find the correct top in here. Just any of them, it doesn't matter which one because we're going to be programmatically changing it. And I'm going to apply it like so. As you can tell, they're both set to the center of the world, or the center of my grid at 0, 0, 0, which is not what we want. We actually want my mushroom top to go to the top. There's obviously a problem with that. If I can change the length of my tower, right, how tall it is, then I need to be able to programmatically change where this is going to snap to. Inside of the static mesh editor, which is where you can do all your static mesh options. At the beginning, we saw it when I imported the little scanner. I'm going to double click that to open it. Here we have our static mesh editor. In here, you can change the default material for your static mesh so that you don't have to apply it every time. You can re-import it with new settings. You can do all sorts of things. What's the most important is that the pivot for this is actually right here at the bottom because I wanted it to snap to the floor. But I want there to be a second pivot at the top so that the mushroom top could actually snap to it. So what I did was I added something called a socket. In Unreal, a socket is just basically a little location, almost like a locator that you can apply anywhere, and you can start using its information. So what I did was I went to the socket manager. Let's delete this one. You can add a socket. I'm going to call this one mushroom top sockets, and it's important that you name all of the sockets on all of your, for example, in this case, on all the stocks the same because the code is going to be looking for it. So I'm going to go ahead and bring it up to where I want it, wherever I want it to snap. I'm not going to do it all the way to the top. I think a little bit lower is good because then the mushroom top will be snugly fit on there. Let me just try to center it as best as I can. And now I'm going to be able to snap the mushroom top to the socket. All right, let's go to our blueprints. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the construction script, and I'm going to go ahead and snap them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the top, and I'm going to drag it in. We can edit the properties inside of this. We can manipulate it. We can move it, scale it, all sorts of things directly in here inside of our node editor. All right, so what I want to do is I want to move this top into where the top of the tower is. I'm going to also grab the stock, and these are literally references to the static meshes that we've already created here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the location of the top of the stock so that I can apply so that I can just get the top put on there. So I'm going to go get socket location, like so. And I'm going to make sure to type it in correctly. One of the good things about blueprinting is that you don't need to type things in correctly, except for like some small circumstances. So mushroom top sockets, like so. I'm going to get its location. So basically, I'm getting the stalk, getting the mushroom top, this little socket, and getting where it is. And then I'm going to take my little top, and I'm going to give it a new location. So set world's location, like so. These are relatively basic nodes. I like to try to keep them organized, but honestly, sometimes I can't. If you grab two nodes and you press Q on your keyboard, it actually straightens them out. Every time I bring that up in class, the students are like, oh my god. So I'm going to just connect the execution line. The way blueprints work, for those of you who don't know, is this white line is called the execution line, and it is where the code fires off. So something needs to happen in order for the code to fire off, and it's going to travel from left to right into whatever little snippet of code, which is the little node, and then it will do whatever it says. So from here, whenever it updates with the construction script, it's going to move forward and set the world location on the mushroom top. I'm going to connect, I always tell my students, yellow to yellow, blue to blue. I'm going to connect the location of the socket to here. I'm going to compile, and then I'm going to try it out. So let's go put it in the world. I'm going to delete these two. Actually, they're fine. Which one am I doing today? Like so. And let's see if it will fire off. Oh my goodness, no. What did I do wrong? Let's find out. Mushroom top sockets. Let's see. Mushroom. Oh, there you go. See, spelling things correctly. Sockets. Somebody spell check me, please. Let's go ahead and save this. Did I do it wrong again? Okay, never again. There it is. So now it's going to stay together. And also, if I decide to change the length of the stalk for any reason, by coming in here, inside of the blueprint itself, selecting the stalk and manually changing its size. Where is it? So I'm going to do it on the Z, because the Z is up in Unreal. As I make it higher and lower, it should also make the top move together. So that's our first challenge down. So next we can randomize the stalk mesh, which is the most fun part. So I'm going to go ahead and take the mesh, and I'm going to set new meshes to it. When it comes to the execution line, I can split it, I can stop it, I can control the way it moves. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split it so that it goes to two places at once. I'm going to disconnect this by pressing Alt and clicking on it, and I'm going to add a new node called a sequence. The sequence will literally split the execution line. First it'll do one thing, then another thing. I can add more things like third, fourth, etc. Basically, what we're doing here is we're going to make a lot of different little pieces, little baby pieces of code that all fire off together. So this one should actually come after, because we want to update the shape of the stalk first and then change the top. Otherwise, if we don't do it like that, if we do it the top before, it's not going to know that the shape ever changed. We're going to get the stalk, like so, and we're going to use a new node called set static mesh. So set static mesh is going to allow us to change the actual input of the static mesh right here on that stalk. I want to set it to something new. In this case, I want to randomize. But I need to get the randomization from somewhere. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a little list that contains all of the different stalk options. All right? There's a lot of list creation in coding. For those of you who do a lot of coding, you know this. Lists in Unreal are called arrays. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a variable, and I'm going to call this stalk options, like so, and I'm going to change its type to static mesh. And now this thing will be able to contain all of my static meshes, like so. I'm going to compile first. It gets mad if you don't compile. And right here, it says make this variable a container, an array, or any other selected type. An array will let me put multiple things inside. So I'm going to compile again, and I'm going to add multiple elements, and I'm going to find all my different little stalks that were inside of my blueprint. There's 4 of them, so let's go ahead and put them in. So I should probably close some of that stuff. 1. Let's close. Real fast, let's close all this stuff because I'm getting confused. There you go. 2, 3, and one more. All of these have already gotten their sockets put in before. 4. So now I have this wonderful little list that has all of these stock options for me. I can grab that list, like so, and I can drag out of it, and I can say random. So it just grabs a random thing from inside of my array. I'm going to plug that in, blue into the blue. So basically, the idea here is whenever this code fires off, I'm going to connect it real quick. If you double click on the line, you can reorganize, like so. So it's going to take a random option from the side of the stock options and set it. And then it's going to move the top. Let's compile and see if I did everything right. If I did everything right, it should change. Oh no. Let's see what we did. Stock options, random set static mesh. Let me check my notes real quick. So let's check if everybody's in here. Everybody's good. Stock has default settings on it. Strange. Hold up. Let me save it just in case. It wouldn't be a true Unreal demo without at least one thing going slightly wrong. Let me just make sure everybody's okay. Did I do all 4? Any questions so far, by the way? I know I'm going a little fast. Gonna just go ahead and put it back in. If it would let me. There you go. I don't know what it did totally wrong, but it seems to be kind of firing off. Sometimes when it wants to. There you go. You guys can see I did nothing different, right? You guys are all witnesses to this, right? Okay, maybe it was randomizing just the same one over and over again. Maybe that was our luck. We are in Vegas after all. So there we have, and you can see that the hard parts we've already done, which is the little top moves along with the stock, which is already a huge win for anybody trying to put something together quickly inside of Unreal. All right, so let's say I want to change the stock height easily and change the shape of the top of the mushroom here. So I'm going to do that real quick by creating yet another variable. This time it's going to control the height of the little tower. So I'm going to disconnect this because we always have to update the top at the end. And I'm going to create a new variable, in essence called tower height. Like so. It should not be a static mesh array. In this case, we're going to use a float. Like I said, it's a number. And we're not going to make it an array. A little single one is fine. And let's set it to something by default. So let's set it to 1 by default. Otherwise, the tower is going to be like on the floor, unexistent by default. So to do that, we're going to really quickly grab the static mesh of the stock, and we're going to change its height. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set relative scale. Just so you guys know, there's difference between relative and world scale. World scale, I like to say, is like north, south, east, and west. And it kind of takes your scale based on the worlds or your location, whereas local space is more like right, left, front, and back, where it's like if I turn, my right always stays in the same spot, right, in relation to me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect that, and let's go ahead and choose what scale is going to go in here. So I want the Z to change, because in Unreal, Z is up. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my new tower height, and I'm going to put it into the Z, but it won't let me. Oh my goodness, it's turning it into a vector. I want to only change the Z. To do so, I can right-click and split this vector into its 3 parts, and now I can apply it directly to the Z. But if I leave it like this, it's going to change the 2 other scales to 0, 0. And we don't want that, because it's going to be the skinniest tower ever, invisible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the existing scales for the tower already and put it in. Or I can just type in 1, 1, because I don't plan on ever creating code that will change this. But let's say I did. I would go ahead and say get scale, like so. Make sure that you always match relative with relative. I can split this as well, and then get the original X and the original Y. So basically, this is already storing what the X and Y were already, so we're not changing it in this case. So you can do both. Let's see if it'll work on the first try. Oop, I forgot to connect the code down here. It helps to connect it. That's my number one tip for today. Let's move this. Compile. And there we have, it's not doing anything because we need to manually change the heights. In order to manually change anything inside of your blueprints, you need to make it public. You can simply click the little eyeball button right next to it, compile, and then now tower height is a variable. So I could set this to like 0.5 to make it shorter, or 2 to make it super long. There we go, and it will kind of move along. Looks like I parented the top to the tower itself, to the stock, which means that when I'm increasing the size of my tower, it's stretching the top. I don't want that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unparent. Just like in any 3D software, if you parent one thing to the other and you change the parents, it's going to change the child as well. So let's go ahead and do that. Oop, slightly offset. I wonder what I did there. Should be all good. If nothing else, I'll just parent it again. It'll all be fine. Let me make sure that this is set to 000 location. Oh, there it is. So I'm going to set this back to 000 location. Looks like we're manually changing where it goes. Just going to undo that because we're running out of time. All right. So now we have a little bit more customization going on with our work. So what else do I want to show you guys today? Hold up. So next thing I want to do is we can randomize so much with this. We can randomize the rotation of each element, the color, the placement of it, things like that. So for example, we can change the top shape, but I've already shown how to do that on the tower, so I don't think it's absolutely necessary. So let's go ahead and talk about the material, because that's my favorite part. I love to be able to change the material programmatically. So we can do something similar to what we did with Ian's mushroom, which was we created a material instance that had a parent that, ooh, it's a little messy, but basically we can, just create a material that uses the alpha. So let's go ahead and do that real quick, like so. So right here we have the code that's going inside of the base color. Let me actually make a brand new one. No, this is fine. So we have a base color going on here. We already have the alpha coming in. Oh, I'm on the wrong material. Hold up, guys. Sorry. Materials right here. There we go. This one's already done for us. So basically what I did was just same as the Ian's. I took the color and I desaturated it. I multiplied it. And right here, I choose an alpha to select between the purple and the red, and then I just put it right into the base color. And this will allow me to change the options inside of my material very easily. And then I can create a material instance and apply it to the little mushroom top inside of my blueprints really easily. So let me go ahead and put that on. And now we have that red and purple. It's kind of a little weird gradient, but it works for us. So let's go ahead and make this so that I can, as a level designer, easily change the material without having to apply it by hand. So inside of my construction script, I'm going to add in one last little piece of code, and I'm going to grab the top, like so, and I'm going to try to get the parameters from inside the material. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say create dynamic material instance, which makes the material dynamic. A dynamic material can change during gameplay or through programming. All right, most other materials cannot. So what that's going to do is it's going to grab the top, choose a material that's in it. Right now I only have one material, so element 0 right here, and we don't actually have to fill out the rest. I'm going to promote this to a variable, which will store it for me right here. So I'm going to call this dynamic material, like so. And now I can come in here and I can grab all the parameters. Let's see what they're called. So I have an alpha parameter, color 1 and color 2. So what I can do is come in here to my blueprints, and I can say set parameter. And this will set my whatever parameter I want to whatever else I might want. So scalar parameter is going to be kind of just a single number. And what I want is the texture parameter value. Texture parameter is going to be a 2D texture. And what I can do is I can choose any texture at all inside of my content browser to replace that original texture. The one we want is is it this one? Hold up. No, it's this one. It is this one. So I want to change the alpha first in order to change it between the blending. So I made one that has stripes on it, and I had made one that made dots on it. So what I can do is I can just grab it in here, or like before, I can create a new list of texture options, because I'm going to randomize. And then I'm going to go ahead and select texture, texture 2D, like so. I'm going to turn that visible for me, turn it into a little array, and select my little textures. So this one first. Wrong spot. Then this one. Let me compile this first. You always got to compile. Sorry. And last one. So now, if I select this, and I get a random from inside, and I change the parameter name to match this, so it says alpha. Like so, compile, and let's see. Now we got some dots, now we got some stripes, now we got some simple gradients, and we can do so much with this kind of thing. So you can randomize the color, you can randomize the vibrancy of each color. It's all in the material setup. So this is a really simple way. I know it can look complicated and it can expand and grow, but this is a really, really simple way to get more work done faster. So I can just kind of keep dragging these out, changing its heights, changing its shape, and just create an endless mushroom forest that all looks slightly different with almost no work, just a little bit of upfront efforts. With that, we basically conclude today's presentation. Thank you so much all for coming today. Tomorrow I'm showing how we made the modular parts of the mushrooms themselves inside of ZBrush, which was super fun. All right?
All right, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Anna, Carolina, give her a run. Come on, get a little more into it. It's not like you've been at a conference all day. Come on, let me feel it. Well, really, it did this. Nothing happened afterwards.
Aw.
Any questions? You have a moment for any questions? Anybody had a quick question out there? If you have one? Bueller, Spigoli, Dufresne. All right, that looks like it. She'll be around too, so if you have any other questions, by all means, come up. And you're presenting tomorrow, right? Was it you said?
Yeah, tomorrow.
All right. Well, please stick around. We got some more presentations happening. Thanks for coming to our booth, and we'll be seeing you some more today.
Thanks.
Hello, welcome back. We've had a range of different workflow demonstrations, and we got another fantastic one from David Mellor, and we're delighted to have him back here. And also, David, I believe you were top 5 in Clint's Endless Engines competition just recently, so well done for that. That's very good.
Thank you.
And David's going to be talking about workflows for VR and all sorts of Maxon tools, things like Cinema, and a little bit of Redshift, and maybe some ZBrush along the way. So,
Yeah,
absolutely.
exactly.
So, over to you, David.
Yeah. Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope everyone's having a good NAB so far. Internet, what's up? How's it going? So what's up? Hey guys. Today I'm going to be talking about how I bring in a lot of my VR content into Cinema 4D and give it that extra little bit of life, motion, and a good render output. So for those who don't know me, my name is David Mellor. Online I go by Mellow Mograph. And currently, I'm based out of Portland, Oregon, where I work as a senior motion designer at Wieden & Kennedy. A little bit of background about myself. I went to school at the University of Oregon in Eugene, Oregon, where I was learning a little bit of 3D, mostly digital arts there. And through my time in school, I came across Grayscale Gorilla, which I'm sure a lot of you know of, from a friend, and that's how I discovered Cinema 4D. And so that's been my tool of choice ever since. And in the last year, I've used VR to amplify that further. So with the new presentation, I'd love to share with you a brand new reel that I put together. Thanks, guys. So, first thing I want to talk about is my tools of choice. I mentioned that I use Cinema 4D. I've been using that for the last 10 plus years of my career. It's been my bread and butter for all my projects, both personal and professionally. I use ZBrush to take some models that I'll want to add extra details to. ZRemesher is incredibly powerful, so I use that for processing more organic models or sculpting in extra details or even doing poly painting or vertex painting. In the last year, I've been using a lot more Substance 3D, specifically Substance 3D Modeler, which launched last fall. And I've been using that as it is a VR desktop hybrid modeling solution. And I've been using it primarily on the VR side of things. I'd used a little bit of VR before, but I didn't really get into it until I started it with Substance Modeler. And then lastly, I'll use Redshift and also the Cinema 4D standard renderer. I use Redshift for my nice high-end photoreal, high-quality rendering, and then I'll use just Cinema 4D standard to do more stylized passes, like halftones and tune shaders and stuff to just give it a little extra flavor. So on that note, why do I use VR? I love using VR because I sometimes will sketch on paper, but a lot of times I'll just do my prototyping and concepting directly in 3D. VR allows me to sketch and create my final all in the same file, essentially. It blurs the line between physical and digital creation because I like to create things with my hands, and VR allows me to create the digital art that I love with my hands and my body. I can manipulate forms that I couldn't normally on a standard screen. When you're just using a tablet or just a standard desktop window, you're still moving in a 2D plane, even when you're working in 3D. With VR, I find that I can actually manipulate. I can take an object, I can grab it, I can pull it any which way. I'm not limited by a screen. I'm essentially, my face is the camera, and so I can navigate around in a much more organic way. Lastly, I love to use it because I can see my work at any scale. I like to build environments, and sometimes it's cool just to see yourself in that scene with it super blown up so you can actually see what it's like in a final output. Or on a smaller scale, if you're working on product design, you can use it for that to see how big or small you want your final product to be. As far as Cinema 4D goes, I was really drawn to it because it is the most designer-friendly 3D tool that I've ever used. It's got a lot of great features. The UI, UX design is really great. MoGraph, it's in the name. I love using it for motion graphics. And there's a ton of modifiers in there to really amplify your work. And to that note, the Maxon noise library is just phenomenal. There are so many different types of noises that you can use to mix and match, build textures, modify clones, deformers, everything. Essentially, it's a great tool to build your animations really quickly, whether it's for product, whether it's building an environment. It's amazing. So to that note, this is what I'm going to be sharing with today, what I've made. So taking everything that I talked about previously, using VR, MoGraph, Cinema 4D, ZBrush, I'll do a breakdown of how I created this piece. As you can see, there's cloners that drive all the placement of the flowers on the tree. The tree, the flowers, and the bird were all sculpted in VR. I'm rendering this in Redshift, and I'm even doing a little bit of 2D MoGraph in the background. So for my piece, I started with a mood board. My favorite bird is a toucan, and it's also spring, so that was a very simple concept to come up with. I'm also a big anime and games nerd, so I wanted to draw from a lot of that inspiration, more like cute claymation type characters as well. And once I got that figured out, I did a quick sketch on my iPad just to get an idea generally what the composition would look like for me. And while I don't have a VR headset to show you guys today, I did put together a short VR time lapse to demonstrate what that looks like in there before talking about my process in Cinema 4D. All right. Let's get into some files. So that particular project, even though it was a quick time lapse, about 1.5 minutes, the actual time it took to create all 3 of those pieces was, I'd say, about half an hour, 45 minutes. So still incredibly quick. It's another reason why I love using VR to create my content. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the raw geometry that I got from the VR tool, and I'm going to process it in ZBrush and just give it a lot lighter topology, give it some vertex painting so we can bring that into Cinema 4D and render with Redshift and have a lot lighter of a scene file. So I'm going to go up to here, going to choose Import, and I'm going to grab the branches and the clouds that I made, draw that out, and we're going to go to Edit, and I'm going to hit F to focus that up so I can see it a little bit closer. And the first thing I want to do is I want to break up these 3 geometry pieces. So I'm going to go down to Subtool. I'm going to hit Split and just do a simple split to parts. And now I can work on each of these parts individually. I'll start with the tree branches. And right now you can see that is super, super dense. That's going to slow our scene down way too much. So let's bring that down just a little bit. And I'm going to do that using ZRemesher. So I'm going to come down here. And right now the default is set to 5. I think that's going to be a little bit too light. We're going to lose a lot of that detail in there. So I'm going to actually crank this up to 15. And I'm going to turn the adaptive size up. That way there's going to be smaller polygons that are going to be built in those crevices, and then the larger forms are going to have bigger polygons. So it's going to be a lot more efficient. And I'm just going to hit ZRemesher. We're going to see what that gives us. All right, that's looking great so far. Turn that off. There's a little bit of oddness happening here and down here, and there is a nice little fix that I came up with to remedy that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go into Dynamesh. I'll do a higher resolution just so it maintains that same form. Ooh, that was a little bit of feedback. And I'm going to run Dynamesh. And once I do that, I'm going to go back into ZRemesher. And with those same settings, hit it again. We're going to hit D so we can dynamically subdivide it. And we can see now that the area that was up there is looking a lot smoother. We're still maintaining that detail, but it's a much lighter model. So I'm going to run through the rest of those files very quickly. These clouds don't have as much detail as the tree, so default ZRemesher settings are perfectly fine for this. That's looking great. We can actually go a little lighter. Let's go down to 1. That's looking great. Let's do Alt click, and we're gonna select the other subtool, ZRemesh this one. Perfect. And so if we hit D to dynamic subdivide, you can see that it's looking nice and smooth. It still has the same level of detail that I wanted to keep, and it's much more production ready. So I'm going to turn this back on. So now that I've got the branches and clouds processed, what I want to do is I want to add some vertex paint to it. So the reason I do this is because when I bring this into Cinema 4D and render with Redshift, I'll take a black and white gradient and I'll remap it into different colors to have a little bit of tonality on each of the pieces of geometry that I bring in. So it's not just a single flat color. So let's start with this cloud since I selected already. I'm going to turn off Z-Add. I'm going to turn on RGB. And I'm going to turn the stroke option into drag rectangle because I just want to create big patches of gradients that I can blend from white to black. So in this case, I'll actually, just so we can see this a little bit better, I'm going to change the shader, the matte cap, to the skin shader 4, which is just a nice, simple white shader. And I'm going to click. Oh, I need to change the color first. So it's going to be default at white. I'm going to choose black for my color. And then I'm going to click and drag and bring that out to about halfway. And I'll do a little bit on the tail here. And so that's looking good. There's a little bit of a harsh line right there, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the size of my brush, hold shift to smooth. I'm going to turn off Z-Add so it doesn't affect the geometry, it just affects the color. And then I'm going to blend that a little bit more. There we go. And then same thing, I'm going to do that with the rest of the geometry in the scene. So click and drag. Sometimes it'll use the color that you selected by default until you actually drag on a color, and then it'll turn on the poly paint function. Drag that in here. Smooth that. And then we're going to go to the branch. Getting a little crazy here, so I'm going to refocus. And then I'll click and drag out these gradients. Down here, up here, and we'll do a little bit at the trunk as well. And then, again, we're just doing a little bit of blending to smooth that out, so it's a much smoother transition. If you want to get out of dynamic subdivision, by the way, you can hit Shift-D. So D will enable it, and Shift-D will turn it back off. But that's our geometry for the branches and the clouds. Some folks, including myself too, may want to keep the entire process inside Cinema 4D, or maybe you don't have ZBrush and you only have Cinema 4D. And if you do, that's totally fine too. I'm going to show you how to do the same process inside Cinema 4D next. So I already have a copy of this saved, so I'm just going to not save it. And I'm going to go into a new file for Cinema. Okay, we got that open. Let's just bring in that same geometry. So I'm going to go to File. Oh. Is there a window not open? Oh, there we go. Okay, we're going to go File, Merge Project. I'm going to navigate to that same raw geometry that I had. Open that up. Settings are fine. You can hit S to center in on an object that you have selected. We don't need this normal map or this normal tag, so we're going to get rid of that. And then I'm going to hit Shift-C, and this is like the essential tool for Cinema 4D. And I'm going to choose Polygon Islands to split that up in the same way that we split it up into subtools in ZBrush. Grab all three of these and drag it out. We can delete that because that's just an empty geometry. And again, super, super dense geometry. We don't want that. We want to be efficient in here. So for this one, I will go subdivision, density. I want to go back to polygon count. That's what I had in the previous settings. And while it's thinking about remeshing, I can actually navigate around the scene in real time and work on other stuff if it's like a bigger. So there we go. That's some nice clean geometry. Let's put in a couple more of these. And I'll set this to 1K. Grab the other cloud, drop it in there. This one, same settings as before, so we'll do 15,000. And turn on adaptive, crank that up, and drop. I put one more remesh in there. Drag that in there. It's gonna do a little bit of thinking. There we go. Exactly like what I had in ZBrush. So I'll hit C to bake out these meshes. And now I can use them for vertex painting. So I'll delete that. And I'll just show an example of vertex painting on the branches so we can move on to the good stuff. So what I'll do is I'll hit Shift C again. And I'm going to look up vertex color. And I'll drop a vertex color tag on my object. And when you do that, by default, it's going to also enable the vertex paint tool. I'm going to hold middle mouse, and I'm going to pan around. If you don't see the vertex paint set, and now I can just paint everything on just as before. And if I want to blend it, same thing in ZBrush. I hit Shift. Now I can smooth that out. There we go. So there you go. Well, pipeline preferences are. Next, what I'd like to talk about is how I got the flowers animating on my cherry blossom tree. So for that, I am using MoGraph. And this is a piece of geometry that I've already had poly painted. I've had it processed, so it's got nice clean quads. And it's perfect for animating. The next was I wanted to have metals, and I used a bend deformer. And the bend deformer will affect all the other clones in my object. For this, I just did a simple 0 to 30 frame animation. So it starts closed, opens up a little bit, and then it's not doing anything else. I'm going to add. So I did the same thing. Anything else I'm going to add. So I did the same thing with the stamen of the flower. So 0 to 30. I'll just play that so you can see that it just opens and nothing else. So this is the flower. And I'll open up a new scene that has my tree and clouds already in and animated. So we've got a nice blank scene. It's got our cherry blossom trees already animated. That's looking great. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this flower by the root that I created. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to paste it into here. And that is the right size that I want. That's looking fine. So what I'll do is I'll drop this in another cloner using noise to drive the animation for these flowers before actually applying it to the... haven't added any effectors in it to drive the animation. And shader effector. And there's a random effector and a shader effector, and they both do a bit of the same thing. The reason why I personally like to use the shader effector is because it allows me to actually create animated loops with my noises. So what I'll do is I'll go into the shader effector. Under parameters, I don't need to change the scale. You can keep that the same. And what I'll do is I'll twirl down to time offset. and I'm going to set that to 30. The reason I'm doing that is because that is the last frame of my animation. So when I put in the noise, it's essentially it's going to be anything from frame 0 to frame 30. So again, it's not doing anything because we don't have a noise set in there. I'll go into the shading tab. I'll choose my shader, and I'll go up to noise. You can already see now that it's changing the stage of the animation, but there's still no animation happening. I'll open this up, and I'll go down to animation speed and loop period. I'll set my animation speed to 1, so it actually will have some movement. And now you can see that when I do that, it's going to start animating those clones individually based on the time and the value of the noise. And also, this is essentially it's like a noise-based pose morph, is what I like to call it. So right now, it's going through this 5-second animation, and when it reaches frame 150 and snaps back to frame 1, it'll snap back the animation. We don't want that. What we want to do is we want to go down to loop period, and this will correlate to, the value that you put in here will correlate to seconds, so I'm going to drop in 5. And now, when we animate this, when we hit play, now it's going to do that animation seamlessly. This cloner, and I'm going to change the mode to object. And in object, I'm going to assign this branch to that. So it's looking a little funky. That's not what we want yet. So we got to make a couple little adjustments. We're going to change the rotation to -90. Yeah, that'll do it. -90. And then we want way more clones than this. So we're going to crank this up to 200. But we don't want all these clones visible. We don't want them all in the trunk area and at the base and all that. We just want it to stick to the branches. And for that, I'm going to use another effector that is just a plane effector to use fields to drive the visibility of those areas. So I'll drop in my plane effector, and we'll turn off all the other parameters, and we'll scroll down and toggle on visibility. So nothing's happening yet, because right now it assumes that the default value for everything in the plane effector is at 1, and the way we change that is we go into fields. And so what I'll do is I'll drop in a spherical field, and now everything outside of that sphere is going to be a value of 0, and everything inside is going to be a value of 1. So what I'm going to do next is I will scale this up, and as you can see, flowers are starting to grow back on there. Set it to add, and now it's going to be appearing in both those areas. So now when we move this, we got the flowers animating, they're in the right spot. There's a little bit of flickering happening because the tree trunk is moving, the fields are staying still. Drag this in a random effector. And I'm only using the random effector for static randomization. I'm not using it for animated. So in this particular case, it's perfectly fine. I'm going to turn off position. I'm going to add a little bit of rotation happening along the axis of the plant. So we'll do that to 360, so it's fully varied. And let's change the scale. We'll do uniform scale, and we're just going to scale this down. We'll use absolute scale, so anything that's randomly scaled up will go like that. If we want to do negative and scale down, we'll do negative 0.5. And there's a lot more variety happening now. Let's add in one more effector, and that is another shader effector, and we're going to drive the swaying of the flowers happening in this. So, shader. We don't need scale, and we want this to rotate on this third axis here, noise in this shader. We'll change the seed number so it doesn't have the same. It's looking a lot better. And again, it's a seamless loop. One more thing I'm going to add in here is when I go into rendering, I want to make the flowers have a little bit of variance in their colors. And I'm going to use another plane effector for that, and I'm going to use fields and a noise in the fields to drive that color variety. So turn everything off. I'll keep fields color mode on here. I will use a noise field this time. Or a shader field to drive that. Just going to turn on this noise option, or this colorize option. Don't need that. Noise. And you can see that in the stems, there's a little color variety happening, but it's not happening on the petals. And the way that I've found a fix for this is I just go into this cloner, I make sure that the render instances are turned on, and I bake out that cloner. So what this does is it turns this cloner into a series of instances, but now they can be colorized. So now we've got darker flowers, lighter flowers. Now when we render, we can use that data to drive that variety. So we're going to do that next. So here's our final animation using all the techniques that I shared before, save for animating the toucan character. And there's some fluctuating of the flowers. It's got a nice swaying motion happening, and as I love to see it, it's seamless. Let's open up our Redshift viewport. And we're going to see what this looks like before we apply some materials to it. So in here, I've already added a 3-point light. This is usually my preference for lighting my animations. I like to keep it simple but very photographic. So I've got a main light here, just to flood everything. I've got a rim light on the right side that highlights a little bit more of that front area. And then I got another one on the back that highlights more of that rear area. And then additionally, I'll do a reflection plane so that anything that is not being lit isn't going to be completely dark, and it'll actually capture some of that light bounce from the other lights. Next thing I'm going to do is I've got these two shaders that I've created in advance, and I'm going to show you how I use MoGraph or my vertex painting to drive the color for each of these pieces. Let's start with the toucan, and I'm going to use the vertex color material that I created, and we're going to just drop that right on our toucan model. So let's open this up and see what's happening. It's a very simple shader network. All it is you got the regular standard material in here. You've got the vertex attribute node, and what I'll do is I'll take the vertex. Oh, jeez. A little bit of feedback. So what I'll do is I'll take this vertex color tag and I'll drag it in here. And now anything that has the vertex color name as a tag is going to be driven by this node. But we don't want this to be just black and white. We want this to have a little bit of color. So that's why I have this ramp node in here. And I plug this into the alt input color in there, like the thing going on here. and that is this color user data node. And what that is used for is that will take the MoGraph color data that I had in my cloner, and then it will multiply that using this color relator node with the vertex colors that I assign here, right here. As you can see, there's not a whole lot happening. What you will notice, though, is that the middle to the outer part of the flower is going from black to white, and that's because of the vertex color data in here. And then the color user data from MoGraph is going to be determining whether these are lighter or darker. But these are sakura flowers, so let's make them pink and not just black and white. So we're going to go with a darker pink for here. Right in there. And then just a lighter, a softer pink right here. And those are the flowers. You can see that there's a little like lighter ones here, there's darker ones there, and I just like to do that to break up the colors a little bit and not have it just be, again, like a single flat color. Let's change up the toucan a little bit, though. Let's give him more of a natural color, or more of the color to the final. So I had like a darker blue to more of like a lighter blue purple color, and then we're going to take a copy of this and let's use this one to color the beak. So we'll make this more of a reddish orange. And we'll do more of a bunch of selection tags that I created when I was processing this model. So I have a beak top, beak bottom, belly, face, etc., etc. So we're just going to go in here, and I'm going to find that beak top, which is right here, drag that down, and now we've got that beak colored independently. We'll copy this color over, and we're just going to change that tag to beak bottom. I know I don't have a feet one in here. I think I have it colored with something else. Let's do the belly instead. So take another copy of this. We'll make this just like a light, like a white to yellow. So white, do like a yellowish orange, kind of like how a toucan's neck or belly actually looks. Drag that in, and we're going to go to our, oh, there is claws. Drag that on there. Now you can see we're progressively building on these textures and materials onto the scene. So,
move your belt back to the other side.
Oh. Ah. There we go. So once we got that, that's pretty much it for the 3D side of things. But what I also like to use C4D as well is I like to do 2D motion graphics with it. So if you saw in the reel, I had some animated petals flying in the background of that, and that is using a same workflow that I used for the petals on the flowers on the tree, but just in 2D. So I'll open that up and I'll show you what that looks like. So that is right here. And we've got the petals falling. It's just a simple black and white map. And again, it's another, we don't need this because it's not rendering in Redshift. This is just a standard render that I did. So just a nice, simple petal fall happening there. I'm using one shader effector to drive the position of the flowers. So this is what it looks like on its own. This is what it looks like with that turned off. And then the way I have this set up as a loop is I've got my cloner that has all the pedal geometry that I built, and then I have that inside another cloner. So this is what it looks like without the extra loop. And then when I turn that on, I'm just creating copies on either side of the main cloner, and then I'm driving the speed based on how far they're spaced out. And so I render that out as a flat plate. I can use that as a mask or just as a blend effect on top of that, and the end result will look like this. Leave that playing for a second. So there you go. One thing I didn't add is that I'm just using another type of noise to add these tree branch like lines in there, and that's just adding that into that color layer node that I had in the Redshift material. But that's it. That's how I created this piece using VR, Cinema 4D, and Redshift. And then, does anyone have any questions?
All right, thank you, thank you. Did anybody have any questions? Yes, you, sir. Can you say it one more time?
Implementation for VR set?
Implementation for VR set? Is there implementation for VR set?
Is there what?
Implementation for VR headset?
Oh, in Cinema? No.
No. I'm sorry, what? Recommendations.
Oh, recommendations.
Sorry. I totally misheard you. Sorry about that.
So I have a Rift S at home, so that's what I use for all my VR content. I've used a Quest 2 as well. And then I believe that with the particular software I'm using, which is Substance 3D Modeler, the Valve Index and
Are you ready? Hello, everybody. Welcome to NAB. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. So right now we have another artist, Brian Coleman, art director, motion designer. I can go on and on, but I think it's better to hear it from him. So go ahead, Brian, take it away.
Thank you. Everybody hear me? Great. Hi, my name is Brian Coleman. I am a design director based out of Denver, Colorado. You can check me out on my website at briancoleman.com, on Instagram at Brian the Coleman, and on Twitter at Brian the Coleman. I work with After Effects, Red Giant, Redshift, Arnold, Octane, X Particles, and most importantly, C4D, which is the foundation for all of my work. Some of my clients include Apple, MPC, Frame Store, The Mill, We Are Royale, Swarovski, and Man vs. Machine. I'd like to thank Maxon for bringing me out today to discuss my workflows using C4D, Redshift, and Red Giant for After Effects. A lot of my work leans towards conceptual art for most of my clients, which include solving creative problems and guiding art direction. You can check me out again on my website, briancoleman.com, on Instagram, Brian the Coleman, and on Twitter, Brian the Coleman. Let's take a look at my demo reel. Thank you. All right, back to where I was, demo reel. So I have been working on some different things lately, I guess, working with some 3D head scanning. I've been using this scanner called an Artec Leo. I don't have any photos of it, but it's a handheld scanner. Really nice scanner. So I've been trying to take it from what is normally an industrial application into a bit more of an artistic application. So these are some of the scans that I have been getting with the Artec Leo, and these were all rendered out of C4D using Redshift. You can see the one on the top left there is probably one of the coolest ones that I got. The fabrics and the skin and everything. So these are some of the raw ones. So I've been working on a project where we take these head scans and we created an art project that we called Portrayal, and we were creating these customized pieces of artwork for people using their head scans. And then I would mint the head scan, the piece of artwork, to the Ethereum blockchain. And then people would use these as their custom PFPs, LinkedIn, Instagram, that kind of thing. So I've been experimenting with these in Redshift and Cinema, but I've also been doing a little bit of 3D scanning with them. My buddy Scott helped me do some of these 3D scans, so you can tell the quality of the 3D scans I get because the resolution of these prints is kind of insane. So I have also been playing around with Unreal Engine and MetaHuman, and this is one of the MetaHuman scans that I've been playing with in Unreal Engine. I've been using an app on the iPhone called LiveLink, and so this is actually live. This was not recorded, this was live directly into Unreal Engine. So I'm just making a bunch of faces. That's all I really do in this, is just make faces the whole time. But the quality of this is like really insane, and it kind of goes back to the 3D scans that I've been getting from these. Here is another one that I've been working on. Some of you guys might know Handel Eugene. This is a head scan I did of his. This is kind of straight out of MetaHuman. And again, it's the quality of the scan that I've been working with. And a lot of this starts in C4D. So I do the head scan and then take it into C4D. And then clean up the geometry, import it into Unreal Engine, bring it into MetaHuman, and then either bring it back into Unreal Engine or just do a lot of like lighting and stuff in MetaHuman, which is really fun. Here's another one of me, which is really hilarious because I would never actually wear these clothes. And I'm also not this skinny, and this dude's like way too flexible. But again, this is all from 3D scanning my head initially, and then kind of the workflow from Cinema 4D to Unreal Engine. But what I'm going to talk about today is a project I created called Escape. And this is what we will be creating today. So we're going to take my 3D head scan and we're going to put it on this body. And then I'll just go through Redshift and Cinema and just show you how I'm lighting this and working on some other things. So the idea for this was I'm generally a pretty happy dude and like to have fun and laugh, as many of you know. But for some reason, all of my artwork tends to be a little dark, I guess. So this is the idea of this is that there's this form, this human that's sort of emerging or escaping from this liquid, from this thing that's holding it back. So here's what I'm going to go over today. I'm going to use Remesh to simplify a 3D scan. I'm going to use the smooth brush to clean up the rough edges on the model, combine my 3D head scan with the pre-existing 3D body. I will pose the rigged character and then create vertex maps to drive a material placement, sort of like a Lumimat. And then I'm going to use bump maps and displacement maps to create the unique look, and then add lighting to heighten drama. And then finally, I'll show you how to use Redshift render view settings to create a finished look inside of Cinema 4D without doing anything else. So let's go. So here's my raw scan, which I did this maybe like a year ago, and I didn't really know what I was doing, and I couldn't tell you why I thought I should do the scan without a shirt on, but nonetheless I did the scan without a shirt on, and here it is. So the quality of the scan is like pretty insane. You can see a little bit of kind of the volumetrics working. One thing that kind of doesn't work out that well are the eyes. You can see it's a bit more of a texture on there versus the actual eyeballs. So I have done some work where I go in and like really clean it up, but for this purpose today, I am not going to be doing that. I'm going to go into show you the lines, so you can see the poly mesh is like kind of insane, and it's all triangulated and not exactly even. So for me to work with it, I've been using the Remesh tool, and I am just going to show you my settings. I'm not going to do it because it's going to take a long time, even on a very fast machine. It works great, but what I usually do on this, just to reduce the mesh, is take it down like 5%. That's the only thing I'm changing in this. I love this. I love this tool. So here is what the Remesh looks like once I'm done with it. It took maybe a few minutes. Like it doesn't take forever. One thing that's really cool about the Remesh, though, is that you can go in here and take some splines and draw these splines around the eyes and the nose and the mouth, and that will give you more detail in those areas. And I have done that with some of my other stuff, but I didn't need to do that with what I'm doing today. One of the things that kind of became a problem when I remeshed is that I was getting some geometry here on the nose that wasn't working that well. You can also see that the scan is such a high detail that I'm getting imperfections in my skin, and even I think some of my beard, when I had that beard, was getting in there. So what I end up doing here is just going into my mesh, make sure that you have the mesh selected, go into the mesh settings, go to brushes to smooth, and then put your cursor over it, and then right click or middle mouse click, and then I can just drag left and right to increase the size of it, or up and down to increase or decrease the pressure. So I just kind of go in here and just kind of smooth some of this stuff out, even right here around the nose, just like really quickly. Just go in and kind of bring that down, maybe around the eyes a little bit. Just, it doesn't have to be anything too crazy, just enough to smooth it out a touch. So let's copy this, Control C on a PC, and I'm going to bring it into this other scene. So I have this this androgynous human male figure here in T-pose, and I'm going to essentially combine my head with this figure and then essentially create my piece of art that's customized to me because of my 3D head scan. So the first thing we want to do is just kind of get this thing in place. So let's just kind of drag it down here, line it up. This isn't going to be perfect, but I am just going to try to get everything lined up. I'm just kind of giving you guys a rough overview of stuff. And let's go in here, make sure I got it lined up as best I can. So that seems pretty good. So that's pretty good. I'll probably make a few adjustments here and there, but I think right now that's probably pretty good. So what I want to do is I just want to start to remove parts of this male form and take the head off basically and kind of put my head in. So let's go ahead and go into my point mode, grab my lasso tool, and just kind of remove the head here. Just take that off. There's my head starting to pop out. And then let's go back to my head and start to kind of remove some of these points. Anything that's maybe sticking out that I don't want to be a part of the final product. Something like that. I'm just kind of doing a generalized, sort of generic version of this right now, just to kind of show you guys the process. And let's go back to object mode. Excuse me. Let's do my head. Bring that back. Just kind of get it into place. It doesn't have to be perfect because I'm going to use a redshift material to kind of cover all this stuff. But I will use the smooth tool to sort of smooth these things out. So again, I got my smooth tool, middle mouse, left or right to make it bigger or smaller, and just kind of smooth this out a little bit. Just kind of get it in place. Again, doesn't have to be totally perfect. For this project, I did spend a little bit more time on it, but right now I'm just kind of getting the general idea in place for you guys. So that's sort of it. That's kind of where I took it. So now from this point, I actually took it into Mixamo, and Mixamo Adobe rigged it for me. I'm sure there's probably a million other options out there. This is just my workflow, and this is just how I did it. So the next thing that I want to do with this rigged character now is start to just put it into that form where again it's kind of emerging or trying to escape from that liquid. So let's create a plane, and let's put on +Z. Let's make it massive here. Let's make it really big. Something like that. All right. So I have this skeleton rig here, and I'm just going to go through and essentially curate this character, pose them into position. So we're getting like Rose on the Titanic right now, but let's keep working with it and just slowly bend and curate this thing into place. To kind of get that nice arch, and I sort of had to like mimic this just like they do in like movies where they're animating characters, just like really mimic like what you're doing. And so I was posing myself in these positions just to kind of get the feeling of what that could be like. All right, now we're definitely looking like Rose on the Titanic. All right, so this is kind of the general idea. So I just slowly go through this bit by bit and start to kind of manipulate some of these things. Try to get that expression in there. Maybe even mess with the head a little bit. Start to go down the shoulders. So again, the idea is that the chest is sort of coming out first. The arms are maybe being like left behind a little bit. So you just want to slowly pose this thing into place. Go down each part of it. Go into my elbow here. Pull this thing forward. My workflow. So again, we're kind of getting this figure now, this character, like he's kind of moving his way out of this liquid, sort of struggling to get through. The other thing that I kind of had to do was like, if you open your hand like really wide, like splay your fingers apart, what does that look like? Like how do you get that feeling that it's like really struggling? So I spent a lot of time on this, probably like way too much time initially. And you kind of just, the idea is that you want to just sort of like open all these things up, create that tension, and just kind of slowly bend these things into place. So I'm not going to show you everything that I did here, but this is kind of the general idea of it because I kind of want to get into sort of the fun stuff, which is a bit more of the material. So this is kind of the general idea. Combine these things, took it into Mixamo, got my T-pose, got my skeleton, start to pose it. The next thing I want to do is just start to build everything out with the material. So this is my finished pose here, which you can see I definitely spent a lot more time. You got that thrusting of the chest forward, the arms are a little left behind, the head is kind of looking up in this dramatic pose. So let's start to create some materials. And I work in the old espresso node material. I haven't quite adopted the new one yet, but I know there's a lot of you out there who are just like me. So let's go to Redshift, Material, and Standard. And let's start to build this material out. First thing I want to do is just put a camera in place so that we can just kind of start to get this whole thing. So I'm going to put my perspective, my default camera right here, and then I'm going to do Shift-C and type RS camera and get a Redshift camera. Let's make sure that we are looking through it. I like to decrease the angle of view, the focal length. I probably put this down maybe around like 20. And let's just kind of move this camera around, even rotate it just a little bit. Maybe something like this, something like that. So again, you're just very dramatic pose. This figure's like looking north. So let's create a protection tag. So again, Shift-C, I like where everything's sitting. I don't want it to move. And then let's go into a perspective mode, my default camera, and then let's just leave the camera that we just created in place. I'm going to open up my Redshift render view, and then I work with it a little bit like this, drag some things around. Actually, let's just do this to make it easy. Something like this. I have my own customized settings at home, but I don't have them right here. All right, so I did turn my default camera off. I always turn it off. I don't know why. I just don't want to see it. So let's create a dome light and start to create the material and start to light this thing. So I usually use like a dome light just to kind of get an idea of what I'm looking at, even though I'm eventually going to create a little bit better lighting setup. So let's double click and go into my material node here. I can even drag this over a little bit. And let's create a new texture. And then let's find that texture, which I'm probably going to have to go through some stuff here. Should have done this in the first place. Texture, and then I'm just going to grab this texture that I have right here. And then let's drag that into my base color. And you can see pretty quickly that what's happening here is my vertex, my UVs are like all messed up, but that's okay. I can fix that because I'm going to use a camera projection to make this work. So let's create a new camera. I'll just type in Shift-C, RS, camera, and let's call this projection main. And then on my material tag here where it says projection, change that from UV mapping to camera mapping, and then drag that projection main camera in. My texture that I'm using is 16:9, so let's change the camera to HD TV 16:9. And then I'm gonna get out of my material here, review just to get a nice placement of everything. One thing that you'll see over here is that my texture needs to be mirrored. So go into the texture itself, go into the texture node, and turn on Mirror U and Mirror V, and you can see that it's now mirroring that, so it just kind of slowly drifts away off to the side. I think I might rotate this a little bit. I think I maybe did like minus 55 or something like that. And just kind of places. So we get sort of this nice generalized feel. Here is that there's just not as much detail on the hands, the head, maybe even the body. So I'm going to show you a hand on the head and on the body, and we're going to use camera mapping to put our materials directly on that just to create a little bit more detail. So the first thing that I want to do is make sure that I am not in my projection main camera. Go to default camera, zoom in onto this hand, and there are a few ways to do this. I'm going to show you like 2, but there's a few ways to do this. So let's make sure that we have the body selected. Go into point mode. I'm going to deselect this because it saved my selection. Grab my lasso tool and just drag a circle kind of around the hand and a little bit of the wrist. And then let's store that as a selection. And then let's call that selection, point selection, right hand. And then go back into your object mode, click your mesh, the body there, go into tags, choose other vertex map, and initially your paint tool is going to come up, but you want to just select that tag, and let's just call this vertex map right hand. And then underneath fields here, say use fields, and then there's a default of freeze, delete that. And then take that vertex map that we just created and drag it in there. And now we have this vertex map that is directly associated with the point selection. So I can actually create new point selections, update it, and it'll update on here. One problem that you do see on here, though, is that we have a little bit of jaggedness on that selection. So if you go to click on the point selection in the fields, go to mode, and instead of nearest, use average. This always takes a second because the default is 50, but I like to take it down to like 25. See if I can get this thing to update real quick. Probably have too many things going on at the same time. Let's turn that off. And let's take us down maybe like 25. Let's see if it'll update for me. There we go. So you can see now that this my selection here, let's get out of that. Why are you still doing that? All right, you're dragging on me, man. All right, so I've got my hand selected here. This is not doing anything. There we go. All right. So if I select this again, you can see got an unresponsive machine. So you can see, I'm not going to zoom out too much anymore, but you can see we got a nice gradient here. So I will just deselect that, get off of that. I'm going to go into my material now, go into the edit shader graph, and then let's start to set up our material just a little bit further. I'm not sure why this is dragging so slowly right now. So let's go into, let's type in C4D vertex, and we're going to grab this C4D vertex map, and then drag and drop our newly created vertex map over here, and then let's create a camera map node as well. So I am going to, I'm so sorry, this is like lagging big time right now. Let's take our projection main. I'm going to control drag, and let's call this one. This is not letting me do anything. How can I get around this? Projection, let's do right hand. And let's pull this out a little bit underneath camera here. So with my camera map node selected, let's drag the projection right hand and put that in the camera picker right here. Let's create a new node, the color layer node. I wonder if maybe some of this stuff is like causing it, because it's like really dragging right now. Let's just close out of that stuff. I'm trying to close all this stuff down. When in doubt, close it out. All right, so let's take my camera map node and drag it into my layer 1 color. And for the vertex map, let's drag that into my layer 1 mask. And then let's connect that to the output here so we can kind of see what's going on. Close out of this. Let's grab our Redshift render view. Click play. So now you can see that we are going to, wait, what did I do here? Did I choose that properly? Let's go into the material itself. Click on that. Grab my vertex map. Yes. Camera map. That's working. Oh, I don't have a material in here. Well, that's why. And let's go and grab that material again. Put that in there. Let's close out of this. And now we can kind of see that we have that texture located directly on that hand right there. So let's go into camera and use that right hand, and we can just kind of... Man, this is slow. I'm sorry, I can't do anything right now. All right, so I'm going to kind of just use the camera in here a little bit. Zoom in. Sorry, this is not quite working. All right, everything is updating very slowly here. But you can see what I'm trying to do is just try to get my material to be a little bit more detailed directly on that hand right there. All right. Let's go back into the material itself. Let's double click. Getting a lot of lag. Like I almost like can't work. Yeah. All right, so let's take my main texture here and go into the base color, and then let's take that color layer node and drop it into the standard material base color, and then pull that over into my output so that we can start to see what's going on. So now we can see that we've got a little bit more detail on this hand here versus the generalized overall texture that we had before. Maybe let's just see if I can kind of pull this over. It's possible that my vertex map is causing this, and if that is the case, I might just delete it so that I can get through the rest of my stuff here. But you can see the detail that I'm getting now on the hand, which is starting to look really good. Let's go back into my material and start to build out another option of doing this. So let's create a C4D shader node. And let's create a gradient out of this, and then let's grab a texture node, pull that in, connect my C4D shader into my texture here, and then let's just apply that to the output just so you can kind of see like what I'm going to do here. So essentially, again, I'm kind of creating like a Luma mat. I'm going to do that for the head on this one. So with the C4D shader, on the gradient, let's just click that gradient and wait for it to pop up over here. Let's change this from type to 2D circular, and I want to crush this down. So let's invert the gradient, and then let's drag my cursor over. Let's grab this black one, pull it down to really like tighten up that circle. So I'll go over here to my render view real fast. Let it update. So now you can see that we've got this little highlight kind of on the chest. So what I can do with my Redshift texture node here is just kind of drag this over, though at this point I'm not sure it's even going to let me do that. Let's just type some numbers in. Maybe that'll make it work a little bit better. 0.5. Let's see, too much. 0.1. something like that. All right. All right, let's try this. I'm going to delete that vertex map. I want to see if this is causing the problem, because I noticed that it does slow things down a little bit. That may have actually been the problem. Double click, edit shader graph. That's 100% what was going on there. And then let's just kind of move that into place. So now I'm using a different technique here, which just kind of depends on the situation. There's a bunch of options to do this, but essentially I'm just kind of creating like this vertex map, this gradient, which acts as a bit of a luminamat so that I can kind of place this texture on there as I want it to. So let's put this texture, so now we have this luminamat, and let's go plug that into the color layer. Let's go into the layer 3 mask, and then let's create a Cameron map node and drag that into the color layer 3 color, and then let's choose that texture one more time. Go in here, grab that texture one more time. And I have not designated the camera yet, so let's just call this projection head. And then with my camera map node selected, down here where it says camera picker, let's just drag and drop that in there. Close this out and go into edit shader graph, and then let's drag that into the space. Already is standard material output, and now I can take my projection head camera, go into the camera projection head, and start to just place this thing as we need it to. And you can see now that I deleted that vertex map camera, go back into my material. Them work. Oh, because I needed to choose. Enable layer 3. So I'm using the layer 3 mask, layer 3 color, and cool. Just for time's sake, I might delete the vertex map that I was originally using. What does that do for me? Base color texture. Let's just plug this back into the layer 3 color and see if this maybe will fix what I just did. All right, let's work through this. Let's just go back because it was working, right? All right, there we go. So I'm going to leave that. Obviously, I was having a problem with my vertex map. It seems to chew up a lot of the memory. Not sure why. But the next thing that I can do is I'm gonna change my plan a little bit. I'm gonna change it up a little bit. So I'm gonna do some more stuff on the body here, but I'm gonna use the luminamat that I was using kind of with the gradient. So let's do that technique. For time's sake, I would probably sit here and try to figure out why it's taking so much of my making things slow down so much. But let's just do this. Let's just duplicate this entire thing. So I'm gonna select everything. Control drag, and so now I have this whole thing duplicated. Let's take this into the layer 4 mask, and then let's put this in layer 4 color, and then make sure that I have layer 4 enabled, and then just to see what I'm working with right here, let's take that gradient that I was using for the head, and we're going to put that on the body now, so you can see it's on the head. So let's just move this down. I'll just kind of put this sort of generally over the body here. Maybe move it over. Maybe even grab the gradient itself and make it a little bit larger. I do a lot of times increase this to like 1024 just to make my resolution size a little bit bigger. I'm just going to kind of increase this a little bit just to kind of get the body. Doesn't have to be totally perfect, but I think that's working. So with my camera map selected here, let's create a new one. And so I'm going to select my projection head. I'm going to duplicate it by control dragging and call this body. And then with my camera map selected, drag and drop my projection body into that. Close out of my material here, reconnect it first. And we'll be able to see here that I've got a little bit more control over where it's hitting on the body. So let's choose camera projection body. And you can see now that where I essentially created that Luma mat now is on the body. So I can just kind of finesse this a little bit, and it's kind of cool because you're kind of getting those streaks, like there's a lot of liquid on top, right? And it's kind of like trailing off on side of the body. That's pretty sweet. So that's pretty good. So that's mostly the material setup. So let's start to get into a little bit more of the lighting now. So I'm going to delete the dome light, and I'm going to go create a area light, drag this over. Let's make sure that, so I'm in perspective mode, and make sure that you're in the default camera, because a lot of times I make a big mistake and I start moving all my cameras around, not really realizing that I'm changing everything I just set up. Let's pull my light out. Let's just rotate it by like 90 degrees. And so we're going to try to create this sort of dramatic light. So this figure is emerging. It's coming out of this liquid. It's trying to escape. And it's kind of looking up as though there's this sort of light source, like it's kind of being born in a sense. So let's just start to get this dramatic lighting in place. So I'll just turn the intensity of things down a little bit, just so that I'm sort of getting like highlights on top of the face, kind of on the chest, maybe even a little bit on the hands. I come down to the spread. This is one thing I really like about Redshift, is I can kind of increase or decrease the spread on it to make it a little bit more tight in certain areas, versus being a little bit too broad in some areas. So I'm going to take this down, maybe even take the lighting down to like 12 or something like that. So this is starting to look pretty cool because you get some of this really nice lighting on the head, chest, hands, and then let's create a few more lights and set this up, and then we'll keep working on the material. So I'm going to rotate this thing by like 90 degrees, kind of drag it down. And one thing I really like to do with my lighting is I like to use the lighting as a camera. So with that area light selected, go into cameras, use camera, and then I say select object as camera. So now I can kind of come in here and start to place this thing. And what I'm trying to do in this moment is, let's undo the rotation here of 90 degrees. Let's undo that. And what I'm trying to do is create just a little bit of an edge right here with lighting, just a little something along that edge. So I'm going to kind of get a little bit closer here. Maybe even rotate this a little bit, try to pull that out. Get out of that camera, go to the default camera, and let's just manipulate this so that it's more tall than it is wide. So you can see I'm starting to get that little hint, that little light along the edge over there, which is starting to look pretty cool. Maybe even rotate this a little. There we go. Look at that. So that's really cool. So I want to increase the spread on this a little bit, I think. Just maybe decrease it. Maybe even pull it out a little bit. Just kind of working my way through this. Every time I do this, I've done this a few times, and every time I do it, I get a little bit of a different look. Let's duplicate that light, and let's bring it over to the other side and rotate it around. So I'm trying to make the main light be the one that's overhead, but it's not giving me as much detail as I really want. So I'm just trying to add a little bit more light on these other sides, but just a little hint. So I might take this down to like 2. So you can see I'm starting to get just a little bit of light over here. I got a nice edge over here. I've got that top-down light working, so this is starting to look really good. I'm going to go in and select, I'm going to duplicate this light, and one thing I'm kind of missing right here is that light that's right here on this edge. So let's go into this new light that I just created, go select object as camera, and then slowly come in here and kind of manipulate it. So a lot of my work, I'm like really refining the light, just like really going in, just kind of like figuring out like how do I see the little details, the little pieces, and I'm just going through a little bit at a time, slowly working it, caressing it, being gentle with it, all the things that you have to do to have a good relationship with those around you. So I think the lighting is starting to look pretty good. Let's start to get into a bit more of the material here because everything is a little too glossy. Drag that in and connect my color layer to the ramp node. And I'm going to show you what I'm working with here and what I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to create a bump map on this, and I'm going to use this also as a bit of like a roughness map. And you can see any areas that are white right here with the bump map are going to come forward. Any areas that are dark are not going to have a whole lot of bump. With the roughness map, anything that's white is going to be more rough. Anything that's black is not going to be very rough. So let's pull this into the roughness first. So I'm going to go into base properties, reflection, roughness, and let's pull this out over here and plug that in. So you can see now that I've got some areas that are rough that are not reflective, some areas that are reflective, and the cool thing that I do with this is I can maybe even, like I don't want anything a little bit more rough, so just everything kind of across the board. I mean, it is liquid, so I guess you could have some areas that are maybe a little bit more smooth, but I want to add some texture to this. So let's create a bump node or a bump map, and let's duplicate this ramp. So I'm going to do a control, click it, drag, and you can see that we're starting to get a little bit more detail kind of in here. So what I could do maybe is like increase the height scale to maybe like 2. So you can see some of the detail that I'm getting from those textures. So it's starting to feel a little bit better there. And some other stuff I want to start to do here is maybe add a displacement map. And the displacement map is really where things start to really come together. So let's create a new displacement map node, and let's just duplicate that ramp like one more time. And then with my color layer node here, don't do that. Connect it to the ramp, and then drag that in. You guys, anybody who uses the new material node editor is probably like, this is why you use it, because you can just like automatically click it together. But alas, I like to make it more difficult on myself. Plug that into the displacement map, and then with the displacement map node, plug that into the output displacement. That is not going to do anything offhand because you have to add a redshift object to it. And let's go to the geometry tab, go to override. Under tessellation, I'm probably going to enable that, though it might slow things down a little bit. And then under displacement, let's maybe turn this up to like 2 and maybe turn the maximum displacement to like 10 or something. I started to mess around with on this though is that any areas that are white are going to come forward, and I don't know why it didn't look quite right to me when I did that. So I actually I have the bump come forward, and then I have the displacement go backward. So any areas that are white are kind of recede in space a little bit, so you start to get some like really interesting stuff going on. And the geometry even like thins out a little bit, kind of depending on where you're at. Maybe just crank this up to like -5 or something like that. Just see what happens. Look at all that detail. That shit's wild. Pardon my language, but that starts to look really, really good. All right, so I'm going to play around with now, trying to get some of the coloration in place. So I don't know if you guys know Barton Damer, but I kind of got this from him, where I try to do everything in Redshift now inside of Cinema, as much as I can, so that I don't have to do quite as much in After Effects. So let's go into my Redshift render view, and now I'm just going to kind of play around with this. I mostly got the material in place. You could add some details to it. You could add, some more noise out here. Maybe even play with the lighting a little bit more, and I might do that. But right now, let's turn my displacement off. So go back to geometry. Displacement definitely slows things down. Tessellation does too. Turn off the override, and then go into view and settings. I'll try to make this as big as possible so you can see what I'm doing here. So I'm going to turn on bloom. Let's turn this on. So any areas that are white, you're going to kind of see a little bit of this little haze kind of appear. So it's definitely a little fine, but you can see I'm starting to get a little bit of detail, like a little diffuse, kind of playing around here on this face. I can increase or decrease it a little bit. I can make it softer or sharper, and I might just kind of go down in this direction. It's just to kind of get that dreamlike state, because when everything is like too hard, too harsh, it just doesn't feel right. Because naturally, if you're like looking at light, looking at a hint of something, like your eyes naturally start to kind of bloom things out, make it a little bit blurry. I might even add like a little bit of, not flare, but streak in here. Maybe the intensity is like a little hot. I just want like a little something, try to just make it a little dreamy, something like that. So that's starting to look like pretty cool. The other thing that I think is really interesting about this is that you can do bokeh, like depth of field, directly in these settings versus having to do it in the camera. So I'm going to drag this off of here just a little bit. Let's go in my perspective mode, default camera, and let's choose my master light, which is right here. And let's just, so you could do this a few ways. I'll just do it. I'll show you a couple ways to do this. Go into optical, and then underneath depth of field, do the focus distance here, and just choose something like right here on the face, so you can see it change where my focal length is going to be, and like where everything in focus is going to be. Go in here to bokeh, and I just want to grab this number. So I think it's like 1500 something. Let's just put that in. Let's just type it in manually. 1558. And then let's turn things up. Let's go to, let's just turn things up a little bit and start to get some interesting depth of field. So it's pretty cool. I'm doing this all in the render without having to do it in the camera. Like, it's all in the render settings. That's pretty cool to me. So I try to do this as much as I can. So I think, well, let's leave this. I don't want to mess with that. Let's just decrease the radius. I don't want it to be quite as blurry. Maybe the power is a little bit less. It's like a little bit too blurry. And then the aspect ratio, I just always like to kind of turn it down, kind of get that anamorphic lens feeling to it. And then I might start to just kind of play around with some of the color controls here. So let's just, let's turn that on. Let's delete this point. So now I can like really start to kind of like play around with some of these things. Maybe just bring the darkness up a little bit so it's not like totally dark. Maybe I just kind of crush these values on there a little bit just to kind of create a little bit more detail in there. So this is all starting to look like pretty good. And then the other thing I really like to do, because I use After Effects to comp a lot, and I'm always using Magic Bullet looks, but I can do it. No, all right, well, that's classic. Well, I can't do it in here right now. However, Magic Bullet looks in camera is like pretty cool. So let's take a look at what this is going to look like. So let's turn our geometry default stuff back on. So we have this really interesting, unique lighting thing going on. We got some nice depth of field. It's probably a little too much depth of field. I'll just turn this down a little bit. I got a little bit of time. I'm going to light this a little bit better. So let's turn off the bokeh. Let's turn off the geometry override. Let's go into my default camera here. Let's grab, what light is that? So it's this light right here. Let's maybe crank the intensity up to like 5, something like that. And let's just maybe like pull it out of the wall a little bit. And just try to like focus it a little bit more on the hand. Or maybe just turn it down a touch. Maybe it's just like a little bit too bright. Something like that. Kind of zoom in here to the other hand a little bit. Okay. So now we have like this nice light that's lighting both hands, this nice dramatic thing. You can kind of see where my vertex map was giving me a little bit of trouble earlier. If I had a little more time, I could probably problem solve that with you guys. And let's take a look at everything that we've done so far. So I've got this really nice lighting on top, very dramatic. This figure is emerging. I've got my displacement map causing these like really crazy lines. You can see, since I inverted my displacement map, you can see that it's made the hand a little bit smaller. So I'd probably go in and finesse that a little bit, but it's also a little bit cool, like maybe the liquid hasn't quite formed the hand yet, is also kind of a way of looking at it. But all in, I think what we did today is we used a remesh to simplify the 3D scan. We used the smooth brush tool to clean up some of the rough edges on the model. We combined my 3D head scan with the pre-existing 3D body. We posed a rigged character from Mixamo. We created vertex maps to drive a material placement. As you guys remember, it was kind of slowing things down a little bit. Not totally sure why. I might go over to the machine if you guys have questions and kind of work with that. I used bump maps and displacement maps to create a unique look. I added lighting to heighten the drama. And finally, I showed you how to use the Redshift render view settings to create a finished look inside of C4D. So once again, my name is Brian Coleman. I am a design director based out of Denver, Colorado. You can check me out on briancoleman.com, on Instagram at Brian the Coleman, and on Twitter at Brian the Coleman. And that's it. Thank you.
I don't got. Oh, now I do. Yes, the power. Any 1 minute question before Brian leaves the stage from anybody? Oh, we got a question over here. Here we go.
What was
if
it?
you move the camera around, will the projection still stay when you're doing that camera?
Yeah, so like for each individual one that I did, yeah, so like the cool thing about this is that each camera that I set up is always going to stay in that place. So like if I change the main camera, yeah, check this out. Let's do that. Let's hit play. I'm going to turn off the displacement a little bit here. So you know, a lot of times my lighting is like so specific to that camera. So let's just take the protection tag off of my main camera here. Let's delete that. So now I can go into this view. So this is my main camera now, so I can rotate that. So all those cameras that I set up are all going to keep the textures in that exact place, right? So everything that I just did to the head, that's all going to stay in the same place. I mean, this is kind of the cool thing. Look at that detail. That's wild, man. Like, I'm always impressed with the displacement maps and the texture and stuff. The body remain intact. I do like vertex maps a lot, though I have found them to be problematic from time to time, and I have found other solutions to get around that. So hopefully that answers your question. Yeah.
Got it. All right. Anybody else? All right. Everyone, round of applause again for Brian Coleman. Come on.
Thank you.
Get some more. Come on. You're not going to make me be quiet until you do it. Yes. All right. Well, thanks again, Brian, for being on the booth. Appreciate it. He'll be around some more if you have any other questions for him. And don't go anywhere. We got some more presenters still today and tomorrow as well, and the next day. All right. Thank you. All right, everyone ready for another demo? Wow, the excitement level really jumped out of the chairs right there. That's really exciting. Like, you guys could take a break, you can get your feet off, have a break from the walking around, have some chairs, some amazing demos. So I'm not going to talk too much here. I just want to take a moment to introduce our next presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Mr. Gustav Fellstrom.
All right. Can you hear me okay? All right, as the man said, my name is Gustav Fellstrom, and I am a freelance motion designer, illustrator, and musician, and recovering creative director, because I've been freelancing for about 4 years, but before that, I had a whole career out in the digital agency space out in Silicon Valley, and got tired of the corporate scene, so I ditched that and went freelance and formed Botched Creative about 4 years ago, actually exactly 4 years ago, because I launched at NAB 2019. So before we get too far, we're just gonna take a quick look at my slightly updated reel for 2023. So here we go. Thank you. So again, I went freelance with the intention of getting into doing title design for film and television. And since then, since going freelance, I've had the opportunity to work or start building some relationships with some really awesome people. Some of those people being at Plucky in Burbank. And I started a collaboration with them in late 2021. And our latest collaboration was the main on end titles for Creed 3. So for copyright and length reasons, I'm not going to show the entire piece, but I'll just give you. I edited together a couple of highlights from the piece, just to give you a sense of what the piece looks like. And without going into too many spoilers, this movie is the latest in the Rocky franchise, and it follows Adonis Creed, who is Apollo Creed's son, and his relationship with his childhood friend. And I'll talk a little bit more about the concept as we go through this, but as you can see, this kind of turned out to be quite the salute to the Voronoi fracture and to VBDs. Okay, so what we're going to talk about today, I've got three equally proportioned segments. We're going to do a quick project process overview, and I'll go from the pitch all the way to the final frames, and then we will jump into Cinema 4D, where I'll break down the project file for one of the scenes there, and then we're going to jump into After Effects and show you how I comped the whole thing. So overall, it's Cinema 4D, Redshift, and Red Giant, and those are pretty much my go-to tools. So as far as the process goes, you may have seen a presentation I gave last year, and this is ideally what my projects usually break down into, these 9 buckets. But in the real world, sometimes the process looks more like this, where things are just super messy and distorted, and all these lines get blurred. So as much as I like things to be linear, this is definitely not the case on this project. This was Michael B. Jordan's directorial debut, and he was super busy. So often we'd send him stuff and not hear back for a little while. So as our CD at Plucky said, he has a whole other 120 minutes of the movie to worry about. So we would just have to push through and change things where we needed to. But that's just how it goes sometimes. So as far as ideation goes, this started as a pitch. And we pitched this in May of 2022. And we were tasked with coming up with a whole host of concepts to present. And the way that I like to go about generating concepts is kind of a brute force approach, where I'll take in the source material, whether it's a rough cut or a script, and I'll just start brainstorming, writing down lists of words, looking for images, looking for inspiration, and I'll spend a lot of time looking for inspiration, and I'll collect a ton of images and spend a lot of time organizing and going through those. And at some point, all these images will sort of group themselves into unique buckets, or at least I kind of find them organizing that way. And I'll start to get specific ideas about where I want to go concept-wise. And in this case, I had 4 buckets that I kind of grouped these images into, and these became my mood boards for when I created the style frames. And before leaving this stage, I actually wanted to sort of crystallize each idea into a sentence or two that would really describe and define that idea in my mind before we moved on, so that I could really explain it to the client and to the team. So we're going to take a look at some of the style frames that I created in the pitch process, and some of these were just quickly mocked up in Photoshop, and some of them I built in Cinema 4D. But that concept dealt with light and shadow. This one is a little more graphic approach with just some textures and some silhouettes. And when we're doing style frames for pitches, we really just want to show enough to get the idea across, and so we could really sell the core idea, because that's at the end of the day what the client is wanting, is the idea behind the piece. And you'll probably deduce from the samples that we showed that this is the set of boards that won the pitch, spoiler alert. And again, we're dealing with this sort of broken relationship between the main character and his childhood friend. And the core idea behind this concept was these fractured elements that were coming together in this like really graceful slow motion time reverse effect. So that was the core idea, and then we just sort of spun it in different ways for a couple of these frames. So we'll just go into show a little bit of detail on what these frames turned out to be. So again, we pitched this in May of 2023, or 2022. And I think Plucky put together about 7 or 8 concepts. And then we waited. Well, we didn't wait. We worked on other stuff, but it wasn't until October that we got the green light to start working, as they had awarded Plucky the pitch. So it was full steam ahead. So once we had the core idea, we were able to start building out our storyboards. And the way that I started that was I had to go back to the brainstorming phase, because we only had 4 frames and we had to fill a whole 2.5 minutes of story. And so I just went back to making lists, just associating different concepts with the source material. So locations, LA landmarks, characters, relationships. And I just started making lists and trying to overall just get as much onto the page as I could, just so I'd have a lot of source material to work with. And as far as the main on end titles, so these are the titles that go at the end of the movie before the credits roll. And in some ways, it's pretty much a legal document. Like, you have to have the person's name and title correct. They have to be a particular size. They have to be on screen for a particular amount of time. So the structure is kind of built into the number of credits that you have. So that was pretty easy to lay out. But then on top of that, we just started plugging in our various story beats just to get the ball rolling, to see what we could accomplish. So once we had that basic skeleton, I just started very quickly just sketching out ideas for what could accompany each of these story beats. And this ended up morphing quite a bit over the process, but this was just a very important step in just getting the ball rolling and just continuing down the path. And speaking of continuing down the path, going for the animatic, I wanted to do this as early as possible, just so we could start to identify any problems that we might be running into. So I took the audio that the client provided and brought that into Premiere, and then just started cutting together my storyboards with the audio of the main on end titles. And this gave us a preview at how this could come together, and again, just spotting any potential problems that would come about. It would also give us a great reference as far as the timing for the overall piece when we get to the animation stage. And then as far as the animation stage, this was all animated in Cinema 4D. And at this stage, I'm working just very quickly with the viewport renders. I'm not bothering with rendering or lighting at this point. And I'm just trying to get the overall motion and the overall action for the scene correct. And I'm working very iteratively, just doing render after render, and then bringing those into Premiere again and just updating my same timeline, just replacing my sketches, so that we can get a kind of early preview at how this was coming together and if we had to make any changes. And so I'd go back and forth quite a bit between Cinema 4D and Premiere. When it came to the texture and lighting, we had the basic look already established with the style frames. So it just became a process of adapting each new scene and making sure it aligned with the overall look that we had. And texture-wise, it was very simple, because everything was this rocky, stony texture. And so it just became a matter of finding the right lighting for the subject, and then ultimately dialing in all the atmospherics with the VBDs, which actually proved to be the trickiest part. And we'll go into much more detail when we jump into Cinema 4D. Again, this was all rendered in Redshift, and just a quick word about the rendering. This was, the deliverable was over 4K because it was going into theaters. So I had to, we had to use an online render farm, so because there's no way I was going to be able to render this locally on my machine. So I had to make triple sure that my render settings were correct and all my AOVs were included, so to avoid any costly re-renders on the render farm. But it certainly was fantastic to be able to load up 5 or 6 scenes on the farm and have 50 to 60 nodes all chomping away at this piece. Once we had all of the final frames back from the farm, we would go into compositing. And this is actually one of my favorite parts of the process. And we'll go into detail on this in After Effects, but here's just an overview of all of the layers that go into some of the composites for some of these shots. And I'm old enough to have learned photography on film, so I kind of equate my digital cinematography to the getting as much in camera in cinema as possible, and then that being my quote-unquote negative, so that I can then print and push and pull the image in comp and better serve the story that I'm trying to tell. So once we had all those renders out of comp, it was back again to Premiere, where we put the final assembly together and put all the typography on it. And then from here, we were just able to output any format that we needed, whether it was QuickTime HDs for editorial or final frames for the DI. So again, that was the process. Well, actually, that was the process. And at the end of the day, the client was super happy with what they got, and they were really proud of it. So sometimes our process can get messed up and blurry, but it's important to be flexible and to be able to just deliver the project regardless. So that's sometimes just the job. So today we're going to take a deep dive into this shot here, which is the jail bridge scene. And this is actually the original version of the shot, where we have this volumetric light coming through the jail cell window. And let's play that again. And we have the bridge then, as the camera pulls back, the bridge forms itself. This is what we concepted, this is what we sketched out, and what we got approved, and we went to final, and then as per our process, we got a note somewhere down the line that's saying, oh, let's just take out the jail cell window. So we had to quickly sort of figure out how we were going to make the shot interesting, but fortunately there was enough detail without the jail cell window. And we actually ended up splitting it into two shots. So we have this one close-up shot and then a farther up shot away. So it was just a matter of finding a different angle on that scene and then setting off some new renders. All right, so let's jump into Cinema 4D. Okay, so this is my actual project file that I used for this project. And just a quick word about organization. I like to keep as tidy an object manager as possible because things can very quickly get out of control. So you can see I have these three main nulls, lights, camera, and scene. And you can probably guess what goes in each of those. And I'm also making extensive use of the layers palette. So if you're not using layers, I highly recommend it because it's a great way to organize your scene and to be able to quickly turn things on and off and isolate problems if you're having them. So, and you can see in my scene, I have these nulls set up with my major actors in the scene. And they all correspond to my layers here, and they're actually the null set to take the color of the layer. So it's just visually a good way to organize things. So I'm just going to go through the anatomy of the scene real quick, and using the layers panel, I'm just going to turn everything off for now, and I'm going to jump out of my camera. And we're going to take a look at just the construction of the scene. So just starting with the ground and the background. Just very simple geometry, just a plane for the floor and a couple of boxes for the walls, and with a hole cut in it for the jail cell window. You know, the look of this piece was very dark, very smoky, so we didn't need to have a whole lot of detail in the geometry of the background. Most of it was obscured by the background, or by the volumetric light. But where we did concentrate our efforts was on the bridge. So let's jump into the bridge here. So this is our bridge fracture here. And this is all, again, this project was entirely brought to you by the Voronoi fracture. And real quick, just to review, if you're not familiar with what the Voronoi fracture is, it's very simple. So let's just start off with a cube. I'm going to go to MoGraph, effector, Voronoi fracture. I'm going to pop that in there, and we're done. Almost. So you can see it fractures it into these pieces here, and if you click on the Voronoi and go to the attributes and go to sources, you can see I have a point generator here, and it's generating a point for each fracture there. So right now there's only 20 here. I'm going to bump that up to like 200. So now we're getting all these fractures. And I don't like how they're uniform like that. So you can see this distribution type here. I'm going to set this to exponential. And I'm actually going to set the axis to that way. So now you can see that I have more fractures on the right-hand side and then bigger fractures on the left-hand side. So where does this get us now? Well, this is now a MoGraph object, so that means we can use any of the MoGraph effectors on there. So I'm going to start with the push apart effector. So the effector push apart, oddly enough, it pushes apart all of the particles there. So that's a little bit too much, so I'm going to bring that way down just for the sake of demonstration. So we're just going to explode them out a little bit. But how did we get that animation of them all coming together very nicely? So the way that we did that was with fields. So if I have my effector selected and I click on fields, I can add a linear field in here. And you can see this TIE fighter looking thing here. In this, everything on the right-hand side of this field will have the full effect of the push apart effector. Everything on the left-hand side, if I move it across here, will have no effect. And of course, everything in between there is somewhere in between. So by just controlling this one linear field, we can control all of these fracture elements. So to make this a little more interesting, let's just keep stacking some of these effectors. So let's go to MoGraph, effector, random. And by default, this randomizes the position. That's fine for now. We're going to actually also randomize the rotation a bit. So now we got that going. And for the heck of it, I'm just going to randomize some scale. I'm going to scale this down just a little bit just to get a little more room in there. And the cool thing about these fields is that this linear field here, I can bring this out. And because this is going to be my main animation driver, I can assign that to multiple effectors. So in the random field, I'm going to go to fields and drop down this linear field. And now this one field is controlling both of those effectors. So if we wanted to make these particles basically disappear, we would add yet another MoGraph effector, plane. I'm going to add a plane effector. And I'm going to set that. I'm going to remove the position parameter and set the scale, and scale that all the way down to -1. So that in effect scales them out of existence. And don't forget, I need to add in my linear field to my plane effector. So now when we are animating this linear field, all of those separate particles are being controlled by that one linear field. So it's really just one or two sets of keyframes and I can have all that animation. And that is basically how all of the fracturing in that piece was done. So let's go back to our bridge. There were a couple more steps I took with the bridge. So we're going to take a look at that real quick here. So this is my live bridge element here. And you can see I have 6 Voronoi fractures in here. And that's because this bridge, which by the way was modeled by my buddy Dallas, who was working with me on this project, gave me this beautiful model, which I'm going to destroy. So it has very specific geometry, and I wanted that geometry to fracture in a very specific manner, and to have details in some areas and in not. So I broke it up into, like, for instance, the span and the road, and I'm going to turn those on real quick, and then you can see I have my selection of effectors here that I'm going to turn on. And once I turn on my linear field, you can see now that as I scrub through this linear field, that it's assembling the bridge. However, so I set up each of these separately because I needed the geometry to be fractured in a very detailed way, especially with these fine details with the rails and the cables. So I set up Voronoi objects for each of those. But once I did that, the viewport became very heavy and unresponsive. So very difficult to work with as far as lighting goes. So the solution to that was to bake these as alembics. So this null here contains everything in there. So I just did a right click and did select children. So you can find that. So that selects everything in there. And then instead of just right clicking and baking as alembic, I like to go up to File, Export, Alembic. And I click on that file or that gear icon there. And this, I just make sure I have my whole frame range in there. And then if I had any other information contained in these, like vertex maps, it would also transfer those. But here I can be absolutely sure of where I'm saving that alembic file so I can know where it is. So save that out. And so I'm just going to turn off those now because I don't need them. I'm going to hide them. And here I have my bridge alembics. And you can see now there are 6 alembic files that correspond to my 6 fracture objects because I needed to texture them slightly differently. But now they play back extremely smoothly in the viewport. So I'm able to zip around and really then continue lighting and texturing my scene. So that is the basics of the Voronoi fracture and how it relates to this project here. So let's jump back into my camera. And we're going to go, there's also some particles in this scene. I'm going to turn off my bridge so we can see those. So as the camera pulls back, we have these particles that go through the scene. And I really like adding particles like this just to give us a sense of movement, especially when the camera is moving, and just a sense of depth. And this wasn't X particles, and it wasn't actually even the native particle generators in cinema. This was actually the Voronoi fracture again. So I'm going to have a couple layers of those. So I'm going to turn those off and just go into my first one here. There's our alembic version. I'm going to turn on all these here. And you can see here's, this is our, turn it on there we go. So it's just a platonic that I've fractured with the Voronoi fracture. And again, I have my selection of effectors here that basically just blow it apart. And in this case, I'm actually also have a rotation keyframe on the random rotation just so that we can get a little bit of movement per particle in the scene. And that's just a quick way to get some atmospheric depth in the scene as well. On top of that, we also have a layer of dust. I love including dust in my shots, especially for this one. And these are actually also alembic files, but these were basically stock alembics that I bought from GSG a long time ago. And they just add another level of fine atmospheric detail in the scene. And you'll see a little bit more of that in the comp. So as far as the texturing and lighting goes, let's jump back. Okay, we're already in our camera. Let's turn everything back on. And we're going to bring up the Redshift render view. And let's just pop that over there and find a scene, a frame to park it on, and there we go. We'll let that cook for a minute. So again, the overall look of the frame was established with the style frames. So there wasn't really a whole lot that we needed to do to make each scene custom. It made the construction of these scenes pretty fast. So with that, it was all came down to the lighting. And I'm just going to really quickly go through the lighting setup for this scene. And for that, I'm just going to turn off these green dots. I'll come back to those in a minute. And we're going to actually lock that camera and give you a little bird's eye view of the lighting setup here. All right, so we have our bridge, we have our background. The first thing was lighting up the bridge. So I have these 3 area lights here, which basically give us this nice contoured edges of the bridge, just so we can separate it from the background a little bit. And then we have this area light that is basically illuminating our VBDs. So if there's been a little bit of talk about VBDs this week, so if you're not familiar with those are basically volumetric pixels. And in this case, I am using basically some stock VBDs. So this isn't, it's not a live simulation. You'll see here I have 2 VBDs here, one for our ground effects and one for our background there. And in order to see those VBDs, you need to basically influence them by the lights. So that's why this area light here, when I turn it off, the VBDs disappear. If you're wondering why these lights aren't casting light on the VBDs, if I go into the attributes, in the details, you can see if I scroll down, I have my volume contribution set to 0. So that means these 3 lights will not contribute to the volume. Whereas my area light here, I have it set to 1, and when I turn that on, you can see then it filters in on the VBDs there. So that is how that worked. Now what you may notice is missing is the light shaft coming through the background there. So if we jump into our camera again, I actually set that up as a completely separate render. So I'm going to pause that here. I'm going to shift over to this file here. So I in retrospect, I could have set this up with takes, but I think in the heat of the moment, it was just faster to do it this way, especially when you're working with like a render farm. So it's the same exact scene, same geometry, same animation. I didn't change anything. The only thing I did change is all of my geometry in the scene. So the ground, the jail cell, and all the bridge parts and the particles, I applied a black material to them. And if I just open that real quick, you'll see this is just a standard material, just black, and I have no reflection on there. So that means it's just going to basically cut a hole in the light and it won't reflect anything. And the reason I needed to do that, so let's fire up this render view here, is that I turned off all the other basically separate channels within that same file. So I have my beauty pass, which is basically what we see here. I have a diffuse lighting pass, a volume lighting pass, emission, and a puzzle mat. And the puzzle mat I just have as a just in case, because I have these object IDs applied to various objects, and that'll become super clear when we look at that in After Effects Switch. Let's go ahead and jump over to After Effects now. All right, so here is my actual comp file. And real quick, just a couple words on how we comp this. So this was done in ACES. And just to note, this is done prior to the native ACES that's in C4D now, and also the native ACES that's in After Effects. So this workflow is slightly different, but the principles are still the same. And we're going to, if you caught my presentation from last year, I went into much more detail on ACES. But real quick, I'm going to show you a couple of reasons why I love comping in ACES. So this is my completed comp here. And if you notice, at the very top here, I have this adjustment layer, which is my conversion from ACES CG, which is what renders out of Cinema 4D, into Rec 709. And I'm using the, let's open up my effects panel here, is the OpenColor.io plugin. Again, this might be a little different now because After Effects can do it natively, but this just works for me. So my input space here is ACES CG, and my output space is Rec 709. That's because that's what the client requested as far as what we deliver. That means everything below this is being composited in ACES CG. And why that's important is, let's say we wanted to make some really drastic adjustments. So let's go make a new adjustment layer, and I'm going to go into Effects, Color Correction, and let's do Exposure. And I'm going to bump this up, not that I would need to do this, but bump it up 6 stops. You can see we are really blowing out this image, and there's way overexposed. But you can see in my Lumetri scopes here, I'm nowhere near clipping this image. There's all this detail that's still there because of the ACE to CG color space and I guess the forgiveness and the wide color gamut that we're working with here. By comparison, if I were to take the same 6-stop adjustment and apply it after our ACES conversion, so in effect applying it to a Rec 709 image, you can see we are completely obliterating all of this detail here and completely overexposing it. So that's a good thing to remember when you're compositing, is that all this stuff is happening in ACES CG space, which again is very forgiving and it's a very wide color gamut to work with. Okay, so now we got that out of the way. Let's take a look at our passes that came out of Cinema. So this is our beauty pass. And again, this is pretty much what we're looking at in Cinema 4D. We have a dust pass. This was actually a separate pass that was rendered out because I wanted to be able to control how the dust looked in the composite. We have an emission pass, which I have these emissive materials that were the lights on the bridge because I wanted to be able to add a separate glow to those. We have our puzzle mat, which in this case I just have 3 layers. Red for the bridge, blue for the background, and green for the particles. And that was basically just in case I needed to do some specific adjustments to those layers. Here we have our light shaft as it's going through. And then we have our separate pass for the volume, and this was just in case I needed to adjust the volume in the comp as well. So let's take a look at how all of those fit together. So let's scroll up, and I'm actually going to turn off everything here, and we'll start from the bottom up. Okay, so here is my beauty pass. We saw what that looks like. And I can put my volume pass on top of that so that I can have control over that volume and really need to pump it up because everyone knows you need to pump up the volume. We have our light shaft here. And again, this is a separate pass. It's on black, so if I add it on top of my layers, that's another thing in ACES. You need to use the add color mode. Now I have that light shaft correctly composited. And you can better see that towards the beginning of the shot there. So those were the basic 2D elements. But what I usually like to do is combine my 2D my 3D elements with practical elements as well. So I have a couple layers here of some lens-ish texture and some lens kind of orbs. And I think adding in practical elements on top of my CG elements just makes them feel a little bit more organic. And that's I really love combining elements in that way. I also have a couple layers of optical flares because I don't think you're allowed to have a motion graphics project without lens flares. So that's it. And then once I have my basic composite together, then I'll start dialing in the look of the piece. And that usually starts by adjusting our exposure, because if I'm adding all these elements, sometimes the exposure gets a little out of whack. And then I'll usually defocus the image somehow, because a lot of the stuff, I mean, when you render something out of Cinema, it can be super sharp, almost too much. So I'm going to just jump in here real quick to show some details. And for the purposes of today's demonstration, this might be a little harsh, but I just want to make sure we can see it on the screen here. So you can see these lines here are just way too perfect. So one of my standard tricks that I do on pretty much all my renders is applying some turbulent displacement. And it's, again, a little pronounced just for our demonstration purposes, but I have it set to, it's almost bare minimum, like it's at 20 with a size of like 4, and at an over 4K resolution, I think that worked out pretty well. But you can see it's just kind of what I call junks up the edges. It's really pronounced here, but if you go into other areas like here, it just kind of makes, it imparts a more organic quality to the images out of Cinema 4D. So with that, I'll usually add just some selective blurs in some place as well. Again, just to sort of push the image in a different direction. One of the key tools for doing that is Magic Bullet Looks. And we saw a couple people demo this, but Looks is definitely one of my favorite tools. It's definitely my go-to on every project. And it's basically a set of tools. You have all these tools available here that you can combine and rearrange and just twiddle around with to your heart's content. And in my case, I have some lens vignetting, some optical diffusion, some lens distortion, some haze and flare, some chromatic aberration, some pop, and some halation. And all of this is in the service of trying to impart some peculiarities that you might get if you actually photograph something. So while my work isn't necessarily photorealistic, I like to impart a somewhat photographic quality to the image. So it's all about subtly trying to degrade the image in a way that adds up to maybe that's something that's just more of a sum of the whole. So looks like I have a few more optical flares layers here. So we'll just put those back on. And then sometimes with looks, I'll break them out into different adjustment layers. So all of those tools were on one adjustment layer down here, but I have another layer here that's just my color LUT, because I wanted to be able to dial in that strength precisely. And just by adjusting the opacity of that adjustment layer, I can go from 0 to 100. That's probably too much. I think I settled on around 60. Okay, so once I had my image mostly in place, it's just a matter of fine-tuning it. So in this case, adding in some sharpness, adjusting the saturation, and here we're just getting into some fine color control so that I can match it up with all the other shots. Because I actually had all of these shots in one After Effects file as well, so I could bounce back and forth between them and make sure they were consistent. And in this case, I adjusted the exposure. And then one last step that's really important is because we're compositing so many different elements and they come from so many different sources. So there's all my render passes out of Cinema plus the practical passes. They all might have their own grain structure in the footage themselves. So by using the Magic Bullet Renoiser, I'm actually able to rebuild all of those pixels and really consolidate how that grain is across the frame. So I'm gonna, right now it's only set to about 35. I'm gonna bump that up to 100 just so you can kind of see in detail. So it really serves to sort of bring the image together and really just unify the grain across the frame. So that is the basic recipe that I followed for each of these shots here. And again, we have at the top here our ACES to Rec. 709 conversion. And one of the other important benefits of working in ACES like this is that in this case, I needed to go to Rec. 709, but let's say I was in a bigger pipeline and I needed to render out a version that would go to a colorist instead. So instead of having to rebuild this and make sure it all works in that color space, I can simply select a different color space. So let's say the colorist is working in ACES CCT. Well, now I am in the ACES CCT color space, and I would render out, a 32-bit source files for this, and would go right to the colorist, and they have all this color information to work with because this is more of a log format. But in our case, we were still going out to Rec. 709, so that answered that. All right, so that is pretty much how we comp that all together. And let's take another look at the final shot. And again, this was the original version of the shot. I much prefer it with the light in the background, but so we'll save this for the director's cut, I guess. So that was that. So hopefully you got a little bit out of hearing how I use Cinema 4D, Redshift, and Red Giant all together. They're definitely my go-to tools on a daily basis. It's pretty much the Maxon trifecta, as I call it. Thank you for sticking around with me and my presentation. I really enjoyed being able to share my process with you. So thank you to Matthias and Lee and the entire Maxon team. And yeah, if you want to reach out and say hello, you can do so at my website at www.botched.com. But under no circumstances should you inquire about any plastic surgery reality TV shows. So once again, I'm Gustav Felstrom with Botched Creative, and we'll see you next time.
Oh, there we go. They're alive now. That's a good clap. That's a good clap. All right, everybody. Well, don't go anywhere. We still have more coming on. Thank you for being at our booth and making a presentation. Appreciate that so much. You guys had a good. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, that was really good. That one right there was fantastic. All right, don't go anywhere. We have one more presentation for today. Some anatomy figures. Pretty amazing stuff done by Evolution with Andrew and Tan. So they'll be coming up next. So stay tuned, and thank you for coming by the booth, and we'll see you the rest of the show. All right, here we go, everyone. Hey, have a seat, please. Anybody want to take a seat? We've got a great demo coming up right now. It's going to be a really good one. This is some amazing stuff. You know, I've known him for a long time. Been a long time. What, a month? No, I'm just kidding. So we're very excited to have them here at our booth this year. So please give it a round of applause. We've got Andrew and Tan from Anatomy Tools and Evolution. So I'm going to take it over to them. Everyone, a round of applause. Yes. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew.
Thank you, Paul. So my name is Andrew Cause. I'm the co-founder of two companies, Anatomy Tools and Evolutio, and we do anatomy work and consultation and training for media companies, special effect companies, and game companies. And today we're going to share how we use ZBrush as a design, animation, and a production tool, both in human assets and then also animal assets, both still and in motion. Okay, to also share with you, Tan is going to be joining me up here to be working live in ZBrush for you with some demonstrations. And perhaps I'll just give you a little bit of my background to give you context. So if you're sort of new to ZBrush, I don't want you to sort of turn away or think it's not relevant. I really started as a graphic designer and then got into motion design. These are some of they're not all my designs, but most of them are here. But this is how I got introduced from being graphic design into motion design, as having Nintendo as a client. So that got me into 3D, and then that sort of led my segue into movie special effects. So the first movie I sort of worked on was Star Wars Episode 1, but I was hired to work on hard surface, that's sort of environments, robots, and these are just a few examples of my work, just to give you some background. And then, of course, blowing up droids, spaceships, things like this. And then I went into organic modeling. My first movie to work on that was Galaxy Quest, and this is one of my first creature designs. This was a little demon baby character for Galaxy Quest. And also that was my introduction to facial libraries in motion. That was the first time I got to try that. And then from there, I sort of moved into episode 2, where I became a lead and started to work on more of the hero characters, if you'd like. This is all pre-ZBrush at this point, and so we were limited with resolution, and most of this was being built in NABs, for those of you who even know what that is. So finally, and these are some of those shots from the movie. And then from there, I made a series of, questionable movie decisions and career decisions, but still fun to work on. But then sort of moved from production into concept art. And so then moved into the Lucasfilm or Industrial Light and Magic art department. And the first movie I got to work on in that role was Jurassic Park 4. This is quite a few years ago. This is a long time before the recent release. But I got to work with an amazing artist, Carlos Huante. This is one of his concept designs of sort of, dinosaurs meet human hybrid. But my job was to quickly realize these in 3D to show the director and kind of work interactively. But even back then, we were sort of still printing things out and then going to clay maquettes. So you see here I'm doing a clay maquette of that design, and this sort of how that looked. Sort of pre-ZBrush. I'm just giving you a premise of everything we used to do before ZBrush. But then came along ZBrush, and the first time we really used ZBrush at ILM for production was a movie called Pirates of the Caribbean. And this particular asset, Davy Jones, this guy had, 150 pieces of sea life on him. So just the technical challenge of trying to pull off these characters, ZBrush ended up being this magical tool that we added to our pipeline. And fortunately, my VFX supervisor was John Knoll, and he and his brother invented Photoshop, to give you some premise. So they're no stranger to innovation, so it was the perfect combination to introduce a new tool. So the second movie I got to work on with using ZBrush was James Cameron's Avatar, and I was a concept modeler or designer very privately, just in his house with four other artists before this was even a known project. Still pinching myself that actually happened. But for me, it was terrific because it was ZBrush gave me the ability to kind of work quickly, and this is how the Na'vi first looked. So this is the first sculpt of the main character from these movies. Obviously, she's changed a lot since then, but this is how she first looked. And this was the male version, and this is all done in ZBrush. And these are quick sculpts, maybe done in a morning or an afternoon, kind of for sort of buy-off or look dev. And here's just a comparison with a normal human size. But from here, this is sort of the closest we got for sign-off by James Cameron. And this is a design by James and also Neville Page. I guess I should call him Mr. Cameron, not James Cameron or Jim. But this is my first look at the Na'vi. So this is my sculpture, texturing and rendering all done from ZBrush at that point. So this is just a fast previous tool, and you can see how we could use this very quickly. And this is how she looked in the movie. Obviously, hundreds of other amazing artists were between that stage and what you see in the movie, but I thought it would give you a nice context of how I was using ZBrush way back at 1.0. So this was back in 2005 to give you some type of historical premise. But from there, at the same time, I was also designing and sculpting a lot of the wildlife and animals that were on Pandora. This is a quick dire horse designed by my friend and colleague Wayne Barlow. A lot of his character designs made it all the way through to the final film. But these were sort of throwaway concept ideas that we would just try. It helped to see them in 3D, and then for Mr. Cameron to come in and say, yes, I like it, I don't like it. So it's just a fast, creative tool. And this is really where I started to get into animal anatomy and anatomy a lot further. So from this movie, I decided, strangely enough, to quit special effects and then sort of go on to sort of quitting your dream job, per se, and going on to starting my own company. So launching my own company, it was anatomy tools, and I started with human anatomy, and ZBrush was the perfect tool for me to teach with and also make sort of products. So here you can see I'm teaching live at the Noman School of Visual Effects. And this is one of the first times where artists were actually sculpting live from models digitally versus traditional mediums, and ZBrush allowing us to do that. As a friend of mine, Yoni Baker, is the model here, but again, down at Noman, where we're hosting our workshops at the time. But from there, we also were doing product design. So here, I have a series of things that became physical products for people to learn human anatomy from. And this is all without scan data. This is just sculpting in the program. And then you can see here, this is the digital output, and kind of see the scale that we were working at. And this is me doing sort of paint masters in the real world now, but a lot of the paint design I would do in ZBrush before doing it traditionally. But from there, I started thinking about how could I expand into animals, and then I was the co-founder of a new company, which is Evolutio, which you see on the first slide there. But if I was going to make reference for you guys of the new generation, it had to be sort of next level. And so we had to look for superior reference and study. And in this case, we're using a combination of scientists and natural history museums. We're actually taking animal specimens and dissections and making sure that everything we're doing is medically accurate. At the same time, I'm an art director of a whole bunch of artists who work on all the animals together. And we typically ask the artists to pick a favorite animal that they would love to do because they're passionate about it, and they'll end up being an expert in that subject matter. So in this case, we see if there's also, it's a little off-putting, but we also like to see if the animal exists without fur. Much easier for us as anatomists to try to sculpt and capture animals if we can see what's happening under there. In this case, this is a baboon that suffers from hair loss. But I want to share a bit of a case study here from how we use ZBrush in design and production workflow. I'd like to sort of highlight one of our hero artists. This is the specimen that we started with. This is a dissection by an amazing anatomist, Dr. Shui. And so this is our starting point. So we would scan this in, which is, fairly typical these days. But this is just showing you the raw scan data just for us to kick off. But at the same time, the artist who basically we assigned to this animal, she's a bit of a rock star. This is Crystal Sayu. And she's let me record some of the behind the scenes while she and I are doing meetings together. And this is her just learning more about the animal here in ZBrush. And for those of you new to ZBrush, she's really just playing with the animal, getting to know the animal, which she has to become an expert on. And she's just playing around in both paint and sculpting of the gesture of this animal and trying to get into it, almost like studying the portrait of this animal, since we're going to represent it in the best way we think possible. So although she is super fast, this is sort of ZBrush's time-lapse mechanism, so she's not quite working this fast. But you can see that she and I, although there's no audio here, we're talking over the top, and we're trying different poses and different ways of using the program here. And we've gone from a seated pose to like a walking pose, which Krista was saying she felt would be a nice, perhaps way to represent the animal. And then we're looking at how would we maybe look at an open mouth position versus closed, since the mandrill here is an amazing animal with the mouth open. And so you can see ZBrush is allowing us to seamlessly sort of just swap in and out of pieces and quickly reproject those while we're working. So from there, we'll often just sort of play, once we've played in 3D, we'll bounce into 2D, and it is quite seamless to jump between ZBrush and programs that you might like Photoshop. So here, I asked her to sort of basically turn to the side view, and I think coming up here, we start to play with the silhouette of the animal in 2D. So we'll just let this play out here. Perhaps we'll jump to the next one. So you see here, we've jumped into Photoshop, and now Crystal's sort of playing with the silhouette shades before going back into now looking at product design. In this case, this is a more refined version of the model. Oops, sorry. I guess I'm getting used to the program here. Yeah, and you can see that now we're looking at, well, how we're going to actually reveal the anatomy of this model. You can see we've got some cross sections and pullaways. So this is all designed to become a physical product in this case, right? So that's why we're starting to see the removal of hair and where we're deciding to show or highlight anatomy. Kind of cool. So we'll have some of these assets behind in the booth afterwards we can play around with and show you. And here you can see basically notes over the top of that. Okay, so this is a work in progress example. Perhaps if I can give you some models where we go deeper. So game companies and film companies hire us to assess their rigging and things for motion design. But in this case, if we have a hero animal, like a wolf or a horse or a big cat, we go deeper. And in this case, this is the artist Idan, and he's done an amazing job from literally ground up building this asset. And here we're back in the program ZBrush, and you can see that he's literally building from the animal's skeleton all the way up. And he's taken this all the way through into texturing, rendering, the fur, everything. This isn't quite our photoreal renders, as far as being super realistic, but you can see the potential of everything that he's done here. Quite an extensive model. Down to deeper anatomy, not just superficial. And then how do we bring that to life in the real world? Well, again, we've talked about the 3D printing, but in this case, this is an asset that Tan, my colleague, is going to share in just a moment. But this is the 3D print, and this is me doing a paint job on the 3D print to kind of sign off on how this is going to look in mass production. So for those of you who are just digital artists or traditional artists, I definitely recommend having both skill sets in your back pocket. They feed each other, right? So if you haven't dabbled in traditional mediums, I encourage it. And if you're a traditional person, to dabble in digital also. Okay, so this is us designing the look of an asset digitally in this case, doing the paint job all digital. And this is a terrific horse that was sculpted by a colleague of mine again, Vaughan Smith. And here he is with the actual output of his asset. He looks pretty proud, he should be, it's a pretty amazing job. And you see we try to show deeper dissection as well as the more superficial. Okay, so again, if you're new to ZBrush, I highly encourage, remember I started as a graphic designer and here we all the way are through Lucasfilm into ZBrush, is if you open things you might be a little intimidated by the amount of things you got to choose from, but even with the level of experience I have, I'm typically down to just a few brushes, right? That's really all I use for 90% of all the work we do. And in this case, something like this sculpture, I really just used one tool for 80% of the work. So I'd recommend you just pick a task you'd like to do, focus on that. ZBrush Central or Maxon or whatever is a great place just to try to learn about that, or YouTube. And basically get into it and not be intimidated by the way the interface looks. Okay, so the next movie I've got here is a nice introduction from my colleague Tan. This is a sculpture he did here of a dissected crocodile, and perhaps I'll just let him take over and you guys can join us behind the booth here for any questions later. So thanks very much. Please welcome Tan.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. I'm going to take over. Hello, everyone. My name is Tan B. So I'm currently working as a creature modeler at a company called Industrial Light and Magic. So I don't have that many photos or pictures to show, but if you guys are watching Mandalorian, the opening scene, there's another crocodile or alligator-ish creature. That's what I've done. So, all right, I will just continue the conversation about keeping it simple in ZBrush. All right, so I'm going to show you a few models, which is the asset that we create for the 3D printing process. In the particular case, we have the bear right here. So if you are interested, you can come over here and take a look at it. So in a way, right now, we really try to simplify all the muscle features, right, by using the tool of ZBrush. So I'm going to exaggerate it even more in today's demo by only using 2 brushes, right? The first brush, Andrew already mentioned, which is the Move tool. So this is the one I'm going to use as a primary tool to tweaking the shape. And then there's another tool built into the ZBrush for a long time. It's no longer by default in this brush panel anymore, but you can find it at the brush panel, all right, under a light box. And if you go to the Insert IMM, and then we have this Insert Sphere. So basically, this is my foundation. Those 2 brushes allows me to do majority of my work, all right? And as Andrew already showed you that most of our asset, to make sure everything is mathematically accurate, we do have a set of skeleton underneath it, right? So let me show the skeleton just to make sure. There you go. All right. There are obviously a few while I was working on it. So today I'm gonna, in my demo, I'll just show you how do I blocking in, say, if I want to make a new arm, right? And then ZBrush has this very cool feature that you can take a screenshot of your existing model, or if you download 3D scan data online, so you can take a screenshot of it, say Shift+S, I'm making the screenshot, so I can use that as my reference, right? So now let me go back to the bones. So I'm going to start to use those 2 features I mentioned, start to laying in the muscles. All right, simply by using the Insert Sphere, I'm going to work on this tablet. It's easier for me. All right, so I'm going to start to drag in a new sphere, and then switch to Move tool. You can highly customize your interface and then giving hotkeys for sure. So while I'm really working on creatures like this, I have my hotkeys assigned so I can quickly switching in between those 2 brushes. All right, but in this case, I'll just keep it simple, right? Usually to keep it at the foundation level, you want to make the brush bigger. And many times I found it's easier to control the brush by changing the intensity to a lower level. So this is not only me using this process in the industry for sure. There are many, many other artists, no matter if it's doing cartoony artwork or doing more realistic artworks, they're all using this, right? So you can start to tweaking this around and then start to evaluate the form from all different angles, try to read the silhouette of the muscles, and then really try to find the origins and insertions. Where's that muscle connecting to, right? Because some of those areas, we really don't see the underneath muscle in this case, so I can fake it a little bit. But if you want to expose the underneath muscle even more, we'll do very nice research to make sure all the muscles are attaching to the correct bones. Okay, and then switching, once I have the first muscle in, I can switch back to the insert sphere, and then go for the second one. Start to putting, oops. All right, this is where having a hotkey will be easier. Let's go to the M, and looking for the move tool, and start to drag it around. All right, throughout the process, you may find, oh, it's actually fairly easy, but continue what Andrew has said, that you do need to have the artistic foundation, right? Sometimes when you play the foundation, like the basic forms, it's not only giving you the big volume or the main feature of the creature, but sometimes it's putting the creature like together for you to read the form even from distance. Right? So from there, I'll start to keep tweaking, insert another muscle, I'll start to go with the bicep. So this one won't be super accurate, but show you the idea, see how far I can go within this timeline, all right? So keep going, insert muscles, tweaking around. So what I'm looking for are not those smaller individual muscles at this point. Most of the time, we try to analyze the form and then see the major muscle groups that give you the overall shape. And then if I have to do, later I will show you how do you cut them up and then start to separate the muscles. Okay, keep going with that. So what this process does is it's really helpful for you to find, which muscle is on the top and which muscle is underneath. So the overlapping feel of this process that ZBrush giving you is kind of hard to sculpt, right? And at the same time to keep the form clean. So this is where it's super helpful to keep the resolution very low. ZBrush is capable to do super high resolution, but at this point, we don't want to deal with that yet. All right, let's keep going. Insert sphere, do another connection. Okay, I'm gonna increase the intensity a little bit just so it goes a little faster. If any form I need to wrap around the bone, I'm going to push it. And this becomes a little stretchy, but I usually don't worry about it. As long as it gives me the silhouette, I'm totally fine with that, right? ZBrush also can, having the feature that you can either do the decimation or you can do the Dynamesh, basically to erase all those stretchy points. Later I'll show you that. Okay. So as soon as this, I'm going to start to playing with the form. And then also there's another feature about this brush is each time you insert a new brush, this is where showing you the wireframe, it's actually going to give you a new poly group, right? What that allows you to do is that you actually quickly doing the selection in between different pieces. So at this stage, I have few techniques that I can use to switching in between different muscle groups. But the best one was to use the similar move tool, but this one is called move topological tool. So what this does is actually, it will generate an auto masking, around the shape, all right, you see the geometry I'm touching is the one I'm controlling. I'm not really modifying the other pieces. In the other side, if I use the regular move tool, I can make major movements while it's no masking, right? I can make a major movements together. So switching in between those brushes is very helpful for me to move forward. Okay, let's keep going. This is where I'm going to show you that after laying in the major muscle group, what you can do next. Say if I want to split the smaller muscle groups, right, to having all those smaller details. Here I'm just going to give you this major form first. Right, you can insert the muscles underneath another one, like that. Okay, so from there, I can hold down my Control-Shift key to isolate this piece of muscle. Say I want to start to divide, making the divisions of different muscle groups, but they're still reading as a whole, right? So I can hold Control-Shift, click on this individual polygroup to hide the other pieces. And then over here, by holding Control-Shift on the brush menu, I can change to the Slice Curve brush, right? So this is where you can slicing and make new polygroups. Oops. Okay. By holding down the Alt key, you can bend the curve and to make whatever the cut you want. So the initial one didn't work very well, so let me redo it. All right, hold down Control, tap on the Alt key, so you can start to bending the curve and release, make a new polygroup. Okay. Dragging, say those are the polygroups I need to have separate pieces. And then after that, I'm going to do use the feature I talked about, which is called the Dynamesh, which is one, removing the stretching, right, on the geometry. Two is to separate those new polygroups into new pieces. So it's just simply going to their geometry and then go for Dynamesh. And want to turn on a feature underneath the Dynamesh called groups. And I will go for that. Usually I just go by default and see what happens. And if I need to do any adjustments, I'll do that after. Okay, since this is giving me a lower resolution at this moment, but yeah, it's really depends on what you do. If you feel this is too low, you can always go back and just Control Z and then do it again with a higher resolution. And the other thing I noticed that currently I have several muscle groups assigned a new polygroup, right? What I can do is to go to my polygroup panel, go to my polygroups, and then I can do an auto group, right? Most of the time we start with the model symmetrically, so it's easier for us to control both sides, and then we will make the pose change. But in this case, after I make a new auto group, each individual piece will be assigned a new polygroup. So you can see they are all different colors, right? So from there, I can go back to my Dynamesh, geometry, Dynamesh, and then turn on the groups. And I will go for a slightly higher resolution, just double that, and Dynamesh. And then here, you can see this ZBrush will rearrange the polyframe for us, giving the evenly distributed plots for me to move forward, either subdivide or either to keep sculpting with the existing shape. It's much cleaner. All right. So from there, I can keep going with the Move Topological tool if I need to make any major movements. It's a very handy tool for me to move one muscle without affecting the other ones. And there are definitely a lot of demos to show you, how to use the ZBrush to sculpting high resolution details. But this is, to me, the key that to have your successful model, right? So you can literally see what's going on right here already, right? If this doesn't look correct, no matter how much more details you're adding, won't count, right? And then once for a while, I also use the feature over here under the material, which is also another default material called flat color, to rotate my model around and just to see the silhouette and try to read the curves to make sure that those are all working fine. Let's go back to. All right. Here, I think I lost that initial cut, so I'm not going to do that again, right? Because it was a little stretching. So I'll go over here, isolate that, and use my slice curve, cut it up. Hold down Alt key to follow the features. And from there, I'll use data mesh with polygroups again. This will give me the divisions. Right? I can quickly, instead of insert another sphere and then try to modify the topology, here I can quickly create a new shape and I can tweak it around. This will, following the original shape, at the same time, give the additional details to it. Right? So this is a simple introduction of this feature that we are using. We are relying on this feature. So hopefully that's a nice tip for you guys to start things using simple tools. All right, don't make this too complex. Keep it simple and have fun with it. All right. Any questions? All right. So I'm gonna do the demo with Andrew on the back, or how do we do with the time? It's good. Okay. All right. I'll keep tweaking this around a little bit if that's enough time, or any questions. All good? Okay.
Does anybody have any questions here on the floor? Bueller, Spigoli, Dufresne, one of them. Any of them going to hit? None of them. Simon, I see you over there. Thanks for coming. It's been great having you here all day. Oh, we got a question over here. Would you like the microphone to make it a little bit easier?
How long does it take you to kind of get to a render where you're having a full project done?
Usually our timeline is around 2 months. Yeah, because we are a group of artists working on the side. We're not dedicated to working on this project yet. Yeah, but usually 2 months.
And what about the production time?
Yeah, it's faster than production time for sure.
Yeah. And he has the piece here live too, the bear that he's been working on it, so you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Online, it's right there. I don't know if you can see it from your view or not.
All right. I'm just going to show you a few more pieces or a few more assets.
I'm going to Vanna White the piece.
Using the exact same process. So this is from another amazing artist, Paul Liao. So been developing this together and same process. But this model you see is actually a little enhanced for 3D printing, right? This is also where ZBrush can be handy for us to make the adjustments. Sometimes when we see the model looks good on the screen, it really doesn't mean that when we print it, it's looking nice. So sometimes we're losing a lot of the details. So here ZBrush having this newer features, and not new anymore, but it's amazing, which you can actually play with the resolution of the model. It's under deformation, and then under the contrast, right? You can play with this slice bar. Let me see what happens here. I think this model is because I decimated quite a bit. What happens there, Paul? Right? Oh, I'm on a wrong subtool. My bad. Yeah, I'm on a wrong subtool, or I think we're sliding on that model. Okay, anyway, there's another one. All same process. Okay, let's see if this one we can use the enhance a little bit. Go for deformation and contract. Yep. So you can really enhance the details. This is broken, but you got the idea. If we need to have better details on the prints, we usually come over here to use this feature to do the adjustment. All right. Usually we won't go with the first print. We need to do several test print to make sure it comes out good, because during the production we also lose like 20% of the details as well. So we need to make sure those are all carried over. All right. Okay, I don't know if there's any other questions or anything else. If no, Paul, you can take over.
A question right here, yes. Do you want the mic? I don't know if it'll reach there. We can try. Oh, here we go. Now I feel, what is that game show? Drew? And on the board.
Yeah, so right now I'm currently working in like freelance 2D concept art. But I was curious, like in the studio, do you guys usually have people do like, are they usually well-rounded in like both 3D and 2D, or do you guys have just people who are specialized in their own thing?
In my particular case, everyone is specialized on something. That's at the studio of ILM. That's what we do. So in my case, I'm a modeler. I don't really do textures. Right? I'm focusing on the sculpting part. But it's all different. It's really depend on the studio you're working on with.
So when a 2D artist is like transitioning their work to the 3D artist, do you guys mainly like just look for like turnarounds, or like what do you guys usually look for? Do you guys look out for like fleshed out illustrations of like certain angles, or like how you guys usually work with the 2D artists?
Myself is not really a 2D artist, but usually when we review the portfolio, no matter it's 2D or 3D, we try to read the rhythm of your image. And then usually I would recommend to do something that is based on something realistic, that people, first of view, can understand what it is, right? So many students, I also teach at the Academy of Art. A lot of my students come up with creature design from their mind. They do whatever they want, but when they put that into the portfolio, people don't understand it. So if you can, say, build your portfolio at the beginning based on something realistic, that will be more appreciated by people interview with you. Cool. All right.
All right, I think that's it. Everyone, Anatomy Tools and Evolution. We got Andrew and Tan, and they'll be here at the booth. Round of applause, please. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, guys.
They'll be here still at the back of the booth as well. What do you got there, Lynn?
The time has come to secure your boarding pass for Camp MoGraph. Tickets go on sale at noon Eastern Time, April 20th. Set an alarm and head over to campmograph.com. These tickets are like shooting stars. They'll go fast. But don't panic. Our state-of-the-art system will give you plenty of time to check out. Make sure to enter your camper information correctly so we can prepare for your arrival. Your creativity will soar to new heights at Camp MoGraph. But please leave the moonwalking to us professionals. Over and out! The time has come to secure your boarding pass for Camp MoGraph. Tickets go on sale at noon Eastern Time, April 20th. Set an alarm and head over to campmograph.com. These tickets are like shooting stars. They'll go fast. But don't panic. Our state-of-the-art system will give you plenty of time to check out. Make sure to enter your camper information correctly so we can prepare for your arrival. Your creativity will soar to new heights at Camp MoGraph. But please leave the moonwalking to us professionals. Over and out!